Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to AIGA! Over the next 2 days, 6 teams have come to Long Beach, California in hopes of qualifying for their spot in the AIGA Champions League and the grand prize of $500,000, along with the title of Best Team. The teams competing in the AIGA USA Qualifier are 10th Planet, Checkmat, Finishers, Legion American Jiu-Jitsu, Fight Sports, and Vanguard. Before we begin, we introduce the panel of judges. Our chief judge is Olshas Doshanov. Our side judges are Umar Manarov, Maxim Kuznetsov, and Osman Kasimov. And now, it's time for our first matchup of the evening. Out of the red corner, Legion American Jiu-Jitsu, managed by Miha Perhavich. In the under 65 kilogram division, welcome to Dom. In the under 70 kilogram division, Tyler Brown. In the under 76 kilogram division, Scott Bowler. In the under 83 kilogram division, Bobby Winter. In the under 91 kilogram division, Adam Bradley. And in the above 91 kilogram division, Braylor Grout. And their opponents out of the blue corner, Finishers. In the under 60 kilogram division, Eric Naples. In the under 65 kilogram division, Isaac Cordova. In the under 70 kilogram division, Sid Taballaro. In the under 76 kilogram division, Alan Sanchez. In the under 83 kilogram division, Renee Souza. In the under 91 kilogram division, Andrew Dyer. And in the above 91 kilogram division, Connor Dixon. And now we invite both managers to the center of the mat along with Chief Judge Olshas Doshanov for the drawing of lots to decide the bout order. Our first bout is in the under 76 kilogram division. Our second bout is in the under 65 kilogram division. Our third bout is in the under 83 kilogram division. Our next bout is in the under 70 division. And then the above 91 kilogram division. And our final bout will take place in the under 91 kilogram division. Our first bout takes place at under 76. Athletes, have a seat and get ready for round one of AIGA USA.
All right, well, we're just moments away now from the opening match in this first series, Legion American Jiu-Jitsu up against Finishers. Thank you for the introduction, Jake. We have now decided the order of the matches here. We will start off in this under 76 kilogram division. Scott Bowler of Legion American Jiu-Jitsu. Representing Finishers, we have Alan Sanchez.
When it was announced that Scott Bowler was the first one to go, man, he looked absolutely psyched for the opportunity to be the first representative of Legion step onto the AIGA mats.
Yeah, he was immediately had his hoodie off and was on the sidelines ready to go for this. Our referee Max is bringing them to the center. Just double check everything's good. Scoreboard is ready to go. We're about to start the action.
Important thing to keep in mind about this matchup between Legion and Finishers is that Legion's actually going to start with essentially not having a representative in the 60 kilogram division, so they're essentially down 1-0 just to start this competition.
Yeah, they were, unfortunately, a last-minute pullout meant that their under 60 kilogram competitor could not make it, so they will forfeit one match. Oh, look at this early guillotine here from Sanchez, Jake. Man, that was really nice use of the arm guillotine. Not only did he get the sweep, but he looks very close. This is some good pressure. I like the readjustment there, rolling through the other side. Remember that in AIGA rules, there are no points for these kind of maneuvers in the first 2 minutes. Only takedown points score in the first 2 minutes of a 5-minute round, Jake.
Almost ended just basically right at the beginning. That crazy maneuver by Alan Sanchez. And you know what? The AIGA rule set's so unique, and it's pretty much the premier team event in jiu-jitsu. Brings so much exciting action. And one other thing, too, that's interesting to note is the referees are so persistent on the stalling calls. They do not want a lack of action at any second in the match.
That is a great point. This is a interesting format with a little bit of a different way of doing things maybe than you've seen in other tournaments. Of course, jiu-jitsu is jiu-jitsu, grappling is grappling, but here at AIGA, 3 5-minute rounds. 5-minute rounds are pretty short. They don't leave a lot of time for hanging. Oh, look at this cradle here from Sanchez. From bottom guard, using again the head control to reverse position here, and he's going to turn it into a back take by the look of it, Jake. Oh, nice adjustment.
It was the left arm of Scott Bowler that prevented him from getting his back taken, and now just you're pointing at the screen. That's a big guillotine attempt, possibly.
He's still on the neck. That is interesting that Sanchez used a cradle attempt from the bottom to reverse position, and then he's going high wrist by the look of it, almost going anaconda now. Keeping that elbow flared is Bowler.
That's very important, but look at Allen recruiting that right leg to push the arm further across, and he gets the tap.
First round submission in under 3 minutes. Wow, that is a big win for Finishers early on here.
Sanchez.
Well, the head control was really a defining factor in that match there. Alan Sanchez, beautiful use of the breaking the posture. Here you see didn't use it necessarily to sweep into reverse position, but there's the cradle. I mean, that looks like a great passing position for Bowler, but the moment that Sanchez was able to stuff his head, get that wrap, and then he just did not let go of the neck all the way through these sequences. Looked like he was going to go high-risk guillotine here, but ended up going for the anaconda choke. Beautiful switch there. You just have to look at it on the screen, and then tightens it up. Bowler forced to tap at 2 minutes and 15 seconds of the first round. Well, that's a big win for finishers earlier on in this 7-match series, and we'll get moving with the rest of the action as soon as we can.
Our next bout takes place in the under 65 kilogram division. In the red corner, representing Legion American Jiu-Jitsu, Tu Dong. And in the blue corner, representing finishers, Isaac Cordova.
Coming out first to the mat, Tu Dong of Legion. And then Isaac Cordova will be representing finishers. This is an under 65 kilogram match. Both competitors are dressed in black, but as you can see there on the left of the screen, Tu Dong will be wearing the red ankle band, and Isaac Cordova has the blue.
And Isaac Cordova absolutely rushed to the ring. Rushed past the cameraman on his way to this bout.
Yeah, these guys are hyped, you know. This is what AIGA is about. It's not just as simple as going out there and competing and win or lose, because there's so much more meaning behind every result here, Jake, because this is a team competition. You are part of a 7-strong squad of competitors, and every result counts to the overall victory between your team and your opponents.
And you know, with that, finishers, essentially, like I had mentioned before, now they're up 2-0. And so this match, you know, Tu is in a position where it would be very nice for Legion to receive a victory so their back is not up against the wall. Only 2 matches into this competition.
And just explain for us the rules here, Jake, the first 2 minutes.
So in the first 2 minutes, there's essentially no points unless it's a takedown in the AIGA rule set, which is why I think you see a pretty wrestling forward approach. You'd like to start the match with a little bit of a buffer in between you and your opponent in terms of points. And there you see Cordova in on a leg. Looking to complete this takedown. He follows through with it. Double leg, lifts, and down to the ground they go.
That's going to be 2 points there for Cordova. Within the first 60 seconds of the match, that's a solid lead. And yeah, we'll see that the referee here at AIGA does not award the points. It is the table judges who are keeping an eye on things. They are the ones to put the points on the scoreboard.
And with complicated situations, they're always having discussions. I mean, you see a whole panel of judges over there. Very, very rarely where there'll be a interesting call that will escape their sight. Interesting situation. Cordova looking for the back here. Wow, beautiful back take.
Oh, he's gone body triangle. Now, that is a great control position. It won't score because the only time that you get points for control, such as guard passes, pins, or back control, is at the 3-minute remaining mark of this round. But he's not even thinking about points, Jake. This is what this match is about. He wants to go out there. He wants to get a quick submission. He wants to go 2-0, or technically 3-0 early for team finishers.
Trying to have a performance befitting of the name.
So we're in the points period now, and just a note that if Cordova were to open his body triangle, move to another position, such as the mount, so he would score for that. But he is hyper-focused on the finish. But right now, this is an unusual kind of position where he had his body triangle hooked around the leg like that. A lot of pressure, I'm sure, going through the torso.
He's trying to find a way to scoop up that arm and gain control one side on one side so that he can really focus on that choke. And having this double under, it's great to just maintain the control. In any case, let's say this goes to a second round, he is in a great position to secure that first round, but I know, like you said, Hal, he really wants that finish. You can see now his arm is pretty close to under the chin.
Working the blade of his forearm across the jaw, trying to catch it underneath the chin. Oh, looks like he may have dug that right arm a little deeper now, but aggressively hand fighting. He keeps switching sides, does Cordova, and that's a smart thing. But really, if you are too down, really, I think the best thing to do at this position is to hang on, do your best to survive, and think, you know what, I've got about 90 seconds remaining. If I could just make it out of this round, I've got another chance at this, because it's a 3-5-minute round match, Jake.
We see Cordova's really trying to isolate that arm. It looks like he's trying to transition to an arm bar potentially if he was able to bring his left elbow in front of the neck.
Scores for the body triangle, because here, as you saw, they moved out of position. The back control came back in, so now he's got a 5-0 lead. With 1 minute remaining, still working on the neck, but at the end of this 1 minute remaining, at the end of the 5-minute round, at the end of every round, the scoreboard is reset, Jake.
Absolutely, and there's live scoring as well, so you will there's no mistake as to who won that round. Every athlete and every team can know full well if they're in the lead or if they're behind.
Yeah, only in the case of it being 0-0 or a tie will it go to a judge's decision. 3 rounds. Hopefully we get either a decisive finish by submission or we see them win by a point like this. But it doesn't matter. If Cordova wins, oh, he's going for the...
Very interesting.
Yeah, interesting. This is like a Noki Ezekiel stroke arm triangle from the back here. Going now, head and arm.
He's got 18 seconds to work this. Sometimes the submission can take a little bit longer, but look.
Oh, that is
really
getting
trying
tight.
to squeeze.
Really tight. He's got 10 seconds. Can he hold on? It's such a long time when you're stuck in this position.
Oh my goodness!
Oh, his hand came up then, almost. I think he may even
Can
be
he
out.
hold out?
I think he's out.
And that's it. Finishers up.
Wow. Tudang did his absolute best to hold on.
Wow.
But the question is, did he go out before the end of the round? Or does he get another chance to come back out for round 2? I think there's a little doubt here, a little arguing on the sidelines. Let's see how they call this.
Looks like they're going to give it to him.
Your winner by submission, representing finishers, Isaac Cordova.
Even though the referee did not stop the match before the time reached 0, I think the decisive finish at the end of that round was enough for them to declare the winner. As you can see the replay here.
I think it was the tell.
I'd love to see the clock at the corner on that as well, just to see, but I mean, he was definitely out. There was no question about it. Cordova's choke.
And his arm starting to move before the referee. You know, he was starting to give the sign and the tell that he was asleep before the referee stopped the match. And I think that was probably the deliberation for the judges at the AIGA tables over there.
Well, there we have it. Yeah, 2 in a row for finishes so far. We're moving along pretty quick. We have 2 technically first-round submissions, Jake.
Now Legion has their back against the wall.
Do indeed. While we're waiting for the next match to get started, Jake, I just want to say, wow, what a great start to this event so far. I mean, Team Legion and finishers. We also have coming up later Vanguard, 10th Planet, Checkmat, and Fight Sports. It's going to be a great day of jiu-jitsu and grappling here.
And every one of them in the build-up to this event have been incredibly excited about it. Everybody that we've talked to, all the team managers, they believe they have what it takes to absolutely earn that shot to the Champions League in Kazakhstan. And they believe they have what it takes to take out all the big teams that have already made it, like Kasai and like Euro Trash, for that $500,000.
Our next bout takes place in the 83-kilogram division. Out of the red corner, Bobby Winter. And his opponent in the blue corner, Renee Souza.
All right, so seconds away now from match number 3 here in this 6-match series. It should, of course, be 7, but Legion had to forfeit the 60-kilogram division match, so they start with a 1 deficit, but it's a clean sweep so far for finishers. And while I know that Renee Souza has been very excited about this opportunity here to compete at the AIGA USA Qualifier, well, Bobby Winter, there's a lot of pressure on him now to get one back for Team Legion, because if they lose this match, then it is impossible for Legion to win the series. They have to complete the rest of the matches, but that would make it 4-3 in favor of finishers, which would score them in this round-robin group very well indeed.
They would essentially have to win every match. But look at this, Renee Souza already on the knee. Oh my goodness.
I think he's cleared the knee line. Winter is firing back with a toe hold, but early submission attack there from Renee Souza.
It looks like neither of them truly have the knee line. They're both right on the end of it. Bobby's trying to salvage a toe hold here, but he's just got the end of the toes, as you can see.
Yeah, Winter doesn't have a great control of the leg. He's going to look to disengage, come up on top. Souza definitely is the kind of guy who I think he would prefer to be playing guard, as he does. Drops back there. Referee Max will put them back into the center. But just, I love the early aggression here from Renee Souza and going for that rolling knee bar.
Renee's had some big victories. I remember in particular after he fought Kieran Kachuk, who was #1. He talked about his mental preparation going into matches and how he's improved so much in that regard and how his confidence has only grown. And you can see it here, the fluidity in which he's approaching the game, going after, I mean, that was a very small window to go for that knee bar, and he found the opportunity. Anybody who's been following him or has been following the buggy choke revolution,
he was right
at
on the vanguard of that.
Oh, yeah.
He really was. Well, Renee has definitely been making a name for himself on the no-gi competition scene over the last couple of years. Bobby Winter, of course, though, much more of an MMA pedigree, Jake.
Yeah, 2-1-0 in MMA. All his fights featured on Cage Warriors, so a pretty formidable MMA promotion at welterweight, and been a black belt for apparently about a month.
Oh, nice. Brand new black belt from Legion American Jiu-Jitsu, no less. And right here, competing and representing his team on top, trying to disengage here. Oh, we could see false sweep here from Renee Souza. He's looking for it.
Winter doing the right thing, though, keeping that foot far away. But look at Renee locking basically a rear naked choke grip on that knee. It's going to give him a lot more time to bring that right foot around.
Bails on it. Winter back out. That was a nice little catch there, the ankle, but oh, we could see another knee bar attack here. Man, Renee is relentless with his guard play from bottom. Winter's going to have to be careful that he doesn't leave his ankle hanging out, though.
And this can get tiring, having to continually pull your leg out of these situations can be tiring on your hip. With 2 minutes and 12 seconds left, Renee trying to spin through for that knee bar again.
And interesting to note that we haven't seen Renee attempt to use the guard work to reverse position at all. He's happy to stay on his back. He's happy to play the guard position. And I think against a guy like Winter with that kind of MMA pedigree, it makes the most sense because you know how hard it is to sweep those MMA guys, right? They've always got just such strong base from top.
Look at that, Bobby Winter. Oh, that could be kind of a problem, though. He jumped in legs first.
Maybe a little eager. I think he may have given that to Renee as a present. We see the inside heel hook. There's a real threat here.
Oh, you can see the left foot of Bobby Winter, though. So Bobby, great base on top, and he's putting himself continually in the proper defensive positions right at the start of the attack. He's not letting Renee get too deep into these leg entanglements. He's always managing to put his foot right in the correct wedge, or he's using his hand to grab the ankle to prevent the false reap. So you can tell that there's definitely a lot of preparation going into this very leg lock forward game.
Renee now playing on the other side, actually. It's interesting, right? Everybody's got a preferred side to pass, and most people, if they're right-handed, they pass to their left. But interesting to note that Winter was going the other direction. Souza doesn't seem fazed by it. He's actually put him in the 50-50, but we've got 60 seconds remaining in this first 5-minute period, with potentially 3 5-minute rounds in this match. And it's 0-0 the entire way because Renee has not been playing the points game at all, Jay. He's been 100% focused on the submission here.
Absolutely, and if it does end up going to 0-0, the match will be, or the round rather, will be declared a draw. You go on to the second round. This is the deepest leg entanglement that Renee's gotten so far, and it comes at the end of the round, just like 30 seconds left in this 50-50.
Deep, but without a threat of the submission so far.
Especially given, I just noticed this, Bobby Winter's right arm just right in the middle of that leg entanglement. That's going to make it easier for him to mitigate that pressure over the knee to articulate it and look for a heel hook, or perhaps even this straight ankle lock that we see right now.
Well, we've got about 10 seconds remaining, and Renee really going hard on that. You see the spin there from Winter. He's out, and the time will go down. Runs around, almost gets the back here, but that is the end of the 60-second round. And Winter has gone straight back to his corner. They don't realize that they have to go back to the center before they actually get the... We have to announce the result of the round before they go for their break.
Round 1 declared a draw.
Yeah, a little confusion there. Renee, man, he was just straight back to talk strategy and get a drink with his team. Winter is the same. I mean, if you come from an MMA background like Winter, that's what you're most used to, right? You know, you just go straight back to your corner. Here at AIGA, at the end of the 5-minute period, the referee will hold you in the center, declare the result of that round, if it's a points win or a draw, and then send you back to the corner. Those guys, they didn't get the script. But we have a little time remaining for them to rest, good 15 seconds. And that's the interesting thing, these 5-minute rounds, these short rounds, somebody like Bobby will be very familiar with these 5-minute rounds, but Renee, you know, you play the jiu-jitsu game, most competitions, especially at the black belt level, you'll be prepared with a gas tank ready to go for 10, sometimes 15-minute rounds, right?
Yeah, especially in wake of like ADCC season and the different Nogi tournaments, you might be preparing for a 20-minute round with a very hard overtime, very wrestling forward. So cardio definitely a big focus, but it does break up the match in an interesting way. I mean, this is the kind of competition where you go back to your team and they shake out your arms and they give you water and they give you advice going into a continued jiu-jitsu match. And look at Bobby Winter once again having to stave off a rolling knee bar attack from Renee.
I think though this time that could score him 2. Yeah, it does. Bobby actually gets 2 on the board. And we already saw in the first 5 minutes that he has the answers. Oh, nice pass attempt here. But he has the answers so far to deal with Renee's leg lock attacks. The question is that can he maintain his discipline for the period, the remainder of this period? Because, well, Renee is very clear what his strategy is. He hasn't attempted a single upper body attack yet.
Bobby dropping
Will we
back.
see that change?
It's interesting that you would have to bring up this point, but in Bobby passing, he needs to be very careful not to get his head too far underneath the armpit of Rene Souza. You would think that side control top would be a safe position, but with Rene, just somebody who's so well versed in the buggy choke, he's had a lot of victims.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it, how a position of control like side control has now, it's not safe anymore. There's legit submission attacks from bottom side control. Rene was one of the earliest adopters of that buggy choke. But I'm sure that Bobby Winter will be well aware of that. That's the price that comes with fame, doesn't it? That everybody knows what to expect in your game. And I think maybe that's actually kind of why you see Winter, he does pass or tries to move around the legs, but he's not going chest-to-chest side control because he's very aware of the trap that awaits him.
It's such an interesting thing about people who are very good at that buggy choke. You think of not just Rene Souza, but also even the Ruotolos. You never feel safe to do traditional fundamental jiu-jitsu. You have to have these little variations. You have to have these little adjustments specifically for being in side control versus Rene. And you see right here now, forearm across the neck. And Bobby, chest-to-chest connection is a good position for Bobby Winter. He hasn't had this good of a connection in the guard passing yet. And I would say that this, you see Rene trying to bring his arm over the top just to prepare for that pass.
Goes up high there. But that was good work from Bobby. That was some decent top pressure now. With the 2-point lead, you know, he can afford to slow things down, right? We're past the halfway mark in this match now. Any scoring positions that he obtains will get him more points on the board. But a 2-point lead, that he can afford to kind of stay in cruise control a little bit. But one thing he can't do, Jake, maybe you can help explain about this, is he can't afford to stall out.
No, he can't, and right here, he definitely is in a bad position, but he definitely can't afford to stall out. The more stalling that happens in a match, the more the AIGA judges are gonna be throwing out those penalties, throwing out those stalling calls, and they're just very big on action, but both of these athletes don't seem to be too concerned with stalling. Very forward match.
Very forward, and now we see Rene potentially using this leg entanglement to reverse the position, come up on top, maybe look for a 2-point reversal.
Bobby aware of that, trying to keep up on that right arm. And it's interesting, in positions like this is just no-gi jiu-jitsu 101, having to improvise in these in-between situations. And now back in on the other one. From one leg to the other. 1 minute, 23 seconds left in this round, Hal.
You see the adjustment there. Rene still got a pretty decent entanglement here.
Oh, look at this.
Inside heel hook. Winter is definitely in threat. The knee line is just cleared enough for him to defend that. It was so close, but this is the thing with leg locks, Jake, is that you can just be like half an inch off, and that's the difference between a leg break and a guy being completely safe.
The bite on the heel was just barely not there. It was a shallow bite on the heel, and look at Bobby just continuing to reorient himself back on top, now with a head and arm, possibly going through, looking to turn Rene. Now you're starting to see Bobby Winter. I think he's starting to figure out sort of the ebb and flow of Rene Souza's.
And he's got 30 seconds to try and score even more here. Now, it won't make a difference. The first round was a draw, and if he can just maintain this points lead, it doesn't matter the point differential, right? Like how you win. You could win around 10-0 or 2-0. It doesn't matter. It's still just a points win. But this is a great position to maintain control. He's dropping for the Sitakata Katami though, and turning it into a back take. Still looking for the hook, and the time will expire.
Yeah, perhaps didn't want to expend himself too much there at the end of the round, going for a big submission, but now 1 minute break.
Round 2 goes to Legion American Jiu-Jitsu.
You know, I was just watching there as Rene was walking back to his corner, shaking his head a little bit, I think in frustration, Jake, because, well, Winter's wrestling and leg lock defense has really proved to be a decisive factor in this match so far.
Absolutely, and I think that this is something that goes along with the AIGA rule set. You can't just be submission forward all the time when it's not working. And so Rene, super dangerous. He's been really close on many different situations in this match, but Bobby has stayed really true to a good base, fundamental passing, defending the different leg entanglements. And I mean, like you said, Hal, he only won that round by 2 points, but it's still a win. And with round 1 being a draw, now Legion is potentially in a spot. If Bobby's able to stave off the attacks continually and continue to work that fundamental passing, he could put Legion back in the competition.
You're right. If Winter can pick up the 3rd round by points, well, that'll make it 2 rounds to 0 because the first round was a draw, right? But if he can win this 3rd round decisively and not let it go to a decision and risk losing it, well, Legion is still in the game. But I liked Rene's little limp leg defense there to the single leg. But Winter knows that those shots earlier in this round, they're just so crucial because, man, it feels good, right? Just coming out quick in the first. Oh, nice guard pull there from Rene. This is different. This is the first time we've seen Rene playing from an upper body guard kind of control. It's been entirely leg focused up until this point.
Yeah, Bobby has both of his arms in right now, which is going to make it a little harder to make a very offensive use of this high guard, but Rene still has his arm. It's a very high guard, but he's got his arm still wedged in there, and Bobby disconnects right back in on the pass. And Rene likes to use that upper body to set up the lower body. People, you know, upstairs, downstairs, people call it double trouble.
You see Bobby posting on Rene's face there. Instead of fully committing to the pass, he was like hanging out kind of like 70% past and just almost, leg lock threat here. Firing back with the toe hold. But yeah, Winter really does. I think he's just picking up, sort of gaining momentum in this match so far, Jake.
One thing that he's doing that I think is a small adjustment is he's starting to, and look at that beautiful athleticism, but one thing he's starting to do, and I'm holding my breath a little bit because you know the kind of position that he's in right now.
Buggy. That's why he's holding onto that far leg. He doesn't want that leg to shoot up at all.
But one thing that I feel like he's been starting to do is he's starting to defend the leg entries, and then as soon as he does create that full separation, he's right back in on a pass. He's not giving Rene time to reorient himself and reset back to neutral. He's using the defense from those leg entanglements to go right back into the action, and sometimes that can be overwhelming as the bottom competitor. Now Bobby back in, putting pressure for 3 minutes left in this match. Still to come, the 70-kilogram division, the above 91 and the under 91. So Tyler Brown, Braylor Grout, Adam Bradley, Sid Tavalaro, Connor Dixon, Andrew Dyer. Now Rene's got this shallow knee shield just with the left, just creating a little bit of separation. He's got this gable grip around the other leg. But Bobby, I like that he's throwing his right arm underneath all the way through, keeping the threat of the darts pretty active and that head control to go to the side. And time is in his favor right now, really. Because even if it remains 0-0, it's still going to be a victory for Bobby Winther because he did take round 2. And now chest to chest once again. This is a good spot for Winther.
2 minutes remaining. This is a very different round to the first 2 rounds. And you know, there was some talk, some strategy talk in that 60-second break there between the various team members, finishers with Rene, trying to give him some advice. They obviously told him to work a different strategy in pulling guard and going for the upper body attacks instead of just focusing on the legs like he had in the previous 2 5-minute rounds. But so far, that change in tactics hasn't really done him that great, because on top, double underhooks in this half guard position is Bobby Winther, and really in a strong position of control, even though it's not technically a control position, a scoring position.
Yeah, and it's a nice adjustment with that near side underhook too. You see, it's actually almost kind of backwards from what fundamentally you'd see in half guard. That near side underhook is going to stave off those leg entanglements on that far side leg. Now back up to the feet. 1 minute, 10 seconds. Not a lot of time for Rene Souza to make these points back, but you see him trying to transition to the wrestling now. And that's the thing about Bobby Winther's game in this specific matchup, that you provide sort of a buffer for the end of the match. Renee is now having to go to maybe his BC game to make up the deficit, where Bobby just getting right back to the wheelhouse and using his wrestling to now secure possibly a victory for Legion. 45 seconds.
Looking for the back control here is Winter. Now he's going on the head. Renee is kind of stuck in this turtle position. He's unable to go forward, and he couldn't effectively pull to the guard from there either. He's kind of stuck in this halfway, no man's land, let's say. Reset back in the center. Bobby Winter, I think, has done a very good job of weathering the storm of those initial attacks, staying disciplined in the face of those threats, and using his wrestling combined with his top pressure to take this. And I think this round is going to go 0-0, which will make it 1 round in favor of Winter and 2 rounds 0-0.
Which gives Legion a victory on the scoreboard.
That is big. That is big for Legion American Jiu-Jitsu, who are still in the game.
Your winner by points, representing Legion American Jiu-Jitsu, Bobby Winter.
Well, that was a much, much needed win for Legion American Jiu-Jitsu, who have to win every subsequent match, which is going to be tough. But here we see, there's the guard pull that Renee, he was going to go for that rubber guard. He was doing his best. He even tried getting up. He even tried heisting up to get the top position. But as you said, Winter's athleticism, his wrestling, his top pressure, just shut the door in the face of those attacks.
Yeah, absolutely. And with the next matchups, how just from an analytical standpoint, if you're looking at Adam, Bradley, Brayler, Grout, they're kind of waiting in the wings behind Tyler Brown. I think all eyes right now for Legion American Jiu-Jitsu are going to be on Tyler Brown, because if he can pull this off, then I think Legion does have, just statistically with the activity level of these athletes, I think they have a chance to possibly make this happen. But man, this next match is going to be very important for the future of Legion in this bracket.
Our next bout takes place in the under 70 kilogram division. In the red corner, representing Legion American Jiu-Jitsu, Tyler Brown. And in the blue corner, representing finishers, Sid Tavolato.
So yeah, I do think big moment for Legion here.
Crucial, I would say. Every moment for Legion now, from here on out, is absolutely crucial.
They have to be perfect, and you know what? Sid Tavolato has an opportunity here to pop the ball, and now they're done. And they get to know that they've won the contest. But look at that athleticism!
Wow. One thing I will note though is that's another guard pull from the team finishers. They're not really looking to go wrestling much, are they? But, oh man. Almost like a side knee bar. Oh, he's going on the other foot.
Looked like it was an Aoki lock. Pulls the foot out of there, though.
Finishers living up to their name here at the AIGA USA Qualifier, Jake, because they are just on the hunt for the submission finish.
Sid Tavolato attacking the taped up foot of Tyler Brown. They're right in it. It hasn't even been a minute in this match, and already 3 different leg entanglements. In on the leg once again. Oh, and look at that, Sid Tavolato! Makes it happen for finishers.
Wow, that is the fastest submission that we've seen here so far today. 47 seconds.
And your winner by submission, representing finishers, Sid Tavolato.
Well, that makes it official. Finishers will win that series. They have now taken it 4 matches, regardless of the remaining results. And here is the replay of that very, very tight inside heel hook. Man, you saw the big bridge, the hips going through the side of the knee. The heel, of course, caught there in the upper body grip. Oh man, I hope he's okay after that one.
That's just terrible.
He's able to continue, because that was a very, very powerful submission win there for Sid Tavolato.
Finishers very pleased with the work of their 70-kilogram representative, but we move right along, and we're still, even though finishers secured the victory, they're still going to play out the rest of the matches, because that can still have implications for the rest of the bracket, and that's just one of the cool things that AIGA does as well. If you're slated to go, you are still going to go. Even if you know that perhaps you've lost or the team has lost this round, it's still going to continue on, and we still move right along to the next bout. The next one's going to take place in the above 91-kilogram division.
Our next bout takes place in the above 91-kilogram division. In the red corner, representing Legion American Jiu-Jitsu, Braylor Grout. And in the blue corner, representing finishers, Connor Dixon.
Well, even though the result is official, the team finishers are the overall winners here, and will go through, there is no bracket, that they score here in this round robin as a winner. These results still count, Jake, because when all is said and done, if results are tied by one group or another, then the methods of victory matter as to how people advance. So it's important for finishers. They can't take their foot off the gas. They need to stay active. They need to stay.
Oh my goodness.
Early pass there.
Look at this.
And he's going kind of interesting head and arm control there. I thought he was going to go for like the sort of the submission there from the Kesikatami. But just to explain.
Oh my goodness, that shallow knee cut of Connor Dixon. He's able to articulate his knee in such a flexible
nice
way.
Work off from Grout and going onto the back here. He's a little bit high. Can't quite see if he has the control around the neck. No, he doesn't. He falls off. But these results matter is what I'm trying to say, Jake, is that every result counts, because for Legion, they're not just fighting for pride. You know, if they can get back with you know, some submissions, for example, from here on out, if there are ties in the group stage, then, you know, what will happen is our referees will have to tally up the results and the methods of the victory to see who goes through into the final rounds.
Which is kind of what you saw in the AIGA Champions League final from the previous iteration of AIGA, where Modolfo, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Hal, that's actually how they managed to secure the victory, because it came down to the submissions.
Exactly, exactly. And I'm really impressed here with Dixon's top game. He's giving Grout some problems, and it's deceptive, isn't it? His guard passing style, the way he just kind of slid through into that top position very, very early on in the match, Jake. It caught us both by surprise.
It's not very often you see somebody mix up double underpassing with knee cutting, and they do it very fluidly like that. I think it took Braylor Grout by surprise. You see him inverting all the way underneath here, pulling the leg all the way over, looking possibly to throw that leg over. Look at that leg entry by Braylor Grout.
That's really nice. Now, we see this answer to the body lock passing a lot. It's kind of like a funk roll, you know, they catch the leg, they pass it all the way over to the top. Oh, but this is Grout's. This is his moneymaker right here. If he gets on the neck with those long arms, he's got the anaconda, he's got the DAS, but I love the way that he uses the ankle pick. But he hasn't managed to really keep Dixon down so far. Now he has, but it was still in the 3 minute, before the 3 minutes had kind of hit, so we're still in the no points period, only takedown points.
And that's something.
If he passes here, he can score.
And that's something that, you know, there's a lot of rule sets in jiu-jitsu. AIGA with the team format, with the, you know, the no point scoring period. I mean, that's something that ADCC has done and other, you know, organizations have kind of adopted to give wrestlers also a little bit of an olive branch extended. But in AIGA, that's something that's very important to keep in mind. And now look, 3 points on the board for Braylor Grout.
Yeah, that was nice. He got the pass points, but he's back now into this kind of headquarters position here. And I'd kind of like to see what Dixon's guard game is like, because we've seen his top game and it's pretty good so far. Question is, what is he going to do from bottom? And look at him inverting. Look at the flexibility.
Yeah, both of these men move so well for how big they are. You know, I mean, Braylor Grout weighing in, I believe, 106 kilos at the weigh-ins yesterday, and just moving so well. It's interesting. You'd think that these guys were 76 kilograms, but this is the above 91 kilogram division.
Yeah, we've got just over 90 seconds remaining, and it's a lot of action for just the first round.
Oh, Braylor probably looking over for this triangle. He's got his legs up high. That arm is still secure.
Platter. Well, I like the way that Dixon adjusted, but he's not out of danger completely. Oh,
look
armbar
at
attack
this.
here. Rolling armbar, rolling juji.
It's a tough spot for Connor Dixon. He's got about a minute and 10 seconds to stave this off, and Braylor in on the arm.
Oh, he's managed to free his shoulder. This is like the famous reverse hitchhiker that we saw J-Rod and Nicky Rod do so well. That just, if you're able to turn your shoulder and kind of rotate your arm, it's amazing how you can relieve the pressure of that armbar attack. But I love how Grout is just chaining these attacks together. He's even talking with his corner. But look at this, he can't go for the twister. It's illegal, and he knew that. He's actually trolling the finisher's corner. He kind of got to the center position, but he's got 30 seconds left, and he's now head and arm. Oh, we could see the finish here, Jake.
Oh, and he does get the tap, Braylor Grout.
With 28 seconds remaining in the first round, Braylor Grout gets the Das choke submission.
Your winner by submission, representing Legion American Jiu-Jitsu, Braylor Grout.
Wow, that was a lot of action for just one round of Jiu-Jitsu. And Legion, well, as we said, the overall result has been decided, but I love these maneuvers here. Just so much creative work from both men. Dixon really did impress me with his top game, with his flexibility. But Grout managed to chain together so many different submission attacks. This armbar, he went for the back control. It was almost taunting his opponent and the opposing team with the threat of the twister before he was able to sink in this Das choke right here for that submission win.
Yeah, it seemed like it was all in good fun, too. They were all laughing. Ian Dobby on the corner is laughing. It's good to see that everybody's enjoying the experience of AIGA as well. It really is a fun event.
More to come. We've got one more round in this series between Legion and finishers coming right up.
Our next bout takes place in the under 91 kilogram division. Out of the red corner, representing Legion American Jiu-Jitsu, Adam Bradley. And his opponent out of the blue corner, representing finishers, Andrew Dyer.
All right, here we go. Final match in this series. Our referee, Max. You may be wondering about shades. I've seen a few comments about it. He has a pretty gnarly eye infection right now, so he's He's managed to suck it up, but out there under those bright lights, you will forgive him for wearing the shades. But Adam Bradley on the left, immediately sitting through the guard.
I think it looks
Dyer
sick.
on top.
I think it looks cool.
I think it looks great. 80s action movie villain style.
Yeah, looks like the Terminator.
Bradley, last time I saw him in action was, of course, at the Craig Jones Invitational in late August, where he had 2 matches, won his first, and displayed his trademark toughness and excellent submission defense. And Adam Bradley is just one of those guys. He is a very, very difficult customer to deal with because he's got such great submission defense, and he's so confident in that. It's really difficult to approach him as an opponent because you're like, man, how do I beat this guy?
I think the word that comes to mind when I think of Adam Bradley as a competitor and as a jiu-jitsu practitioner is discipline. You see it in the way he takes care of his strength and conditioning. You see it in the way that he approaches the game as a student. And I think when you look at how, I mean, he could have a 3-hour match and not get submitted at any point during it and actually come back to win the match. It just speaks to that ability to remain calm under extreme pressure. Looked like Adam Bradley possibly had a really deep bite on the ankle. I almost thought his opponent tapped for a second, but he's in on the leg. And his fundamentals are just very, very sound. You spoke a lot to his toughness. It's just something, I mean, that comes with competing at the highest level for as long as he has.
It is amazing, isn't it, when you think about that he was one half of one of the longest jiu-jitsu matches, recorded jiu-jitsu matches in history. You know, 3 hours approximately. A really tough match there on the FloGrappling Who's Next reality series. Initial round just to get onto the show, winning that one by submission. And then he had multiple matches that went just very, very long. And yeah, his toughness is definitely not in question. The question really here is about Dyer from finishers. You know, we don't know as much about Dyer as we do about Bradley. Bradley's very well known, established black belt, been on the scene for a long time. Whereas Dyer, he's going in there as not necessarily an underdog, and wouldn't say that, but he definitely is the, he's definitely on the back foot a little bit, and especially in this entanglement here, he has cleared his knee line, done a great job of disengaging and resetting, almost in the halfway mark of this first round.
Much to the excitement of finishers, they were very, very amped up that he was able to get out of that leg entanglement.
But one thing I will say, though, Jake, is that sometimes being the underdog, being the lesser known half of a jiu-jitsu match can also be an advantage. Your opponent doesn't necessarily know what to expect from you. Maybe even there's a little less pressure because people are expecting less from you. You can just go out there and you can just focus on your own, on your game, which really all jiu-jitsu competitors should do, but it's easier said than done, right?
Absolutely, and I feel like Andrew Dyer is also in a particularly comfortable spot as well, knowing that his team has secured this round. They have secured the matchup between them and Legion. He's an underdog coming into this, so it's almost like I get to go out there and I got nothing to lose, sort of a deal.
Well, he does, though. I mean, the result still matters, as we said earlier.
Oh,
every result does count towards the overall victories. He can't afford to just go out there and lay down for Adam Bradley, right?
Absolutely. And you know what? You're right. I was thinking almost like it was the Turkey qualifier or the Brazil qualifier, which was more of a standard bracket. If you guys were following along in FloGrappling, that was more of a standard sort of a single elimination style. This is more of the group stage style. So no, you're definitely right about that, Hal.
Bradley, from bottom, we see him, he's kind of trying to scoop those legs and to draw them in. So far, Dyer's had the answers to those. It's much more of a slower paced match than we've seen from some of the other matches so far in the series.
I would agree. And I think it has a little bit to do also with the approach of Adam Bradley. He's not necessarily the most explosive competitor, the most dynamically moving competitor. He's very tactical in his approach, and I think that Drew is meeting him in that pace to sort of look for the opportunities that Adam might present. You saw that also in Bradley's ADCC trials run, which he got to the final, and the moment that almost broke the jiu-jitsu internet between him and Michael Pixley. I mean, that was a deep half guard sweep. It was very meticulously set up, and it was not exactly a quick motion or movement, but it was incredibly impactful, and he does a good job of setting things up before he actually puts a lot of effort behind them.
You know, I think that's a great description of Adam Bradley's jiu-jitsu. It is pretty slow and steady, isn't it? You know, you rarely see people take him out of his rhythm. You know, he often is the one who kind of sets the pace in the match. You know, he'll slow things down when necessary. You know, he never really forces or explodes into a position, but he gets where he needs to go. But that said, he has not been able to effectively put Dyer in a bad position so far in this match. And that means that this first round will be declared a draw.
Round 1 declared a draw.
0-0 in that first 5-minute period. Look at this technical instruction here from the corner and the finishers. Zach Manensky coming in on late-minute notice to act as kind of like a team coach here. Originally, it was going to be Zach Maslany from the Finishers HQ in Pennsylvania there, but couldn't make it down, unfortunately. We miss you, Zach. Hope you're watching. Sure you are. You were the one who put the team together for this. But we've got another Zach taking over in his place. And along with Sid Tavallaro there, it's you know, offering some technical advice on how to deal with that tricky guard of Adam Bradley, because Bradley does have a tricky guard, right? He really does. You know, the leg entanglements, the deep half guard, very, very good deep half guard. I don't know about you, Jake, but I don't like deep half guard players. It's so frustrating.
Generally, it's more the guard that I'm frustrated with than the player. I'm just joking. But,
yeah.
but no, you're right.
I don't have a prejudice against deep half players in general. It's the position I dislike, you know?
For sure. And I think that what it is about deep half guard and about this, the style, let's take the style of Adam Bradley, for instance. It's when you're able to control the pace of a match in the way that Bradley does. Dyer, he doesn't want to exert himself too much, right? Because then you're wasting energy in that place in the favor of Adam Bradley. So you kind of have to play the game of the bottom player. And you see right here, Dyer trying to create movement, trying to go to the side. And look at this. This is, I might have to eat my words here, Hal. This is a good situation.
This is better. This is a lot better from Dyer here. This is the first time we've really seen him in an attacking position. And that's a really, really nice control there. That is a great entry into the DAS choke. But we know how difficult it is to choke Adam Bradley. We've seen it so many times in the past. His submission defense is just absolutely rock solid. Unless you've got a Nicky Rod style squeeze, it's very difficult to choke Adam Bradley.
Yeah, I would agree. And this is a good spot for Dyer as well, because this could yield sort of a point situation. This could yield actually him being able to control the pace of the match a little bit. You see him circling around to the side.
That's good work. That is good work from Dyer in turning this into a near back take. But look at the roll through from Bradley. No panic whatsoever in the face of that. And he's just patiently working through to try and suck up the leg. And look at the escape out the back door from Bradley. Possible knee bar here.
Rolling
Maybe
through.
Outside heel hook.
Dyer trying to get this body lock from behind. But Bradley now in on that straight ankle lock.
Oh, nice work there from Bradley.
Oh, this could be a lot of pressure, Hal.
It looks good. That looks pretty solid. I mean, we've seen people get finished from this position. It looks like it's a little high on the calf to really get that extension through the Achilles and to put the pressure on the foot.
The thing about a straight ankle lock, Hal, is that you need distance. If you're close like this, it's very hard to get the proper leverage on a straight ankle lock, and that's why a lot of times it doesn't work. If you're really strong and you have a great strength in your bicep and in your arching capability, then but this is where the foot lock actually gets tight. And even though the foot's slipping out a little bit, he's getting a little bit of the separation. The farther away that Drew Dyer's leg is or his foot is from Adam Bradley, the more leverage is going to be on that straight ankle lock. And now he's transitioning to sort of that, it looks like the power grip on the heel hook.
Man, I'm really impressed with Dyer's defense in the face of that leg lock threat. You know, Adam Bradley has some great leg locks. And yeah, Drew Dyer, he has actually a win over Kevin Crane at the PGF qualifier a few weeks ago. Kevin Crane is, you know, really, really tough competitor from the Southern California scene. And to do that is not easy whatsoever. Training out a surf fight there in Cardiff by the Sea, Southern California. It's kind of cool, isn't it, about how these squads bring together guys from different gyms, different teams, different locations, all together to represent. Oh no, look at this. Oh, there's the danger of the outside heel hook there for a second. Bradley almost managed to get a bite to the heel, but he's gone back to the straight ankle.
Yeah, it was a very shallow bite. And now back to that straight ankle lock. Look, put feet on the hips, trying to create that separation. And that is going to be Adam Bradley. He got the separation. He got the space on the straight foot lock and was able to get the tap.
Well, I'm going to say this again. That is a significant win. Even though the overall result has been decided, every victory counts.
Your winner out of the red corner, representing Legion American Jiu-Jitsu by submission, Adam Bradley.
Came late in the second round. Adam Bradley, let's take a look at this replay. In the end, it was 4-3 to finishers. So it really was the forfeited match that actually lost it for them. They were able to win 3 matches, 2 of them by submission, and 1 of them was that beautiful belly down straight ankle lock there from Adam Bradley.
We now invite both teams back to the stage for the official decision. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner out of the blue corner, finishers.
Well, that's it for the end of this first series. Now, the end of the first series in Group A, Legion American Jiu-Jitsu versus Finishers. Finishers taking the win. Now, this, of course, is a 3-round round robin in Group A. The first 2 rounds will take place today. The 3rd round will take place tomorrow. We move on next to Group B, where we have 2 rounds of that today, 1 round tomorrow, and then the final, the best team from Group A versus the best team from Group B will face off tomorrow afternoon. But it's time to announce our 2nd round. Take it away, Jake Watson.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to begin the next round of action. In the red corner, Team Vanguard. The under 60 kilogram division, Fabian Ramirez. In the under 65 kilogram division, Dylan Garofalo. In the under 70 kilogram division, David Soilescu. In the under 76 kilogram division, Nicholas Ronan. The under 83 kilogram division, Luke Martin. In the under 91 kilogram division, Anthony Palisano. And in the above 91 kilogram division, Josh Saunders. And their opponents out of the blue corner, Team 10th Planet. In the under 60 kilogram division, Chris Crawford. In the under 65 kilogram division, Gio Martinez. In the under 70 kilogram division, Ben Eddy. In the under 76 kilogram division, Sam Schwarzapfel. In the under 83 kilogram division, Kyle Chambers. In the under 91 kilogram division, Ryan Aitken. In the above 91 kilogram division, Kevin Burbrick. And now we invite Chief Judge Olsha Stoshanov, as well as the managers from both teams, to the center of the mat to decide the bout order. First bout takes place in the under 76 kilogram division. Our second bout takes place at under 91 kilos. The third bout will be at above 91 kilos. Fourth bout, under 65 kilos. Next will be under 60 kilos. Then under 70 kilos. And finally, under 83 kilograms. Our first bout will take place in the under 76 kilogram division. Athletes, you may be seated, and we'll get started with the first round.
Well, now that the draws have been made, we know the order of the matches. Will we be starting off this encounter between Vanguard and 10th Planet in the under 76 kilogram division? And one important thing to note here, Jake, is that Sam Schwarzapfel, representative from 10th Planet, did not make weight yesterday and will start every round with a -4-point penalty.
Yeah, that is very important to keep in consideration, and it didn't happen very much yesterday. Not a lot of athletes did miss weight by that.
We had 2 in total. Two
only
missed
2.
weight. Yeah, 1 from Fight Sports. Oh no, Checkmat, excuse me, and 1 from here. We got Sam Schwarzapfel from 10th Planet, but the referee will call them to the mat, and we're going to get underway with Nick Ronan and Sam Schwarzapfel.
All right.
Yep. First bout takes place in the under 76 kilogram division. In the red corner, out of Vanguard, Nicholas Ronan. And his opponent in the blue corner, out of 10th Planet, Sam Schwarzapfel.
So moments away now from this first match in a 7-match series between 10th Planet and Team Vanguard. We got on the left of the screen there in the white right there is Nick Ronan, co-founder of the Vanguard Academy in Long Island, New York, along with Jason Rao, who is acting as the team manager here for Vanguard. On the right of the screen is Sam Schwarzapfel of 10th Planet. He's actually a brown belt, but has got the call up here because Eddie Bravo says, you know what, Sam has got the game for this. He's got great wrestling, he's got great passing. He's actually from the New York area, wrestled in the New York area himself.
Oh my goodness!
Early reversal there from Nick Ronan. Of course, just a reminder that no points scored in the first 2 minutes of each round for anything other than takedowns. But Ronan does start every match with 4 points on the board because Schwarzapfel missed weight yesterday. He came in just about 1 kilo over the weight limit, which is about 2.2 pounds. Now, if you come in over that, it's a straight DQ. You can't compete. Oh, the Ronan shooting up that leg entry.
So quick with it.
But Schwarzapfel, he got to within about 1 kilo, and he's like, listen, what happens if I don't make weight? We said, well, there's a -4-point penalty at the start of each round. And he's like, you know what? I'm good with that. He has enough confidence in his game and his style that he says that he can go forward and he can compete even with a 4-point deficit in each round. And, well, let's see what happens. Because 4 points is quite a lot in a 5-minute round, right, Jake?
Absolutely. And it's a lot in this rule set as well, you know. And he's a very dynamic grappler. Like you had mentioned, he has a wrestling pedigree. And he has displayed in competition. You know, he was at the PGF World Season 6, and he competed on Team Epic Roll there, displayed some really athletic, dynamic passing capability. I mean, you saw him start the match like that. And look at this, Nick Ronan now in on the leg. Sam having to kick out.
You can already kind of tell, can't you, that Schwarzapfel, very physical, elusive, I would say, because that's twice now that Ronan has shot up a leg entanglement, and Schwarzapfel is just, man, he's like a sprinter out of the blocks. He is nowhere to be seen. He's not hanging out in those entanglements, and I think against somebody like Ronan, who is known as, you know, a great technical grappler, a really good technician, especially with the lower body submissions, makes a lot of sense. Don't hang it out in those positions.
You can't afford to, and you know, this entire event is full of people like that, full of people who are just so well versed, both upstairs, downstairs, mixing up both attacks. And Sam has the game to explode at any moment into a big pass attempt, but Ronan's so good at setting up the traps, and he's such an experienced competitor. Just, I mean, you see it how he's able to respond to these little moments, and it's a deep leg entanglement that Sam has to fight out of, or at the very beginning of the match, almost landed directly in mount. That's what I mean right there.
You're talking about those explosive movements. I mean, this is in the under 76 kilogram division. For those of you who don't speak metric, that's about 167.5 pounds. Of course, Schwarzapfel came in at 77 kilograms, so it's like 170. It's been a while since I've seen Nick Ronan on the scene. He was very active a couple of years ago. We saw him a lot on tournament series, such as the Kasai grappling tournament, when that was, you know, very active. But of course, Kasai now it's kind of, you know, still active, but in another way. They actually put together a team. Rich Byrne, Kasai co-founder, and they won the they won the AIGA South American qualifiers, Jake. So we will see AIGA return, Kasai return to AIGA Champions League next year.
Well, if you've been following along with Rich Byrne on his social media, you know that actually it seems like his experience at AIGA sort of revived and breathed a little bit of life into his promoter inspirations, right? He really wants to bring Kasai back, and I'm excited about that because I've always loved Kasai grappling.
Yeah, great, really important tournament over the last couple of years, and you know, among many others, kind of had the wind taken out of its sails by the pandemic, and lost a lot of momentum, and we didn't see any Kasai events after that. But great to see Kasai still active on the jiu-jitsu scene, and yeah, let's hope that we see future events as well. But you know, they've qualified along with Team Eurotrash, of course, who won the European qualifiers in Antalya, Turkey earlier this year. And then, of course, Kasai won the South American qualifiers in Sao Paulo, Brazil. Here in Long Beach, California, one, but possibly even two teams could qualify from this tournament. Oh, nice. Look at that. Beautiful use of the that explosive movement, like you mentioned, Jake, to force Ronan to turtle. That won't score as a guard pass, but if he can get hooks. Stop. Oh, it's the end of the round. But one, possibly two teams could qualify from this tournament.
Round one goes to Vanguard.
Because the overall winner of this event, of course, will qualify, but the organizers have told us that if there is another impressive performance, we could see a second team receive an invite. And Schwarzapfel, not sure if it was a technical mistake or a beautiful technical move by Ronan, but they ended up briefly in that mount position right at the beginning of the round.
It's probably a mix of both. And you know, Sam, I think at the very end of that round, perhaps he realized the true implications of being down by 4 points, because nothing happened in that round. If it was 0-0, nothing happened. No score, no. By all AIGA standards, it would have been a tied round, but he's down by 4. And that's a big deal. And so now, down one round in a very even contest. I mean, you had mentioned Nicholas Ronan. I mean, he's not an easy puzzle to figure out. And so we'll see what kind of adjustments Sam makes in this second round.
He'll have to make some. Ronan obviously knows, I need to make grips, I need to pull guard as soon as possible, because Schwarzapfel's wrestling pedigree, I don't think it's a huge secret. And if Ronan starts every round 4 points up, he obviously doesn't want to give up 2 for the takedown, so he's pulling guard quickly. The question is whether he can hold on effectively to Schwarzapfel to really get any submission attacks going. That so far hasn't been possible.
Sort of a shallow butterfly guard into a knee shield. Nicholas Ronan. And Sam does this thing where he dances around to the outside, possibly looking for one of those explosive passes, maybe looking for Nick to reach in and overextend potentially. Ronan doesn't extend himself very far beyond what he's able to grab and get a secure connection on. And notice that he's not spending too much time just reaching with the legs or reaching overly with the arms. His head rarely goes in front of his knees.
Yeah, Schwarzapfel, he really stays on the outside. Oh, that was a nice little, trying to get hold of it, but Schwarzapfel is so elusive. But Schwarzapfel, he is all about that long range guard passing, right?
Now, I think you can see it right here. He's playing with the hands, and you saw it at the very beginning too. Yeah, he looks for that right arm on the right hip of Nick Ronan, sort of that big cartwheel style passing.
This is a little better for Ronan here. He's actually got a decent grip this time on the lower leg and the heel. And now he's moving his way up to the hip as well. I think Schwarzapfel, this is the only time we haven't seen him immediately react to those leg entanglements and explode out. And this is a big opportunity for Ronan if he can hold on, if he can just maintain that connection. This is better. Look at this, now he's got a back exposure. This is good for Ronan.
Oh, right arm trying to find the chin. And
Body
the triangle.
That's really nice work there from Ronan. And it was, I think, you know, as much as it was good work from Ronan, Schwarzapfel, he just took his eye off the target for a second, because so far those disengagements have worked so well for him. And he let that go for a minute to change up his game, and now Ronan's on the threat. He's got the, there it is!
And that's it.
Decent rear naked choke, got the submission at almost 3 minutes into the second round.
Your winner by submission, Nicholas Ronan.
Well, the first match in this 7-match series between Vanguard and 10th Planet, as a result of that rear naked choke right there, Jake, that puts Vanguard in the driver's seat for this series. 1 match down, 1 submission.
Yeah, right across the chin too. Not, if you see it from the start of it, it wasn't really underneath the chin. It was just one of those chokes that, sort of like Nicky Rod says, anything under the nose is the neck.
Underneath the eyebrows.
Oh, is it? Yeah. Is it the eyebrows? Oh, geez.
Yeah, it's all about that big squeeze. But that's a big win there for Vanguard, and you know, 1 match in, feels good to have a submission on the scoreboard.
Our next bout takes place in the under 65 kilogram division. In the red corner, representing Vanguard, Dylan Garofalo. In the red corner, Anthony Poliseno. And in the blue corner, Ryan Aitken.
All right, second match now in this series, 10th Planet versus Vanguard. Ryan Aitken getting fired up here at Matside for his match against Anthony Poliseno in the under 91 kilogram division. There is Ryan Aitken. Need to get him his ankle band. It seems that Sam Schwarzapfel might have left the left the arena wearing it. There we go. Ryan Aitken finding the humor in the moment.
Good thing there was a replacement, right? Good thing there was a replacement.
Good thing there was a replacement. All right, on the left is Anthony Poliseno. On the right is Ryan Aitken. 91 kilogram division. Immediately guard pulled there from Poliseno, representing Team Vanguard.
Aiken right knee forward. Control over the ankle, the right hand.
Anthony Palaceno, a black belt in jiu-jitsu, 31 years of age. Got his black belt from Matt Serra and is one of the main coaches there at Matt Serra's academy in Long Island, New York. And of course, Matt Serra is responsible for giving Jason Rao the black belt as well. So, you know, it's all part of the same family, right? That Renzo Gracie network spreads far and wide in the northeast of the USA.
Yeah, it really does. And Jason Rao at the head of, you know, just this Vanguard team. He's such a tactician in his own right. He has an extensive resume in his own competitive career. And, you know, talking to him in the press conference yesterday, he just seems so confident in his team.
He did. Yeah, I mean, Jason's put together a decent squad here. Of course, they've, you know, scored an early submission. But he brought together an interesting mix of characters because you know, Nick Ronan, Anthony Palaceno, Fabian Ramirez, of course, they're all based there in the Northeast, and they are representatives of the Vanguard Serra kind of family. But he's also called in guys such as Baby Dave Stoilescu, Luke Martin, and Josh Saunders, coming in from Sydney West Martial Arts, all the way there in Australia to make up the numbers for this Team Vanguard. That is the beauty about this competition, AIGA. You get these super teams comprised of talent from different places, different locations. Palaceno is an instructor, as I said, at Serra, but he's also an instructor at Vanguard. So these guys, they're all very familiar with. It's not like they just called up any randoms. These guys they really know each other, and they train together a lot. Ryan Aiken, excuse me, is just one of the you know, the better known members of the 10th Planet team nowadays, isn't he? You know, he's won so many notable tournaments. He's a EBI champion of Submission Only Series tournament in California, coming out of Sean Applegate's 10th Planet location there. And just a really, really solid competitor.
He's built up quite a resume for himself as well. Has had notable victories over great competitors. ADCC 2022, or 2024 rather. Beat Pedro Mourinho.
By submission, no less. Yeah, an outside heel hook win against, you know, the formidable Pedro Mourinho. But look at this now. The Ryan Aiken showing a little bit of his positional game by settling down into the north-south. That's going to be a three-point guard pass. Ryan Aiken scores with just about 2 minutes remaining now in this first 5-minute round of a potential 3 5-minute round match, Jake.
Palaceno was doing a great job of showing the upstairs, downstairs attacks that we've been talking about throughout this event. I mean, he was going for that arm saddle into K-guard and then back upstairs for another attack, back looking for some other leg entry from the false reap. But I think Ryan Aiken used that first little bit of the match to develop sort of a understanding of what he might be dealing with, and it's a great guard pass. He's a very imposing figure also for this division, I would say.
Aiken?
Oh yeah.
Man, you know, not only is he really, really solid, you know, dangerous grappler. Obviously, the submission threats are real, but he's just, I think, one of the better known and more kind of reliable competitors on, you know, not just any. I'm not trying to talk bad about anybody in the 10th Planet team, but you look at a guy like Ryan Aiken in that lineup, and you're like, yeah, that guy's dangerous, you know. But the 10th Planet team in general, I mean, look at who we've got. We've got sat on the sidelines, ready to come up later.
Look at this.
Gio Martinez, Ben Eddy, Kyle Chambers, Kevin Burbridge, and more. Nice work there from Palaceno in getting back up to his feet.
Yeah, Aiken wrapped up that foot, sat back for it really fast. It's another thing too is it's difficult as the match goes on, and you know, you're technically, if it's 3 rounds, which we're coming to the end of the first round here, that's 15 minutes including a break. So that's, you know, you're on the mat for 18 minutes, and you develop a lot of sweat. It gets slippery out there, and it's difficult to wrap up the legs in those kind of situations.
Yeah, personally, I'm a big fan of these rounds. We see a lot of events using rounds in jiu-jitsu now. You know, traditionally, jiu-jitsu competitors, you'd start off in the lower ranks, the colored belts, blue belt, purple belt. You'd fight in these short matches, 5 minutes, 6 minutes, 7 minutes. and work your way up to 10 for the black belt matches. And then a lot of submission only and other grappling events started having 10, 15, 30-minute matches.
Round 1 goes to 10th Planet.
But we've seen events such as AIGA, ADXC, and of course Craig Jones Invitational, 3 great examples of major jiu-jitsu promotions this year who have really shown sort of the fan-friendly aspect of rounds in jiu-jitsu. Because, okay, 3-0 for Ryan Aiken in that first round, but the scoreboard goes back to 0 as we go into the second round, and it's almost like Palaceno gets a second chance.
Yes, absolutely. And I think it's a little bit easier for casual fans or newcomers to jiu-jitsu to understand as well. As if it's 3 rounds and you know that whoever wins the best, 2 out of 3, then it's easier for them to follow along with. Whereas a big, long match that's extended and the rules might be different. I mean, it's one of the biggest complaining points of people who are against the movement of jiu-jitsu becoming more mainstream, more popular, is the fact that we have so many rule sets.
Yeah.
But things like rounds make the rule sets matter a little bit less. And those competitions that you mentioned, Hal, like CJI, like AIGA, like ADXC, those are groundbreaking events doing something different, and they're attracting a lot of viewership and a lot of intrigue because it's just different. It's fun. It's exciting.
It really is. It really is. It's so much better for the athletes as well because, as I said, 3 rounds. In effect, it's 3 short matches. It's just like they train in the gym, 5 minutes on, 1 minute off.
Goodness.
And that is a really nice use of the pressure there from top to go straight into the mount with the underhook crossface. That is big pressure here from Ryan Aiken. And you look at him walking his right hand up there, trying to separate the elbow away from the ribs. Could see him go for head and arm choke. Jake, what do you think?
Yeah, it looks like he's dipping, or he's trying to inch that right arm up, and you see Palaceno, he can feel it too. If Ryan Aiken is able to continually move his arm up and cup that left, you see that left hand cupping the shoulder, he's gonna look to bring his left ear around to the arm and then possibly transition to an arm triangle, otherwise known as a karagatame. He could also use this though, Hal, to turn him over to his right side. He could look for an arm bar, he could look for back takes off of this position if he's able to get the gift wrap, but like I had said,
head and arm choke. Definitely looking for it. Ryan Aiken has managed to put his left ear on that tricep. And this is, big pressure here. Didn't even have to step off the mount to get the finish. Ryan Aiken with that second round submission.
Your winner by submission, representing 10th Planet, Ryan Aiken.
The good old head and arm choke. Katakatami, arm triangle, whatever you want to call it. For Ryan Aiken, second round submission there for 10th Planet. So now it's 1-1, Jake. Like, talk us through that replay there. I was a little distant to see the choke, but the way that Palaceno came out of it, you could tell the pressure was considerable.
When you have the arm underneath the chin in the way that Ryan Aiken did, you don't need to do the traditional move off into side control and walk for the arm triangle. You can just squeeze from that position. I mean, it's called an arm triangle. So when you have the legs locked around the neck in a triangle, you don't always need to cut the angle. It's the same thing with the arm triangle. If you have the arm in the right position and there's no space around, like left around the neck, you can get the submission from right there, and that was a perfect example of it.
Only 1 minute and 26 seconds of that second round for Aiken to get the submission, and we're going to move on now into the heavyweight division coming up in just a moment. Here's one more look at that submission. Aiken, so it's now evens.
Our next bout takes place in the above 91 kilogram division. Representing Vanguard in the red corner, Josh Saunders. And his opponent in the blue corner, representing 10th Planet, Kevin Burbrick.
Now this, Howell, is a very interesting matchup. You got Josh Saunders, the heaviest competitor here at the AIGA USA Qualifier, has been a rising star in the jiu-jitsu world. And then you got Kevin Burbrick, who I would say is probably one of the most nimble above 91 competitors that AIGA has ever had on their stage.
Yeah, Saunders weighed in at over 250 pounds yesterday. I believe he was about 115 kilos, which is a very large human indeed. Kevin Burbrick is just shade under 220. And you're right, Burbrick's game is not what you would expect from a guy his size. Incredibly flexible, plays a very open guard, great inversions, can get stacked like a, flat as a pancake and comfortably attacks from there. But Josh Saunders fighting his way through into the semifinals of the recent ADCC 2024 World Championships, a two-time ADCC veteran, a two-time ADCC Trials champion. Saunders has proved, with only a couple of years of jiu-jitsu training under his belt, very, very quickly adapted to the grappling arts. Of course, a former athlete. I believe he was I'm not sure if it was rugby or if it was Australian rules football player, but one of those ball sports that they play down under. I can say that for sure. But he came into grappling late in life and in very short time has become a world-class competitor. And I think that's a result of the work that he's been doing there, of course, with coach Luke Martin at Sydney West Martial Arts, and the extensive competition experience that Saunders has had as well, because he's very prolific. He competes a lot, competes regularly. Got a big super fight lined up with Declan Moody, two of Australia's top talents coming up in soon in Australia. And look at that, though, that Saunders has passed, or nearly passed, a shade before the actual points became active. And I'm wondering if he actually gave up that pass to pass again, thinking, you know what, maybe it's better to get the points on the board.
And you can see him picking up the activity side to side, mixing up. For the first part of that match, up until that moment where he passed the guard, it was a lot of just pressure forward and really slowly. But now it seems like he's mixing up the side to side along with that pressure. Saunders, yeah, not somebody to say no to an opportunity as well. He's able to share the mats with Gordon Ryan. And Kevin Burbrick, I mean, when it comes to grappling the heavier end of the above 91 kilogram division as well, Kevin has shared the mats with Dan Monasoyu, who is an exceptionally large jiu-jitsu competitor, also very nimble and has a very dynamic guard. Kevin was very active in the ADCC Opens, especially when they were first just jumping into the scene and everybody was doing them. The Orange County Opens and the Chicago Open, Denver Open. I mean, I felt like I saw this guy every single month at those ADCC Opens, and
well,
just staying very active.
To compete regularly, right? And that's what really counts. If you want to be a high-level competitor, maintaining that kind of year-round consistency for some people is very, very important. Gaining the experience is so valuable. As I said, it's a great platform to do so. I feel like Saunders has been a bit cagey in engaging Burbrick's guard. He's probably aware of the traps that await him, but at the same time, that's a good thing about this 5-minute round. It's definitely a feeling out process. And look at the guard recovery from Burbrick. Really nice work there. Oh, but that was a fast little stutter step. Almost cleared the inside leg there, but Burbrick, nice late recovery.
You saw Burbrick's, the guard recovery there was just a stiff arm underneath the armpit. And I feel like you see a lot of 10th Planet competitors do that. It must be a part of their system, because a lot of them, they just are able to have the timing to stiff arm right on the rib cage as you're passing, and it really does prevent the guard. It's like getting a weird block on your way to a guard pass. Yeah,
frames are so important in jiu-jitsu, aren't they? They could be used by competitors of all sizes. So powerful in comparison to just muscular strength. But Saunders, talking about muscular strength, see the way that he's kind of leaning forward? He's making Burbrick carry his weight here with that kind of knee shield. If he can pop that off, maybe go up the middle. But it is that left knee of Burbrick, which is the main obstacle here for Saunders to get around all through. But with less than 10 seconds, I think this round is going to end 0-0, Jake.
And this could have been an information gathering round as well
Right.
for both competitors. You know, it doesn't seem like they're both too keen on exerting so much in that first round.
Yeah, absolutely. So end of first round, and it's a draw.
Round 1 declared a draw.
Let's take a look at some of the best moments from that first round. Definitely, as you said, Jake, it was a bit of a cagey one, but talk us through it.
Well, yeah, you see Josh Saunders, this was immediately after that situation where it looked like he did pass the guard of Kevin Burbrick, but maybe playing with the idea of going side to side, re-engaging back in that knee cut, jamming both legs down. You know, he has his right hand on the ankle, left hand on the knee, transitions into this double under. I think he was really opening up the playbook a little bit to see how Kevin Burbrick would react. And Kevin, like I mentioned, his guard is so comfortable. He's very dynamic and nimble with his guard. It's going to be a tough puzzle to figure out, but Josh Saunders also has this, like we had talked about in that first round. He's got strength on his side. He's got that imposing size as
I feel
well.
like that last clip we saw there in the replay, that was the closest that Saunders came to passing guard. Well, let's see what happens differently now in this second round. We have another 5 minutes to work. Burbrick immediately, the moment they make contact, pulls, but he did so without an effective grip. So he's actually been hit with a penalty as a result, Jake.
That's definitely interesting. I'm not sure that Kevin was entirely aware that that would be something that would give him a penalty. It looked like he was very flippant about it.
Maybe forgot, because we definitely discussed it at the rules meeting yesterday. Pulling guard with no grips will result in a penalty, but I feel like there's a little more pressure here from Saunders, a little more intention in this kind of passing position. You see him trying to get to the that inside space, and oh, nice use of double underhooks here. But look out for the flexibility. We talked about it. Look at that. The height there of the rubber guard right up on the back of Saunders' neck, but Saunders' posture just dealing with that.
Yeah, and it was smart of Kevin Burbrick to use that to get the space. He seemed perfectly content in just disengaging and using that to reset back to neutral. Saunders now trying to pass maybe to the right side. He likes to engage in this right knee cut sort of a position, though, where he's just engaging in the knee shield of Burbrick, right knee forward. Not too worried about the threat of a Lang entanglement, it seems. Kevin continually looking for that right arm underneath the leg. If he's able to create a gable grip and frame with his elbow against the hip, it could be the start of something, but Josh Saunders has the threat of that left head control. And now transitioning to the double under once again, back to the knee cut. Saw Connor Dixon do that a little bit earlier.
Yeah, I do like that switching of sides there from Saunders. Burbrick is doing a good job of... Oh, actually, no, I'd say that.
Oh, look at this!
This is different, yeah. Because Burbrick had been using the knee shield. That time he actually went low half guard. Low half guard with the underhook, almost coyote guard style. And there was a brief moment where we thought that he might be able to reverse position there, Jake.
That was a good attempt, and you know, I wonder if he's aware yet of the penalty that's on the board.
He's going there again. He's going low half guard. So if you see that Saunders is almost in a knee cut position here, and now he's locking his arms around the torso, he's going to pass. He manages to get his legs through, and that is going to be a three-point pass for Josh Saunders. First points we've seen scored in this match so far.
That right arm underhook is still deep underneath the back. Did you see that?
It was all the way around, and that's smart from Saunders. The moment that he lost that upper body control, he just goes back and he thinks, okay, I'm going to do it again.
I think it's smart in this situation as well to not overexert himself. If you consider that Kevin Burbrick, he's going to have to pump the gas a little bit harder in the rest of this round. And if he does go down in this round and he loses the round to Josh Saunders, then it's a draw, a loss, and then he's really going to have to at least win that round for the hopes of going to a ref's decision. So there's an interesting dynamic at play here, and I think that Saunders is smart for conserving his energy for the possible incoming storm.
I think Saunders is doing a great job. You know, he's now shown that he has a technical answer to Burbrick's guard. Burbrick's knee shield has been the most tricky thing from the bottom. His high guard recovery, trying to snag an arm. Oh, now
look at
he's on the
this.
leg. This is better for Burbrick.
And And that's that double trouble, going from the arm attack to the leg attack, trying to suck the leg in. He's got a minute, just a little over a minute to work, but look at
nice
that
sprawl from Saunders. But yeah, it was when Burbridge went low half guard and tried to kind of get that underhook and maybe work wrestle up or go to the back. That was when Saunders was able to just lock in the upper body control and slowly work his way through into the knee cuts. He definitely prefers that knee cut. You can see him looking for it again, right?
And that left elbow block, we see a lot of competitors in no-gi do that. Joseph Chen's a great example, actually, of competitors who use that frame on the hip to great efficacy. And you see Josh Saunders doing it as well. Now Burbrick trying to wrestle up. Interesting. Almost gave up
into
another
a brick wall.
Yeah, absolutely. On the scale, I believe Josh Saunders weighed in about 115 kilos for this bracket.
Just over 250.
My gosh.
That's a big man.
Yes.
One of the biggest we've actually ever seen in AIGA.
I just imagine playing rugby with him. How nerve-wracking it would be if he had the ball. I wouldn't even
Crazy
want
thing is, most of them are that size.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Nearly all of them. Well, that's it. 3-0 for Josh Saunders at the end of the second round. So the first round was a draw. Second round, 3-0.
Round 2 goes to Vanguard.
See, there's that low half guard. Oh, interesting. It was kind of half a back step from Saunders and half a roll through from Burbridge that caused that near reversal. But the second time, I mean, look at the tight body control of Saunders, and he just slid through from that knee cut into the top position. That was really nice.
Yeah, you saw that. I think it's that body lock, the real strength of it comes from that near side underhook. Because you see Kevin tried to turn towards him, and if he didn't have the near side underhook, then turning towards him actually might have been possible to prevent that guard pass, but that just having the lock around the body, making it difficult for him to turn in and defend that guard pass. Great work from Saunders. Now third and final round.
Okay, that time Burbridge manages to pull with grips, so no penalty there.
And now Burbrick is in kind of an interesting position where he has to open up. He has to kind of extend himself a little bit more and salvage this match in this last round. Saunders right back in, lots of pressure. And that's something you guys can keep a lookout for this entire event over the next 2 days. Just that frame on the hip as you're passing to the side makes it so difficult. Look, Kevin now reacting to that body lock by throwing that underhook, that near side underhook, so as not to give it up. But I wonder how much it's going to help. Just the pressure of Josh Saunders is so much to deal with.
Yeah, it really is. This is much better there from Saunders because he doesn't have to deal with that left knee. There's no knee shield. There's no underhook from Burbridge. This is total control here. Now there's a nice little recovery there from Burbridge. He manages to get that top leg between them again, but yeah, that chest-to-chest contact with that, you know, 4 flat on the mat, so that's 4 on the floor, the 2 shoulders and the 2 hips. It's it could have been a great passing position, but I really feel like Saunders is just, he's not rushing anything. Everything's very measured, right?
Yeah, very methodical. And that is, in the position that he's in right now, kind of, I mean, I would say that he almost needs to be as well, because Kevin is a very dangerous competitor. We did see him utilize that upstairs, downstairs sort of attack to get real deep on a leg. You see him right here, really toying with the idea of that left leg of Josh Saunders. But one thing that I like that Josh is doing, Hal, is whenever he's away from Kevin, he's controlling the ankles.
Yep.
And whenever he's in tight, he's framing the hips, usually looking for a near side underhook. That is a great way to provide safety from the leg entanglements and just to have a very, I would say, it just provides you with a little bit more space to work. You don't have to worry about as much when you're passing somebody's guard, especially somebody as talented as Kevin Burbrick.
I think Saunders is really, he's found his groove in this match, let's say. Slowing things down and just working his way through He showed it early in the match, actually, in the very first round. There was a little throw by, and he kind of, you know, quickly moved into position. But he's really settled into this knee cut style passing, and I think that it gives Burbridge much less chance of recovery, right? Oh, that was a nice little pop. And there's just a glimpse of the athleticism from Saunders. It's kind of refreshing as well, isn't it, to see two big men like this. Oh, nice footwork from Saunders.
Yeah, that was a beautiful leg pummel. Now fighting to keep that leg pummel and the positioning that he earned from it.
Kind of refreshing to see two big men not rely just on the physical attributes, but play really nice technical jiu-jitsu.
Absolutely. And I think that's the way it's shifting over time. I mean, we haven't seen one match where it's like, oh man, that guy's just big. I think about even like Antonio Asif, the heaviest competitor that we've seen at the trials, or sorry, at the qualifying events for AIGA, pulling off a rolling knee bar. And he's a gigantic human being. The game of jiu-jitsu is evolving.
Yeah, that was one of the highlight moments from the AIGA South American qualifiers for sure. But now look at this. Look at this. Saunders, if he can clear that top knee, he's cleared the bottom leg. He's trying to work around the frames from Burbridge. Saunders is very close to passing here.
And there it looks like he's going to secure the pass with 1 minute to go.
Not quite. I think he's almost got it. The referees are taking a close look at it. Yeah, that's going to be pass points for sure. Manages to settle down now into this top position. And I like the way that he's walking towards the hips, Jake. Oh, look at that. Passes the leg over the top. So he already got the 3 for the pass, but he was going to look to add a couple more points on that by going to the mount. And I love the way that he just continued circling all the way towards the legs and actually pushes the hips away from it. Nice jiu-jitsu.
And now gets the mount. Kevin, so interesting, pulling that foot. Look at the flexibility of Kevin Burbrick, trying to force a leg entanglement here at the very end of the match. He's got 15 seconds to make a miracle happen. Oh, but Josh Saunders explodes out of there and right back in.
Nice dynamic work there from Saunders. And at last second, wrestle up attempt from Burbridge. He's not going to go down without a fight. End of the match, 6-0 for Saunders. 2 rounds, and one of them a draw. We have a winner.
And your winner representing Vanguard, Josh Saunders.
Well, we mentioned a little bit about how we felt that Saunders was, you know, picking up some momentum throughout that match. I think the scoreboard really shows that. Look at that. The first round 0-0, the second round 3-0, and the third round 6-0. And here's a replay. Just the upper body control. I mean, you can see how thick those biceps are. I can imagine once those arms get locked around you, it's probably going to be difficult to break that grip. But it was also the movement, wasn't it, Jake? The kind of the circling around, as you see here.
He never really changed his pace the entire match. He only really exploded in response to dangerous situations, but really he was kind of cruising maybe 35 miles per hour, and he just kept coming forward. And that is so tough to deal with. I would rather deal with somebody going like a big spurt and then slow down and disengage, because then I can prepare for it. But when somebody is just cruising and they are just putting pressure time over time. I mean, you said it right there. The score 0-0, 3-0, 6-0. It just got harder and harder for Kevin to deal with it over time, and Josh Saunders was able to figure out how to pass the guard and how to get those points.
Well, that now makes it 2-1 in favor of Vanguard against 10th Planet so far, but we've got the under 65 kilogram division coming up next. Let's hear it.
Our next bout is in the under 65 kilogram division. In the red corner, representing Vanguard, Dylan Garofalo. And his opponent in the blue corner, representing 10th Planet, Gio Martinez.
All right, one of the best known competitors from the 10th Planet Network, Giovanni Freakazoid, Ultrazoid Martinez, going up against Dylan Garofalo of Vanguard. This under 65 kilogram match. And Gio, man, I tell you now, he had a bit of a test. Oh, look at that, flying scissors.
Wow, and in on the leg already.
So close to catching it. Wow, dynamic Kanibasami there into the leg attack, and that was all within the first 30 seconds, Jake.
Wow. You can't blink with, I was saying, you know, it's one of the things I was going to say, you can't blink with Gio Martinez, and he proves my point exactly. Oh, and possibly under the chin for a second.
You know Gio's got a great guillotine, but I love the way that he's mixing up these submission attacks early in this match. And Martinez, I was about to say that, you know, he had a bit of a tough time making weight yesterday, had about 4 or 5 trips to the scale, and he was always just a, you know, a ½ pound off or a ¼ pound off, had to keep coming back and back and back, but he hit it. He's a pro. He made the weights, came in actually a couple 100 grams under, which is about ¼ pound under. But man, Gio, he's been just, feels like he's been on the scene, active, high-level competitor now. It's got to be a solid decade of just elite competition experience, and showing no signs of slowing down. And you know, it's no surprise why Eddie Bravo calls him up here to compete and represent 10th Planet at the AIGA USA Qualifier. Because Eddie, he was really serious about this opportunity. He understands that AIGA's $1 million prize fund in 2025, that the qualifying teams from here, the USA Qualifier, Asian, European, and South American qualifiers all go into the Champions League next year, where the winning team will take home $500,000, and the remaining $500,000 split between the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place teams. They want that $500K, but to get there, you got to go through the qualifier.
Absolutely, and I think that also a lot of the people who are well known in the jiu-jitsu community, especially people like, let's say Eddie Bravo, he knows when something's special. He knows when an opportunity or an event or a new organization is special. And look at this, Gio Martinez coming up for the sweep.
Nice wrestle up by Gio, and very smartly done within the points period. That's the experience coming into play there from Martinez, because he didn't rush it. You know, he had his eye on the clock. He knew, okay, if I reverse now, I score. And that's important. That's experience right there.
Yes, and coming into an event like AIGA with a different rule set, a different kind of a flow, that experience is going to help the adjustment for that too.
Just like look at the straight ankle though from Garofalo, but he's potentially giving up his back in the process. I mean, he's still on it, but Gio's going for the neck here, Jake.
Wow, very hard to see from this angle exactly what kind of a lock Gio might have.
Kind
but
of
look at this.
He's definitely got underneath the arm on one side. Oh, there's a better look at it. No effective choke, but the extension on that foot, Jake. Is that enough to get a submission?
Oh, it's hard to tell. I mean, you can see the ankle bone of Gio kind of poking through, but really it's more pressure on the knee of Gio Martinez, I would say, from this position. And I have seen that people get the tap from the ankle lock with this sort of a weird entanglement. But now you see Gio, I mean, little by little, if he's able to bring his head touching the head of Dylan Garofalo, then that's pretty much when he's safe from the footlock attack. And Dylan's gonna have to probably switch off to more of a back defense. And you see it right there, he's starting to let go.
Oh, but then the ankle's kind of slipping out. But look at this head and arm threat here. I mean, Garofalo's hanging on to the ankle. That's pretty much saving him here, because Gio Martinez is going straight into Katakatami territory.
And Garofalo has his hand on his face, sort of like, I believe people call this a telephone defense. But this is only gonna stave off the choking pressure. If Gio's able to continue coming forward, then it's still gonna choke him. He's still gonna feel the effects of the choke. This just keeps the separation between his left shoulder and his neck a little bit longer. It buys him a little bit of time. And 30 seconds left, actually. This could be what sends him into the next round.
Oh, look at that. Gio is going high. He's addressing that frame, the hand on the side of the head, as you mentioned, Jake, and now he loses the actual attack And I'm just amazed that Garofalo has hung on to the ankle all the way through that sequence. He's been hanging on to that ankle. It's saved him throughout because it really did make it difficult for Martinez to go all the way around the top to the head and arm. And I'm wondering if that's going to put any pressure on the lower leg. But hey, 2-0 for Martinez.
Round 1 goes to 10th Planet.
Yeah, Garofalo, man, I hope he didn't burn his arms out hanging onto that as well. But look at this, Jake. Talk us through that.
Well, jumping in with that left leg, he got a super deep bite, and his arm almost magnetically went into that heel hook. Dylan just reacted. I think the explosion by him was well-timed, about as well-timed as it need to be. And then right here, he gets the sweep right as he's able to get the points for it. And you talked about that experience of Gio Martinez. And this right here, I mean, look at the extension on the ankle. And like I said, it's a lot of pressure on the knee. It is a lot of pressure on the ankle, but Gio able to eat it. And that's what I mean. Look at the ankle bone of Gio Martinez in that position.
Yeah, almost slipped out like an Aoki, but because Garofalo had to use his free hand, let's say, from the ankle lock to defend himself for the threat of the Katagatame, of course, there was no threat of the leg lock submission. Let's go round 2 now. 1 round in the bag for Gio Martinez by points, early guard pull. Kind of disappointed. I was hoping to see another flying attack.
Yeah, it was a double sit. And I think it was a little bit to the surprise of Gio Martinez, but Garofalo retains top position.
Yeah, I mean, we know how flexible these breakdancers are. I'm wondering if Gio's ankle flexibility maybe saved him a little bit, or do you think he's just got high pain tolerance? What do you think it is, Jake?
I think it's a little bit of both, and he's been competing at the highest level for a long time. He's probably getting his feet cranked on at 10th Planet for every single day for the last decade. And you get used to, and he probably knows his body so well to where he's like, I know this is not going to hurt me. I know when the bite is good. I understand the technique enough to understand what I'm able to get away with. Interesting leg entanglement here. And this is what you see a lot of in these situations, the double seat situations. It's a fight over who can put a foot almost like on the belly or even the groin to create that separation until they're ready to engage in the leg. But that's, you see it in the gi as well, just to kind of talk about that double sit position and what it is. In the gi, it's more berimbolo and stuff like that. But in no-gi, you're looking for opportunities to get in on the legs or to come up for a good passing position. And now Gio inverting momentarily.
You know, an interesting fact about Dylan Garofalo as well is that, I mean, he's representing Vanguard going up against one of 10th Planet's best. Kind of interesting, he actually started his no-gi training at a 10th Planet school.
Wow.
Yeah, back in the day. Started under a coach there, and since then has been working with obviously Jason Rao and Nick Ronan at the Vanguard, and he's actually a winner of the finishers. Oh, excuse me, won some tournaments, including finishers, submission only, 170 pound championship, and he's a coach at the Monarch Academy. 24 years of age, brown belt.
Now Gio momentarily gets top position. So far the score in this block of action is 2 wins for Vanguard and 1 for 10th Planet. Gio Martinez trying to join Ryan Aitken as a winner and possibly tie the score up.
And I'll correct myself, excuse me, I misspoke earlier, but he was a 2nd place finisher at multiple finishers open tournaments, not a winner. We've seen Gio Martinez on pretty much every major event in the world.
Look at this Kimura trap.
Yeah, beautiful there. It was kind of like a dueling Kimura grips from bottom. But Gio Martinez has fought on absolutely everything, hasn't he? He's ADCC, who's #1, Quintet, many other events. Obviously, a multiple-time EBI champion in, if I'm not mistaken, multiple weight classes as well.
He's been around, and that,
Really
and he's always been somebody that's fun to watch as well. He's been a much of the happiness of jiu-jitsu fans. Is easy to like his style. and what he brings to jiu-jitsu, both him and his brother.
A fan favorite, yeah, absolutely. Him and Boogie, yeah, two of the best known representatives of 10th Planet, and with good reason. Yeah, 3-time EBI champion at 2 different weight classes. Look at this kind of interesting sort of Garofalo was trying to bolo his way through, possibly into a leg attack. He's got a toe hold here, and it's really guard versus guard, and that's something that's quite common among the lighter weight classes, right, Jake?
Yeah, I would say that this double sit is something you see a lot at the lower weight classes, but, you know, they're both getting a little bit more creative as the match goes on, trying new stuff. I see Gio do this throughout the match, where he's been almost doing the ankle lock with an open elbow to encourage Garofalo to turn his foot inwards, maybe heel inwards to escape his foot, and a lot of people do that to bait the Aoki lock. The Aoki lock is an incredibly effective submission. It is very, very painful. And I mean, you see Jet Thompson. He is a huge proponent of the Aoki lock. It's just, it can cause a lot of damage to the foot very quickly. And so I think a lot of people are using that. It's like the perfect marriage between an ankle lock and a heel hook.
Yeah, that Aoki lock is just absolutely devastating pressure. False reap. Nice work there, but 0-0 rounds in that second round. Garofalo had much better time of it. It was really...
Round 2 declared a draw.
Garofalo was really on the receiving end of some tough positions in the first round, but that second round much more even. I think that, you know, he weathered the storm, and he's coming through into that second round a lot more comfortable in going up against Gio. And just this is pretty much the tail of that second round there, Jake, isn't it? There's this guard versus guard, rolling through, trying to catch legs.
A round like that is to the benefit of Martinez, though, having won round 1. And I think that when you're in Garofalo's position, very talented, very technical, but Gio's been, again, he's been doing this for a long time. And I think that while you do see that double-seated position, I'm interested to see what the adjustment's going to be. I imagine a lot more of a very aggressive guard passing approach, if I had to guess what Garofalo might bring to the table in this last round. Because it doesn't seem like there was a clear edge either way in terms of who was closer to getting a submission or getting a pass attempt or even a sweep.
No, dead even in my opinion. Yeah, it really was. Yeah, no clear winner whatsoever.
See immediately Garofalo looking for more shots.
Well, you know, if you can bull rush your way forward while somebody puts, you know, pulls guard, you could score 2, right? And I think that if Garofalo times it well, and I think 2 points would go a long way. As we saw earlier, you know, in that first round match, Gio had 2 for the reversal. And if he hadn't, even with those submission attacks, you know, that round would have been a draw. So the 2 points can go a long way in AIGA.
Now we're right back in this double-seated position again. One thing that is so interesting to me, and we've mentioned it a couple times already, but in the AIGA rule set, is you don't know what the coaches are saying. You know, maybe one day we evolve a little bit production-wise, and we get like a coach's cam, and we get to like listen in.
That would be cool.
On the coach's corner, and maybe the fans at home get a little bit of a look at it. But you know, that's for the future to possibly see.
You're right. There's a lot of strategizing and game plan adjustment that goes on in that 1-minute break in between rounds. And we saw it, for example, in the opening series between Finishers and Legion with Rene Souza. You know, that he was struggling, frustrated after 2 rounds, and his team obviously gave him a different strategy in the 3rd round because he came out and he looked very different. And I'm wondering what conversations, as you said, are happening in the Vanguard corner here. You know, what is Jason Rouse saying to Dylan Garofalo? You know, because that first round he was in deep trouble. The second round came out and looked totally fine. So obviously some adjustments being made in real time. And yeah, that's a great thing about these rounds, is that you can see 3 very different encounters sometimes. Sometimes you see 3 5-minute rounds, and each round looks totally different to each other. It's almost like also almost like watching.
Oh, look at this!
3 separate matches.
Dylan
That's a guard
Garofalo.
pass. Near guard pass there from Garofalo.
Wow. I was going to say how it's safe to assume, you know, at the level that these competitors are, oh my goodness, I can't even wait to talk. Dylan Garofalo
Whoa, we've seen it. We're seeing it. This is nearly a guard pass. Gio's almost out the back door here. He's managed to hook his leg all the way over the top, it seems.
I think he has a lock.
Oh, he has.
Oh, you can't do the twister, though.
He could get DQ'd if he twists. Don't do the twister. You see Eddie Bravo saying, no twister, no twister. It is an illegal move. He was thinking about it. Man, Eddie Bravo almost had an aneurysm. Matt's side right here.
I feel like Eddie Bravo, one of the most cooler, able to keep a cool head, but man, I've never seen that man jump out of a seat so fast.
Oh my word, the 10th Planet guys, they're trying to match their satisfaction and their happiness with the fact that Martinez has scored the 2 points for the reversal, with the relief after thinking that he was going to get DQ'd for the twister. But look at this, great work, maintaining that back control. Martinez, I thought Garofalo had found a way out for a second.
Wow, and the recovery ability by Gio Martinez from what looked like the jaws of a guard pass.
It really was, yeah. I thought Garofalo had passed, I really did. You know, he had a flash guard pass earlier, Gio recovered, and then Garofalo went for it again, but how, you know, we talk about the flexibility, Garofalo was able to throw his leg, excuse me, Gio Martinez threw his leg all the way over the top and found his way out, and man, there's a minute left, and Gio Martinez has got that 2 point lead, and that goes a long way, like I said.
And I'll be honest, I understand why Eddie Bravo got out of his chair so fast. I thought it was a twister too. But
yeah, a chorus of people in the 10th Planet quarter just going, no, no, no.
And it seemed like everybody on Vanguard hoping, yes, yes, yes.
Well, I wonder if Garofalo had tapped quick enough. Oh, wait, we may see a rear naked choke here.
This could be trouble. That looks tight.
Gio's got a good squeeze. It's on the jaw. A little bit of a twist to it. I don't think it's clean, but you know, we've seen it just as effective before, but Garofalo's trying to shake him off now.
Only 20 seconds to work.
And Gio is so sticky. Look at that, the way that the position of it, it's almost like he's in the lotus position for the way that his hooks are positioned on the back.
Look at this, and Gio Martinez also hooking underneath the leg. Completely twisted up, but still on the back in a way.
Wow, out the back door. And that's another 2-0 for Gio. 10th Planet take another match by points. So it's 2 points, it's 2 each now in this 7-match series.
Your winner, representing 10th Planet, Gio Martinez.
2-0, 0-0, 2-0 for Gio Martinez for the points win. We'll take a look at some of the best moments. I just wonder, Jake, if Garofalo had tapped to that twister, that if they had DQ'd, here is that actually the reversal, there it is.
It looked like he grabbed it for the twister for sure.
If Garofalo had tapped here, I wonder if Gio would have got DQ'd and Vanguard could have won. But there's the look of Gio kind of looking over to his corner like, what do you mean I can't twist it?
You know, that's one of those things I guess we'll never know, but the back control and his ability to turn the twister situation into a really articulate back take, and the knee flexibility, just you really saw the experience of Gio Martinez on full display there. He looked comfortable in a lot of uncomfortable situations. The match pretty much ended right here with the double underhook on the back. Great show of, again, great show of experience and great show of, I would say, positional awareness in that third round.
Our next bout takes place in the under 60 kilogram division. In the red corner, representing Vanguard, Fabian Ramirez. And his opponent in the blue corner, representing 10th Planet, Chris Crawford.
So we move on to the next round of competition, 2-2 between Vanguard and 10th Planet. It's good to see a competition so neck and neck. Fabian Ramirez, Chris Crawford.
All right, I gotta say, kind of excited for this match, actually. I don't really know what to expect from Chris Crawford.
Oh my goodness.
I haven't seen so much of him, but I have seen Fabian, and he's always fun to watch.
He shared the mats with some really, really high-level competitors, has a lot of experience. He's fought as high as 70 kilograms.
And Crawford, however, is a black belt directly from the hands of Eddie Bravo, training HQ. He's a Combat Jiu-Jitsu World veteran. He's an EBI Open champion.
Oh, look at this. Fabian was trying to force that Aoki lock for a second, and it looked like there was a lot of pressure on it. Crawford looks like he's trying to throw that deep De La Riva just momentarily. Oh, Fabian in on the leg. Look at that, beautiful. Trying to roll through for the heel hook.
Ooh, that's nice work there, but look at the answer, the spin. So quick from Crawford, answering back, and that's the speed, isn't it, of these lightweight guys. 60 kilograms. I mean, 60 kg is basically about 130 pounds. 132 pounds.
Fabian in under the leg again. But look at Chris Crawford, just able to step out almost casually.
A little bit of forward pressure there. Nice use of the kind of claw grip on the back of the neck, but giving Ramirez the opportunity to go underneath. Oh, now another attempt at trying to suck the leg into an entanglement. Look at the guard work. Look at the positioning of the legs from Ramirez. He's getting such good elevation, but it does seem that Crawford's quite long, and he's able to, well, he was able to maintain his base there briefly, but can he disengage again? Yes, he can.
But getting under the leg like that, I like it as well, because he's providing himself a lot of space to work. He's not working in very confined and close entanglements. He's giving himself a lot of room to sort of assess and see where the best opportunity lies. And Crawford's doing a great job of dealing with it. But look at this. Fabian now rolling underneath. Now look at this, Chris Crawford in on the leg.
Yeah, we've really yet to see Crawford effectively
right
go for a submission attack, but this could be it, right?
It's got sort of a, look at this double reap. Very interesting, you don't see this too often.
It's quite effective though. It's a great control position, but Fabian has managed to open that. He's trying to get his hips free. That's the problem. Quite difficult once you get stuck in it to actually get out safely.
Now Chris Crawford comes back on top. Just under 2 minutes.
Got a little bit of back exposure here as well, but oh, nice there. Nice heist from Fabian Ramirez. And if he can just hold this position right here on that restart, I think that's going to be, it is 2 points on the board for Fabian. That was really well timed.
Yep.
Nice wrestling style heist. And now he's in the lead.
Crawford looked a little frustrated, like he possibly even understood the position, but he's right on the edge of the mat as well.
Yeah, he didn't really have too far to kind of go to spin out or to bail on that position without going directly into the judge's table. It's not like they don't have enough space here. It's a pretty big mat here. I believe it's 40 by 40.
Yeah, this is a gigantic stage. It's one thing, if you haven't been to an AIGA event, you know, even looking at it on Flow, this is a gigantic mat.
It's huge. And it's only about 6 to 8 inches off the floor as well. So, you know, I hear a lot of people complaining about the danger of falling off stages. I mean, that's why, you know, CJI adopted the alley, the ramped surface. And of course, you know, we've seen people take tumble off elevated stages and incur some really nasty injuries in the process. Having the floor level mat definitely helps keep our competitors safe.
Can you imagine this size mat with a pit?
I'd love to see it.
That'd be gigantic. It'd be like an arena.
Seeing some wrestling here, but oh, now we see a pull from Crawford. He's got 30 seconds to try and stalk Ramirez down. Yeah, there's a penalty against Crawford. Interesting. I wonder why he got a penalty there.
That could have been a mistake to give Crawford the penalty.
I feel like it should have been Ramirez who got the penalty for backing up and not engaging. I mean, Crawford had grips, right?
Yeah, well,
sure
Crawford was the one coming forward, and he was the one. That was what really I felt like would have been penalty-inducing for Ramirez in that situation, is the fact that he was backpedaling a lot.
I've just have to note this at the end of that first 5-minute period. Just saw Gio Martinez limping off. He was sat down at mat side for a little while, and he's now decided to go backstage.
Round 1 goes to Vanguard.
Yeah, Gio Martinez went backstage, but was limping in the process. Could have been that ankle lock from that first round in his match against Dylan Garofalo. But anyway, here's some of the action from that first round there, where we saw Fabian, Ramirez, and Chris Crawford really just dealing with these very tricky leg attacks. But this was what put the points on the board.
Yeah, his ability to scoop up that leg and get that heist. And you see Chris on the edge of the mat, but you know, he did have an opportunity, it looked like, to get up to his knee, and just against his better judgment, stayed on his butt, incurred those 2 points. I'm sure that's an adjustment.
Yeah, strategic, let's say. Strategic rather than technical error, I think, right?
Yeah, I don't think it was outside of his knowledge to know that, hey, I can't stay down here, but perhaps he thought he was going to get reset back in the center.
Yeah, conceding position there instead of fighting his way out, because if he had bailed off the edge of the mat, oh, there's a takedown. The takedown for Fabian. Catches the leg, puts them down, gets an early 2 points.
Yeah, great timing on that takedown by Ramirez, but now dealing with an attack by Crawford under the leg and still staying true to it.
I felt like Fabian sensed that Crawford was gonna pull guard. Oh, now he goes really high with the guard. And Fabian did what we were talking about earlier. Sometimes if you can effectively grab something and put the guy down as he's even thinking about sitting to pull the guard, well, that can be really good, because it can get you those points, right?
Yeah, that's one of the things you see. It doesn't matter what organization you're competing for. That is, if there's points available, you'll see that sort of a strategy. If you can deduce that your opponent is going to pull guard, you can time that takedown good enough. You see it in all different aspects of jiu-jitsu, gi or no gi.
Really can. Look at that, such high guard there. The flexibility of Crawford. Man, Ramirez has to be really careful, because the only really way you can deal with that high guard is you drive forward through, because if you try backing out, it's you know, your arms also get extended, you separate the elbows away from the body, and there's no end of attacks that they have, the 10th Planet system, from that position. I think this is better from Ramirez. Maybe work some outside passing here. 90 seconds in now to this second 5-minute round. Just a reminder, 4 matches in to this 7-match series. Hip clamp sweep there from Crawford, gets it, manages to put Ramirez to turtle, and you know, if he keeps him here, that's 2-point sweep for Crawford. Well, Ramirez fights his way up, but did he stay down for 3 seconds? The judges kind of took a look at it. No, they didn't give him the points, but that was a really nice use of that hip clamp Z-guard style sweep.
Yeah, I didn't think that was going to yield as much as it did with Fabian coming forward and getting that, seems like the start of a body lock, but Crawford able to push forward, and now was a penalty given to Crawford again.
But he pulled with grips, right?
Well, perhaps that was the, perhaps it's not a stalling thing as much as it is a guard pulling thing. Maybe I'm confused.
Yeah, me too. I thought you could pull with grips, no penalty, but we could be wrong. Maybe you just ate the penalty. Anyway.
Yeah, Crawford's been playing with the idea of this high rubber guard. Not really spending too much time there, though.
But I did want to mention about how This is the 5th match. We've had 4 matches so far in this 7-match series between 10th Planet and Vanguard. And so far, it's 2 apiece. 2 matches for Vanguard, 1 by submission, 1 by points. 2 matches for 10th Planet, 1 by submission, 1 by points. Of course, whichever team manages to score 4 victories or more will win this series in this round robin and potentially go through into our final tomorrow. And just a word, Jake, that this, of course, being streamed for free on the FloGrappling YouTube tomorrow, all day Sunday, with the final match in the round robin and the finals will be streamed exclusively on FloGrappling.com.
Yeah, Crawford now 2 penalties on the board. Fabian up by 2 organic points, and another penalty given to Crawford, or then taken away. You can see a little bit of frustration out of Crawford now as well.
Feels like it, right? Second round of 3, 1 minute remaining. If Crawford were to shoot, put Fabian down, but we haven't really seen any takedown attempts from Crawford, have we?
No. We've seen a lot of guard pulling, but man, maybe that's an adjustment that needs to be made. Round 3.
There's a shot. Oh, nice catch by Fabian. But that's a way for Crawford to pull without getting penalized.
Yes.
ADCC style. We've talked about this a lot. You shoot and then you pull, and you don't get penalized for it.
It's very interesting. He keeps on getting penalties, but not wrapping up the body enough for that guard pull, it seems.
Well, they could be negative points for the guard pull. We need to double check on this.
In the point period, right? It might be that.
I think so. I think so.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this commentary is
all over the place. Somebody give us a rule book.
I can lean on my ring announcing responsibilities as a reason.
All right, so that's a another win for, or another round in the bag, 2-0 for Vanguard.
Round 2 goes to Vanguard.
Right. 2-0 round 1, 2-0 round 2. Fabian Ramirez 2 rounds ahead now, regardless of whether this next match is a points or 0-0. Oh, there's that hip clamp. I love this. Look at that. He goes all the way belly down, and it looks like Ramirez is going to try and get the back, but it's such a powerful position if you've ever been caught in it. Just Crawford wasn't able to secure it long enough to get sweet points. I do believe that in the rules meeting, it was said yesterday that sweeping was to turtle was points, but I guess you really have to control them in that position long enough to do so. And I don't think he quite managed it.
I believe it's sweeping to turtle when you're behind. You get sweep to behind
Not
turtle.
to front headlock.
Not to front headlock turtle. And look at this, Chris Crawford immediately trying to put the pressure on Fabian. Big explosive movement right off the bat, and Chris Crawford's on top. This has been a very technical match. Got to remember that first round, Fabian spent a lot of time in this position. Playing with the idea of a heel hook now, trying to get the extension, possibly get up for a wrestle up. He might get the sweep here. If he's able to scoop both legs like he's doing right now and get up for the sweep, he might get top position, but now reset back. Not in the points period yet. Just positionally, that would have been advantageous. Crawford sits again. Fabian posting, framing on the chest as Chris Crawford pulls guard to maintain that distance. And then a near side underhook. Judging by how Fabian's approaching this guard pass, it could be an indication that maybe he's willing to coast, willing to make Chris Crawford come to him, possibly counterattack off of the understandable desperation out of the 10th Planet competitor.
Yeah, Crawford definitely seems somewhat frustrated. He hasn't really been able to get anything effective going against Fabian. Fabian's, oh, there's another look at this hip clamp blow, but from the other side, I'm wondering if we'll see Crawford go for it again. It's such an awkward looking position, right? The way that it's almost like his hips are turned all the way down, but actually it's really strong. You get caught in that, and it's very difficult to pull yourself out. And if Crawford can basically belly roll to his left side, it's very possible to sweep Fabian from here. Really difficult for Fabian to withdraw.
Oftentimes techniques used similar to how Kiss of the Dragon is used, which is, or just that inside berimbolo where you lift off the hip, and
but instead
you can do the same thing.
Yeah, but instead of going through and putting your head underneath and rolling through onto your shoulders, he just goes belly, rolls down almost like belly. Belly down, head up. It's really unusual. First person I really saw utilize that effectively was Kyotera. A few others, if
yeah, Keishinho comes to mind.
Samir Chandra used it. Oh, there was a duck under attempt from Fabian, but that was
trouble.
maybe a mistake. Yeah, looked at like he's giving up his back a little bit here.
Crawford has a body lock. If he's able to continue to bring his head close to Fabian, this could be a good position for him. Minute 45 to work.
Man, this is about as good as it's going to get for Crawford, I think. This is a really solid opportunity at attacking. It's 0-0, so even if he wins this round by points, the total match will still go to Ramirez. But if Crawford can get into a solid attacking position and submit, he still can win this.
But little by little, Fabian is finding his footing again from this position. And that left foot and right underneath is really stifling the forward progression of Crawford, and it's taking a long time for Chris to make any solid improvements to his position, and with only a minute left.
Yeah, we're seeing a decent upper body control here from Crawford, but he hasn't addressed the legs, hasn't tried to use his footwork to try and get past it. Now he's opening up a little bit, going around the other side, trying to put some head in, trying to put some pressure on the head, trying to maybe reach over the top of the guillotine grip, but Fabian's doing a good job of keeping everything tight. Really no openings here for Crawford.
Only 25 seconds left. But things continue as it looks like they're going to. Fabian Ramirez is going to take this.
There's Crawford trying to run around and get, oh, he's going to roll through with a truck. No, misses it, but still had a tight waist grip. 5 seconds remaining. This round is going to go to a 0-0 draw, which means the overall victory will go to Fabian Ramirez on points.
Your winner representing Vanguard, Fabian Ramirez.
Well, it is now 3 matches in favor of Vanguard, 2 matches in favor of 10th Planet. If Vanguard can win 1 more match, they will take the overall series. Let's take a look at this replay here.
Yeah, this is that 3rd round. Fabian going for the duck under, which, hey, he's mixing up the game, trying to get another takedown, but that could have been a very tough situation for him. Sits out. Chris Crawford I mean, if he had more time to work, it possibly could have been a much more powerful position for him. He just didn't have the time on the clock. And so I think in that situation, you see, he could have inched his arm up and put the pressure down, maybe sprawled his hips back. But to initiate the pass that he was really going for would have taken a little bit more time, I feel like. And
yeah. This was great. I mean, this was the best look at any kind of top control that Crawford had, but Ramirez just stayed really tight. Didn't give him anything to work with.
Our next bout takes place in the under 70 kilogram division. In the red corner, representing Vanguard, David Stoilescu.
from Sydney, Australia, Baby Dave, aka David Stoilescu. Sydney West martial arts representative, coming all the way here for the USA qualifiers to make up part of the Vanguard team that Jason Rao has assembled.
And his opponent in the blue corner, representing 10th Planet, Ben Eddy.
Ben Eddy of 10th Planet, originally I believe from Oregon, now based in Austin, Texas. 10th Planet black belt, one of the most creative submissions that entire network has put out, the Hindulu team. Maybe we'll see that later, maybe not, but definitely a very prolific competitor. Representing 10th Planet here today, and this is a crucial match, Jake, because currently it's 3 matches in favor of Vanguard, 2 in favor of 10th Planet. And Ben absolutely needs to win this one for 10th Planet to have a chance of going through. If Stoilescu can take this in favor of Vanguard, then they will be the overall winners in this series here. This round robin match in Group B, Vanguard versus 10th Planet. You know, usually it's Ben Eddy we see playing guard. He's very, very flexible bottom guard player. Has a great kind of rubber guard into this really interesting guillotine submission where he wraps his choking arm over the top of his rubber guard leg. It's really unusual to see it. They call it a Hindulu team. But you need to be on bottom to get that going, and from here, Baby Dave is he's the one who's elected to play from bottom, and I think that's probably smart.
Yeah, I was going to think that perhaps it's a strategic call by Jason Rao going into this match to put Ben Eddy in a position to pass, which we just don't see as much. Not that Ben Eddy doesn't have great passing capability, but we just don't see him need to employ it as much because he's usually able to get his guard going and utilize some of that very creative jiu-jitsu that you were talking about.
Very much focused on attacking the legs is Stoilescu.
And continuing to try to force these leg entanglements.
You know, that could have been a nice sweep, but I think Stoilescu didn't really commit to finishing it because he's like, hey, still in the no points period. If I come up on top.
Oh, look at this.
Straight ankle here from Stoilescu.
Oh, and Ben Eddy grimacing.
Not surprised.
Definitely not a fan of the arch on that foot. It's not often you see 50-50 ankle locks that tight.
No, and I think if anything, that was maybe just about what saved Eddy, because if the leg had been on the other side of the body, it could have been a different story, right, Jake?
Yeah, absolutely. And just, it's easier to turn your ankle out. Usually, if you want to turn your ankle out in a similar fashion with a traditional straight ankle lock, you run the danger of being caught in an Aoki lock. 50-50 ankle lock, you don't have that same problem because you're escaping the ankle lock in the same fashion that would keep you safe from a heel hook. Now it's Ben Eddy on bottom. His turn to try to find a way in under the leg. And a penalty given to Stoilescu. But interesting, actually, the score is all tied up. There seems to be a little bit of a deliberation between our head referee in the center of the mat, Max Kuznetsov, and Olsha Stosanov on the side.
Yeah, 2 points to 2. 1:45 remaining approximately. Ben Eddy really trying to deal with those legs. And it's the principal obstacle, right? If you want to pass the guard, you got to get past the legs first. You know, you got to try and make an upper body control before you can think about settling into a control position.
Look at that, Stoilescu back on top. Trying to make up for what seemed like a little tactical hiccup. Now 4-2 in favor of Vanguard. Eddie spinning underneath.
This is the most time I think we've really seen Ben Eddy playing from guard here. And it's really, isn't it? It's interesting to see the difference in styles of their control and their posture. And I think that's interesting, that the way that Stoilescu was actually kind of just sitting on the leg there. It's a little bit like a headquarters style. Oh, that's good work. He's nearly getting past that leg there. That top leg kind of snuck in, saved Ben Eddy.
So far, the difference in both of these two playing guard has been Stoilescu has been able to net sweeps. Ben Eddy's still very effective, able to get in. Oh my goodness!
Pulled
Very interesting.
Pulled on the buzzer. All right, so that one goes 4-2 for Stoilescu.
Round one goes to Vanguard.
4 points to 2 for Stoilescu. That was a little bit confusing, the way that Stoilescu pulled right on the buzzer there. People were unsure if the stoppage was for possibly a penalty or a restart or something.
Yeah, this was that really, really tight footlock. You can see on Ben Eddy's face just how tight it was.
He just about managed to slip his heel out. Definitely felt that one. The difference in the guard play.
You can see it. I mean, Ben Eddy, very creative in his own way, but like I said, I think that David is trying to not hang out in the guard too much and look for a submission. I think he's content in looking for the sweep as well as the submission. He's kind of mixing up both the sweep and the submission options a little bit better, where I do think that the 10th Planet system, and I mean, you heard Eddie in the press conference, he's very focused on submissions, and the 10th Planet system is focused on submissions and not as much on points. And in a rule set like AIGA, I think that having both is very effective, having both of the ability to sweep and to submit. Just in events like this, I mean, think about the Turkey qualifier. Dagestani Combat Club made it all the way to the final, not getting a whole lot of submissions, but getting a lot of points. So let's go in on that ankle lock one more time, this time on the other foot for just a second there.
Ben Eddy's really trying to crowd Stoilescu here. He's trying to get as close to him as possible, but of course the risk there is, as we just saw, the reversal of position. And Stoilescu is, backsteps from that top knee cut right now. This is good work for Stoilescu. He's got a inside heel hook. Potentially, Eddie manages to clear it, but now it's outside a heel hook. Eddie's in trouble here.
Yes, gets the knee line free, still 0-0.
Man, that was a really nicely timed backstep there from Stoilescu. It looked like he was really committed to the knee cut, but it's such a powerful weapon from that knee cut, isn't it? Just a very slick little backstep, and you're in such a really effective leg entanglement. Full sweep.
Look at this.
Stoilescu now on the ankle lock.
And he gets the tap.
It looks like it was on the knee. Stoilescu scores the submission for Vanguard, and they are the winners in this series against 10th Planet. Looked like it was possibly a knee bar. I'd have to see another angle of that, but it was a round 2 submission.
And your winner by submission, representing Vanguard, David Stoilescu.
Man, we saw so many leg entanglements in that match, and they were both so comfortable in them throughout. But that knee bar, really, here it is. Look, it's I think it was possibly a little bit of a side knee bar, but it did look like he threw his leg and he got his hips over in front of it. But that went on so fast. Here's another look at it.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it was pretty much a straight knee bar. But I mean, the way that he threw his knees, threw his legs, no, it was side knee bar. It was a side knee bar.
Well,
that
his
angle
hand
confirmed.
If you see his left hand, Howell, I wish we would see one more replay, but like the left hand on it, he was holding the kneecap as well and providing more leverage and keeping that knee a bit straighter, I feel like.
It means exactly. It means that Ben can't rotate his leg out, which is quite common in knee bar defense, isn't it? But by maintaining that grip of keeping the leg aligned like that and then throwing his hips over on the top, it just went on so tight. And as we saw, the verbal submission from Ben Eddy. Well, one more match to come.
Our next contest is in the under 83 kilogram division. Introducing first, in the red corner, representing Vanguard, Luke Martin. And his opponent in the blue corner, representing 10th Planet, Kyle Chambers.
Well, this is the final match in the series, and it is secure for Team Vanguard. But Kyle Chambers coming to the mat against Luke Martin. Well, while the result is secure for Vanguard, every match matters, every individual result, because it can come down to tiebreakers if things are even in the round-robin group. The method of victory counts for a lot, and the number of victories count for a lot. So currently, it's 4-2 for Vanguard, but I'm sure that Kyle Chambers will want to make sure that it only ends at 4-3. Man, Luke Martin looking ready to go there. Look at that, poised. Ready. Kyle Chambers, very distinctive figure, can't miss him. And Luke Martin, Sydney West Martial Arts head coach there in Australia, coming to Long Beach, California to compete as part of, oh, looked like there was a little eye poke there. Coming here to compete as part of the Vanguard team assembled by Jason Rao. Oh, there's a little eye poke in return. Not intentional, but man, they've both had one now.
Be on the lookout for Kyle Chambers, a gifted counter-attacker.
Very much so. Yeah, really is. Nifty knee bar.
Just in very many areas, he's very creative, and I think he has a certain knack for when somebody is attacking him. He knows exactly where to put his body in response to that. And you see it, like some of the most explosive competitors find themselves in danger off of one of their attacks just because Kyle he casts a wide net, it's almost like, with his guard.
Yeah, Chambers for sure. Defensively, really sound. I mean, you saw it, you know, his no time limit match with Isaac Michel in the Who's Next finale. He ended up losing that one, but I mean, that went on for a very long time. Very long time. I think it was over 2 hours in the end. It was a very, very long match indeed. So I think 3 5-minute rounds is certainly no problem for him when it comes to gas tank. Luke Martin, obviously very well-known coach there, but I've got to say, I have not seen too much competition footage of him. I think it's great to actually see him in action here at the AIGA qualifier. And we've seen his students perform so well here today. Of course, Josh Saunders had a really strong showing against Kevin Burbridge, and baby Dave Stoilescu against Ben Eddy, both picking up victories.
Stay at the right side, stay at the right side, stay at the right side. Ready? Fight!
Interesting, Max Kuznetsov wanted them perhaps to help the camera.
See Kyle Chambers just kind of shaking his head like, let me do jiu-jitsu, bro. All right, points period is now active. We're over 2 minutes into this first 5-minute round.
So far, Luke with some sort of half commits on these guard passing, just trying to feel out the responses of Kyle Chambers.
You know, I was just looking at the live chat on the FloGrappling YouTube page, and the veteran Tom Lawler, veteran MMA fighter and grappling enthusiast, actually says, I love AIGA. He's watched like 5 events. He's got no clue what the rules are, but he respects it. Well, let us break it down for you, Tom. 3 5-minute rounds, just like an MMA fight. Points are only active in the...
There's no time, Howell.
No, I'm not going to be able to
There's
give
no
a little
time,
lecture
Howell.
here. This is a leg lock entry here from Kyle Chambers.
Might be able to secure this heel hook, and he does. No
Outside
time
heel
to explain.
hook. Outside heel hook for Kyle Chambers in the first round. Gets 1 back, at least for 10th Planet, and that series ends 4-3 in favor of Vanguard.
Your winner by submission, representing 10th Planet, Kyle Chambers.
Well, you know what? For the viewers at home, wondering about how things work here at AIGA, just need to remember that submission can finish the deal at any time. Let's take a look at the replay. Yeah, scoops that leg. Goes double outside Ashi. Triangles his legs. Takes a second to find the bite of the heel. He does. Turns his body and gets the submission. Nice work there from Kyle Chambers. Well, we'll leave it over to Jake now to make things official.
We invite both teams back to the mat for the official decision. Both teams can come back to the mat for the official decision. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner out of the red corner, Vanguard.
Nice show of respect and sportsmanship from our 2 opposing teams here in that series. Let's take a look at the recap, actually, because you know, a lot of action between Vanguard and 10th Planet. There's a submission from Nick Ronan in the opening match. Ryan Aitken fired back with a submission of his own against Anthony Palaceno. Josh Saunders scored a points win against Kevin Burbridge. And it was really, in these earlier matches, it was like 1-1. It was 10th Planet Vanguard, 10th Planet Vanguard going back and forth. Gio Martinez with this really standout moment, the near twister that had everybody out of their seats. Fabian Ramirez scored a tough points win against Chris Crawford. It was a really great use of that wrestling reversal. Both guys doing their hair. The knee bar of David Stoilescu scoring the submission against Ben Eddy, that verbal tap. Wow, really probably the most dramatic submission that we've seen here so far today. And then this final heel hook win for Kyle Chambers, just getting 1 back for 10th Planet. So the series ended 4-3 in favor of Vanguard.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to begin a special super fight. In the red corner, representing AIGA Grappling Academy, Alpamis Usabayev.
That's clearly.
And his opponent, representing East LA Jiu-Jitsu, James Clemens.
Well, Jake, we got a special super fight here just to break up the action before we're back with the rest of the teams here. All the way from Kazakhstan on the left is Alpamis Usabayev going up against from here in LA. LA, Jake.
Yeah, in the corner of
James.
Mr. Clemens is Hajane Barbosa, who's originally going to be the 60-kilogram representative of Checkmat team, but due to
Taken out by bursitis, unfortunately, yeah, but
oh, look at this. Oh, my goodness.
on the arm very quickly is Usabayev. Oh, this is
Oh, my gosh.
dangerous, going for the reverse hitchhiker.
Oh, and that's it.
Wow! 32 seconds was all it took for Usabayev to score the win by submission. Man, that was a very decisive result.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner by submission, Alpamis Usabayev.
I don't think any of us expected to see the match end quite so dramatically and quite so quickly. Silenced the local fans of James Clement, who had come out to support the local grappler. But let's take a look at the action. Yeah, Usabayev from bottom, very flexible, basically as a choi bar. The way he was able to throw his leg all the way over the top. Clemens did his best to resist. When he got rolled over into this position, tried to go for that reverse hitchhiker style, but you can see the force of the elbow being hyperextended, using the hips as the fulcrum point. Oh, wow. Very, very dynamic, very tight, very decisive submission victory.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to begin the next block of action. In the red corner, Legion American Jiu-Jitsu. In the 65-kilogram division, 2 down. In the 65-kilogram division, 2 down. Well, ladies and gentlemen, while we are waiting for Legion American Jiu-Jitsu, we will call out of the blue corner, Checkmat. In the under 60 kilogram division, Igor Moreda. In the under 65 kilogram division, Michael Esquivas. In the under 70 kilogram division, Gustavo Lopez. In the under 76 kilogram division, Mateus Luna. In the under 83 kilogram division, Francisco Lowe. In the under 91 kilogram division, Dory Ow. And in the above 91 kilogram division, Elder Cruz. And their opponent, this time out of the red corner, Legion American Jiu-Jitsu. In the under 65 kilogram division, two down. The under 70 kilogram division, Tyler Brown. The under 76 kilogram division, Scott Bowler. In the under 83 kilogram division, Bobby Winther. In the under 91 kilogram division, Adam Bradley. And in the above 91 kilogram division, Ian Darby. We now invite Chief Judge Olshas Doshanov to the stage for the drawing of the match order. And we invite both the managers of both teams to the center, Hajane Barbosa and Miha Paravic. Checkmat to decide our first bout. In the above 91 kilogram division, second bout in the under 76 kilogram division, third bout in the under 91 kilo, under 83 kilos. And finally, in the under 65 kilogram division, athletes be seated. Our first bout takes place between Legion American Jiu-Jitsu's Ian Darby and Checkmat's supposed to be Elder Cruz.
So the order of matches has been decided. We will start things off with the heavyweights, the over 91 kilograms. Alex Liscano Filho going up against Ian Darby. Checkmat versus Legion. 7-match series, and one thing that's very, very important to note about this is that, unfortunately, due to that very devastating heel hook that Tyler Brown suffered in his opening round match against finishers earlier, he is unable to continue. So, as they are already down one competitor in the under 60 kilogram, the Legion will come into this with 2 forfeits. So 2 matches down already, Jake. That's not a great start.
Yeah, no,
they need to win 4 basically to take this, and they're already down 2.
You're starting off the competition with a mountain to climb, and that is very, very difficult. Turns out Checkmat, unbeknownst to anybody, switched out Elder Cruz for Alex Filho for this bout. I was very surprised to see that Elder Cruz was not the one walking on the stage. And interesting, Ian Darby is going backstage.
Yeah, ready for the walkout. They're sending them backstage to get them ready. Just a moment, and we will have them ready to go, but they need to change the scoreboard first because they still have Elder's name. So just give us a minute to get things set here, and we'll start off with Alex Liscano Filho against Ian Darby.
Just trying to figure out this little issue. This is Checkmat. It seems they did not let production know that Elder Cruz would be subbing in for Alex Filho, and that does create some issues on Smooth Comp and some other stuff having to do with the event. You see Al Teague there trying to figure things out with head judge Olshas Doshanov and Max Kuznetsov. Thank you guys for tuning in on YouTube, for commenting, for engaging, for sharing. AIGA. You guys can follow AIGA at aiga.global on Instagram, We're here at Thunder Studios in Long Beach, California. Brought to you in part by Acai Republic as well.
Yeah, sorry for the delay. Just getting things set on the back end with the registrations and such, because unfortunately we had the wrong name loaded up. So it shouldn't take too long to adjust. Originally they told us who's going to be able to cruise, and then they pulled the old switcheroo.
Well, I believe then I mentioned to the fans watching at home that Checkmat just didn't tell anybody that this was going to happen. I think that they thought they could just put whoever in there. But obviously, smooth comp is smooth comp, and you have to enter stuff in and then preload it, and then the bracket is generated. And so hopefully this is not as big of a deal as it could be, network-wise. But
shouldn't take too long to fix.
If we got to go old pen and paper, Hal, who knows? You know, we got to go back to the flip scoreboard, and
nobody wants that.
No, I don't. But I'm just saying, you know, we'll do whatever it takes.
For those of us old enough to remember.
These
kids coming up nowadays with their fancy digital scoreboards. I remember when.
I know that I am 26, but I also have been competing since I was 8 years old.
Exactly, you saw it.
I saw it. I remember it.
Nowadays, every tournament has TV screens with electronic scoreboards, and to be honest, it's great to see, right? It's just another sign of the development of jiu-jitsu. So, I mean, let's just talk a little bit about what we've seen so far today, Jake. You know, this we're 2 rounds into today. This is the first day, of course. There's more to come tomorrow. We're going to have the second round, or there's 3 matches in each round robin series. So we've had round 1 and 2 in Group A, round 1 and 2 in Group B. We'll have round 3 for both groups tomorrow, and then the best team from each group will face off in a final. So we're not even sure who that will be right now, because looking at the results, I mean, finishers beat Legion in their opening round, and then Vanguard came through to beat 10th Planet. So it really depends on how this round here goes between Checkmat and Legion. As we mentioned, Legion have got a mountain to climb. They've already got a 2-match deficit because of 2 forfeits. And we're going to see Vanguard going up against Fight Sports after this.
This is very different than the other qualifiers that we saw. I mean, I mentioned it a couple times during the broadcast, but the AIGA qualifier in Turkey and Brazil, we had 8 teams. And so you could just run a standard bracket, 4 teams on each side.
Yeah.
But with this, we're doing sort of a group stage, which is very, very exciting, because these teams, I mean, there's more that goes into it now. There isn't just a straight bracket. It is how many submissions did you get? How many points did you score? How active were you? What rounds did you win? That all goes into the final you know, deliberation of whether or not you're good enough to make it to that final group stage, or if you could even be one of those teams that might get invited even in that silver medal stage.
Exactly. There's no guarantee that there will be an invitation, but whoever wins overall this weekend will advance through to the 2025 Champions League to be held next year, of course, where we have the $1 million prize fund, $500,000 for the overall winning team, and then the rest split amongst the runners-up. But we know that for a fact that one team from the European qualifiers is going to go to the Champions League. That's Eurotrash.
Yes.
Kasai won the South American qualifiers. They're going to go through to the Champions League. We've got the Asian qualifiers coming up in December in Kazakhstan. But of course here, there is the possibility that maybe more than one team will go through the Champions League. It all depends on the performances this weekend.
Yes.
Because of course the overall winner is confirmed, but the organizers have told us, depending on how it goes, they may, just may, invite a second team.
which would be very, very exciting. And you know what? Actually, it seems like they finally got the smooth comp up and running for this next bout between Ian Dobby and, it turns out, not Elder Cruz, but Alex Lascano. So let's take it over to the athletes over there on the ramp, and let's get them announced and back on to round number 3. One more hurdle.
Isn't technology wonderful? The more complicated technology is, the more difficult, the more problems arise. But we have now fixed everything. We're ready to go.
Ladies and gentlemen, our first bout takes place in the above 91 kilogram division. Representing Legion American Jiu-Jitsu, Ian Dobby.
Imposing figure of Ian Dobby, former Poway wrestler, Jiu-Jitsu purple belt, training there at Legion American Jiu-Jitsu, Keenan Cornelius and co.
And his adversary in the blue corner, representing Checkmat, Alex Filho.
And I have to say, something of an unknown figure for me is Alex Lascano Filho, because I was totally prepared for Elder Cruz to come to the mat here today. El Monstro, multiple-time ADCC veteran, but Alex Lascano Filho will be coming to represent Checkmat here instead. With the red ankle band is Dobby. I think that's smart by Lascano Filho in dropping down to the guard, because man, you'd have to be a pretty good wrestler to take down Ian Dobby, right?
Yeah, heavy wrestling pedigree. Poway is a great wrestling club here in California. It has just produced hitters. And Dobby has spent a considerable amount of time around a lot of the Ontos competitors, helping them with their wrestling. He's one of the people that a lot of these Southern California teams have looked to for wrestling guidance, and definitely a very intelligent competitor as well. And the purple belt, also on the Dojo Storm podcast with Keenan Cornelius.
You know, one thing I gotta say I really like, I mean, you know, there's so much great jiu-jitsu here in Southern California, right? Everybody knows that. But there is actually some really high-level wrestling in California as well, all over the state. And Poway is something of a powerhouse in the high school scene, right? And it's not a college program, but it's as good as, you know. And I love seeing that there's a little bit more exchange going on between high-level wrestling teams and high-level grappling clubs here in the area. And it just, for me, it makes so much sense. You know, wrestling and jiu-jitsu, you know, they're close cousins. Really such a huge fan of both styles of grappling, and they can really, cross-training can benefit them, both styles, so much, right?
Absolutely, and I think that around ADCC season over the last 2 years, with how big ADCC 2022 and 2024 were, people gearing up for the trials, and mind you, 2019 was huge as well, but that tournament really drove a lot of people to practice their wrestling more. And now you're seeing tournaments like CJI, you're seeing AIGA, you're seeing ADXC, you're seeing more and more of these events come up, and people need good wrestling to be formidable in these rule sets.
Yes, you do. You really do. It's so effective. And as the wrestling gets better, you know, everybody starts training it, and just the whole level across the board just goes up, and that's what we love to see in the sport in general. The question, of course, is that, you know, for guys who come from such strong wrestling pedigrees, such as Ian Dobby, you know, that the problem is sometimes there are hard habits to break, and there are certain things that you have to learn, which, you know, just go against everything that you learn in wrestling. But that's nice use of the submission attack here from Lascano in forcing a standing back take. And they're going to get restarted in the same position, Jake. What's going to happen here?
Well, it's tough to say. One thing that's interesting to me is that Dobby keeps on looking up his team looking directly into the eyes.
Oh, nice turn from Dowby.
Like, you'll notice he'll sit up really high in the guard and he'll actually look directly at the scoreboard, or he'll look directly at his team. And it seems like he's very slow and methodical in the approach. And I think it was smart of Filio to try to bring this down to the ground, make this a jiu-jitsu match, stay away from wrestling-centric exchanges with Ian Dobby.
Yeah, but the weight difference is obviously considerable. I'm just looking now. I mean, Dowby weighed in. He was, I believe, 115 kilograms, same as Josh Saunders, like a solid 250. And Liscano Filio, if I'm not mistaken, he was like 91 kg, which is, wow, 200. So he's basically, there's a 50-pound weight difference. And when Liscano Filio had that rear body lock and tried to kind of sit him back into the crab ride, and nothing happened. I mean, that's where it's most visible, that weight difference, right? Oh, look at this, another leg entry there. And I think that Dowby, he needs to be really disciplined in turning back in as quickly as possible, because when he did so a little lazily in the first round, that's when Liscano Filio came up.
Now Dobby putting the pressure on.
This is smart. Got about a minute remaining. Time to get busy, because it is 0-0 after all.
Yeah, only 50 seconds left as well. Well, this first round really went by.
It really did.
Dobby, ADCC Tijuana Open, absolute runner-up. Actually went against Dory Aoun, who was on Team Checkmat at this event in the final there.
Yeah, he'll be competing here in just a bit.
Another thing that we have to mention just one more time, because there was such a big break before this match, that Checkmat starts up by 2 because of the absence of the 60-kilogram competitor and Tyler Brown, the 70-kilogram representative, incurring an injury, no longer able to continue. And that's where it pays to have alternates out. That's why, I mean, you look at Fight Sports team, who will compete later on in this event, how many alternates they brought. In the event that something like that happens, you're not just giving up the match, which Vanguard has no alternates to that point.
All right, end of the first round, 0-0.
Round 1 declared a draw.
Take a look at this.
Yeah, this was a big attack that Filio kept on going for, is this like K-guard to the scoop. And
yeah,
Dobby, pretty much that was his escape both times, is pulling out. That first time, Filio was able to follow him up to the top. Second time, it's just sort of reset back into a neutral position. But Dobby, toward the end of that round, was able to find some opportunities to get tight. You can tell he's starting to open up a little bit, maybe figure out a little bit of Filio's guard. But to Filio's credit, he's a big guy too. And he was able to, you know, remain aware and keep on staying nimble in his guard. Receiving instruction from almost everybody in their respective teams.
yeah.
Everybody pitching in.
I mean, I'm just looking at this Checkmat corner, and it's, wow, it's stacked. Elder Cruz, Francisco Lowe, Jonathan Gomez is there, Haldani Barboza, Dory Aoun, Mateus Luna. It's a pretty loaded squad, you know. The Checkmat, of course, their HQ is here in Signal Hills, really close. It's basically part of Long Beach, and there are other Checkmat locations not too far away, La Habra, for example, where Lucas Leitch, and most of these guys here competing today are out of Lucas's gym in La Habra.
You know, just something I just thought of, the reason why they would switch Elder Cruz, and well, it appears that the clock is not going in this round. And there we go. Got a little bit of time, a little bit of extra time in round 2 now. But I went back to what I was saying before. Oh, they corrected the time.
They did.
To what I was saying before, why they would put in Alex Filio instead of Elder Cruz, probably to keep him in the pocket for matchups like Josh Saunders in the above 91 kilogram division, or João Costa, Fight Sports. I imagine they want to keep Elder on retainer, 2023 IBJJF Nogi World Champion. Filio keeps on going for this K-guard to armbar setup as well from the closed guard. Ian inching forward, just very patiently putting his knee. Video trying to continue to look for attacks as Ian comes in, but he's not spending too much energy being explosive. He's sort of methodically looking for an approach. I mean, even right here, just sort of moseying on over to the north-south position. So far, not a point scored. Not just in this round, but in the round previous.
Yeah, Dalby, I mean, I just think there's very little chance we're going to see him on bottom. Not sure that Lezcano can do what he needs to do to sweep him. He might be able to sweep him enough to expose another back take like he did in the first round. It's going to be really difficult to submit him. You know, wrestlers are notoriously difficult to catch, right? They know where their body is. That's the thing. I think that wrestling teaches you such great body awareness, such great body control. It's very difficult to force them out of position. And Lezcano, he might be able to catch a leg. I think if he keeps going for that K-guard style stuff that he tried earlier. But look at this, you know, he scoops underneath like that, and Dalby just flattens him out, you know? Underhook and head control, crossface from inside the closed guard. It looks kind of goofy, but it's miserable to get stuck there.
Yeah, you know how I think the hard part with Dalby's game plan right now is he can't really afford to leave it in the hands of the judges. 0-0, he just doesn't have that kind of leeway. He doesn't have that kind of room. Let's say it goes to judge's decision and then he ends up losing, because it's really close. There's no clear, definite advantage either way. Video has been going for these leg attacks over and over and over again. Has he been able to net them? No, but he's still going for them. Ian has gotten one clear look at a pass, didn't end up wrapping it up, so it really is even. And so in this third round, I expect Ian possibly to get a little bit more active, and he actually just did get a warning from referee Umar Manladov.
Yeah, we need to see some. Oh, wait there.
Look at this.
What's this? Gets a leg in front of the face. What's the grip on the arm like? He's got 50 seconds. Oh, he manages to slide the elbow out.
45 seconds. And that's
the only real submission entry that Lezcano has had. But there is a penalty against Dalby here.
This is not a good situation if you're Ian Dalby.
It's not. Look at Lezcano basically baiting him to come in.
These competitors in the plus 91 kilogram division are very flexible. I've seen some really nimble big guys here at AIGA. Just a little over 10 seconds. Dalby trying to make one more attempt at a pass as the clock winds down, but that left leg of Fidio, just the perfect block to secure that round for Checkmat.
Zero, but the one penalty.
Round 2 goes to Checkmat.
Get some highlights here.
Not a whole lot happened that round, but what did happen, it was actually, I think it was the lack of stuff happening is what happened. And that was what was sort of Ian Dalby's undoing in that round. I think very, very patient in his approach, but in this third round, he's really going to have to empty the gas tank a little bit, I feel like, just to really preserve Legion's ability in this block, this third block of the competition. A loss here would immediately put Legion's back right up against the wall. And we're just about ready for the third round. Ian Dalby and Alex Fidio.
Oh, look at that, Lezcano jumping forward, trying to make contact, and that's an effective way of making contact if you want to do if you want to make grips. Scano is now playing like a open half guard, which is it's a good way to get into the legs, because the close guard definitely wasn't working.
If you're Fidio, you can keep on doing what you're doing. You're in the driver's seat now. You officially have the edge in the competition. If you're Ian Dobby, you have to make a change.
Now he's gone back to the close guard. But if you're Liscano here, I mean, what do you do against a guy like Dalby? Oh, wrist lock? That's a very interesting entry.
The thing that Fidio has been doing in the leg entries, though, is right as he gets under the leg, Ian does a big explosion. So when you get under the leg in that situation, you have to account for the explosion. And a way that a lot of high-level competitors do that is by trying to secure the other leg. Like, let's say you throw a reap on the left leg, you secure the right leg so that they can't explode out in such an easy way. But, I mean, with Ian, it's obviously, I mean, you look at the guy, he's a super explosive human being. And wrestlers have a different kind of strength. It's not the same. It's not really it's not apples to apples with weightlifting. It's a new kind of power. It's a new kind of explosiveness. Look at this.
It's going to be another, warning there against, well, a penalty actually against Dalby for basically not trying to improve his position. And that's the key thing, right? You've got to, it's not enough to just sit inside the guard. You've actually got to try and do something. I think he's looking up at the scoreboard. It's kind of like, man, another penalty. But hey, you know, you got to pass. That's the thing, right? You've got to pass.
And Alex, like I said, he can just stay true to this upstairs, downstairs sort of fight. But it's Dobby who, even, let's say he does get the pass, Howell. Here's the tough thing. Let's say he does get the pass, he does win this round. Then it goes to a decision, and you have to think who did better out of the first 2 rounds. And I think the more active competitor is still Fidio.
Yeah, in terms of meaningful jiu-jitsu, for sure. Who's actually looking for submission attacks, submission entries. Oh, this is better for Dalby. This is much better for Dalby. This is what we needed to see all along, to be honest.
Yep, 2 minutes left.
Some active guard passing, some footwork, some movement. This is what he's needed to do all along, and he needs to keep that pressure on, and eventually he could break Liscano.
Right back into the fray is Dobby, trying to pass around to the north-south, but it's always that left leg ready to meet Dobby on the pressure for Liscano Fidio. And right back in the closed guard, and every time he's in the closed guard, it's at least 30 seconds off the clock. That's a very important thing here. And that's where the strategy of this multiple round format comes into play.
Just a note about the fact that they're already down 2 because of the forfeits. That Legion, if they lose this match, then they will have to win all 4 matches in succession to come out the victor against Checkmat. And it's not impossible, but it's not easy.
No. Now, barring a miracle, it looks like Checkmat's going to take this first round. Only 5 rounds in this block, as you mentioned. Best thing Ian could do right now is stand up.
Like he did a minute
try
ago.
to go for the quickest guard pass of his life.
Yeah. Alex is doing his best to try and pull that leg, but it's just absolutely immobile, isn't it? It's just, the base is so solid. Gets a little lift and then just goes right back down. Manages to get him off the ground like about 2 inches.
It's a really smart game plan, though, to go upstairs, downstairs like that from closed guard. It's very safe. It keeps Ian accountable. Great performance by Alex Fidio. Great performance.
Weathered the storm, that's for sure.
Your winner representing Checkmat, Alex Liscano.
right, well, Checkmat get their first official win on the board, which makes them 3-0 up in this series. Yeah, we see Vizcano was really put under so much pressure. I mean, that's what happens when you go up against somebody who is 50 pounds heavier than you. But he
he's such a
handled
big
it
dude, too. Look at him. I mean, he is not a small guy. That just goes to show how big Ian Dobby is.
Yeah, yeah, he really, yeah, there's still a huge size difference, that's for sure. But I just wish we'd seen a little bit more of that from Ian Dobby. You know, the athleticism, the guard passing. Obviously, he didn't want to take it too many risks, but, well, hindsight is 20/20, and experience is a great teacher.
Yes.
Our next bout takes place in the under 76 kilogram division. Out of the red corner, representing Legion American Jiu-Jitsu, Scott Bowler.
Returning to the mat is Scott Bowler. He was one half of our very first match here today at the AIGA USA Qualifier. Lost by first round submission against Alan Sanchez. He's taking on Mateus Luna. I'm sure he's going to want to get that one back and just have a better showing for himself.
And his opponent in the blue corner, representing Checkmat, Mateus Luna.
Big crowd support for Mateus Luna. He's Brazilian, originally from Rio Grande do Norte, the city of Natal. Many great jiu-jitsu fighters come from there, and now based here in Southern California, the Checkmat representative, and very prolific competitor.
Absolutely. He's gone to great lengths to increase his knowledge of the game, acted as an IBJJF referee for a very long time, along with his twin brother, Machias. And I mean, he has an extensive resume full of a lot of people, and that's Mateus Luna.
Getting chippy, head to head on the edge of the mat.
That's just grappling a Luna brother. You gotta be ready for the shenanigans. Scott Bowler trying to wrangle him in. And man, a lot of pressure on the shoulders of Scott Bowler in this one.
Well, yeah, it really is, right? Because the total victory between the two teams depends entirely on the result of this match. Legion have had their fair share of obstacles to climb here this weekend. You know, the fact that they ended up coming without a 60-kilogram representative, and then their 70-kilo guy got injured in the opening rounds. Just a really devastating heel hook. Took him out of the competition, unfortunately. Scott Bowler looking back at Mateus Luna after they're trading leg kicks.
Calf kicks have made their way from MMA into jiu-jitsu, it seems.
They really have. They really have.
Now, these exchanges, I believe, are part of the keys to victory for Scott, though. I think engaging in jiu-jitsu versus jiu-jitsu with Mateus Luna, it's just, there's no easy way to say it, but it's where Mateus Luna is going to shine in the no-gi matchup. And I think that
100%.
Going for leg locks even might be a good idea for Scott Bowler, just so that he can throw those different situations. I don't know the leg lock pedigree of Mateus Luna per se. I know that he's a very technical, fundamentally sound jiu-jitsu competitor. But if you're going to go for something wild to submit what a lot of people would probably say is the favorite in this matchup, I think Scott Bowler is going to need to bust out the tricks.
Man, honestly, it's a great point. Thinking about it, in all the times I've seen Mateus compete, gi or no gi, I haven't seen him do a ton of leg locks. There's an interesting observation, but he knows how to play the leg game, that's for sure. And coming up on top, manages to strip that foot off his hip. And they come back up to their feet, and it's still 0-0.
I'm a little surprised Scott didn't commit to that a little bit harder. I feel like he had a good bite on the leg.
I think he hit a slippy patch. It looked like he kind of slipped on the mat. In fact, you can see him kind of testing the grip, yeah. He wanted to, but I think he just, you know, you hit that slip and all of a sudden your momentum just disappears, right?
Yes. Well, the mats definitely, they're a little bit slippery. Good shot by Matheus Luna.
Really nice, yeah. I love the way that Bowler is reaching for that leg. Manages to flip it.
Look at this, Scott
Reverse
Bowler.
close guard. Wow, this has become a really trending position in jiu-jitsu this year. We rarely saw it up until recently, but this can be a very powerful attacking position. A lot of very powerful leg lock attacks from here.
Look at this, Scott Bowler looking for a toe hold.
Could see toe hold, could see A block. That's another one.
Looks like he's now looking for the toe hold wrap, but the right foot underneath by Matheus Luna messing with the lock of Scott Bowler.
The thing is, he's got access to both feet from here, right? You can see Matheus is doing his best to try and clear it, and that's smart from Matheus Luna. He's basically closed the close guard on a reversed close guard on Bowler, and now they're in a very difficult position. But look at that. That's going to be sweet points for Bowler if he comes up on top here.
I would think that this would be sweet points for him right now. But yeah, and there we go. The 2-2 now on the scoreboard. This is one of those positions you show people to describe what jiu-jitsu competition is like who have never seen it before.
Yeah,
it's a little like this.
But it's such a difficult position to get caught in because it's very difficult to safely escape from this position. To unlock those legs, you put yourself in danger. And there is a nice reversal from Luna, not finished.
Looks like that'll be 2 points for Matheus Luna. And safely disengaging the position to end up.
Oh, and he's going to possibly have a look at the back here as well. The seconds are ticking away. Bowler's rolling through for a leg. 4 points to 2 in favor of Luna. Well, that's round 1 to Checkmat.
Round 1 goes to Checkmat.
Now here's the thing, Hal. I actually think that's a good round for Bowler. Even though he lost the round, what it shows is that he is competent in the leg exchanges with Matheus Luna, and I think it is in his best interest to continually go back to the well. I think that him going for the leg entanglements is really his key to victory here, especially after seeing that. He had some really good situations where I do think he had Matheus Luna 1 or 2 more adjustments, and it could have been actually some imminent danger. But that's a great round, and I think that the Legion corner is probably instructing him like, hey, go back.
More of the same.
More of the same.
I would say so. I mean, the modern no-gi leg lock game is just developing at such a rapid pace. And with somebody like Matheus, who competes so much in both gi and no-gi, you do wonder, like, you know, how on top of those developments can somebody remain? Well, we're back in the action. Should probably kill that music. There we go. Oh, there's a shot from Bowler. Remember, takedown points are the only points that score in the first 2 minutes of each round. Nice ball from Luna.
Scott trying to suck in that leg, though. Unable to do so. Might give up back control here if he's not careful. Oh, but look at this. Matheus Luna going for the Darce. This could be trouble.
Oh, and Bowler has made a mistake here. He's doing okay. He's got to keep that shoulder open. He's got to keep the shoulder wide as possible.
Oh, now this is getting tighter and tighter the more Luna is able to orient it.
How is he not tapped to this so far? They're going to go out of bounds. Whoa, they are. They're going into the table.
Oh, and they're letting them continue.
They're moving the table out of the way. And somehow, Bowler managed to escape.
And Scott Bowler's fired up.
I have no idea how he was able to survive the depths of that DOS choke. It was so deep.
And that's the first time that I think in an AIGA qualifier we've seen the action allowed to continue like that. off the mat. That's not something usually that happens in the AIGA rule set.
We're usually on a stage.
That's very true.
Yeah,
That's a big
this is the first
thing.
time that we've actually had like a floor level mat since I think 2022 in AIGA, something like that. So
now this is how Scott was able to get under the leg last time. He had a crafty look on the leg this way, and he was able to roll through and turn it into something. Oh, but Mateus Luna
is on the back here. Very close to getting hooks. No hooks so far. Oh, but he's going to go for it here. He's got one hook in. Still not a scoring position. Now the second hook goes in. There, that's going to be points because it came. Well, actually, no, you know what? I think that second hook went in and we hadn't actually hit the 3 minute remaining. I think that he technically set the hooks in the no points period, Jake.
And a grimace on the face of Scott Bowler. I don't know if he was in pain or if it was just a heavy effort, but it's an interesting point how this is actually a good, this is perhaps an olive branch extended to Scott Bowler here. But
no,
now
it's not olive branch.
No, not at all. As soon as I say that, commentator's
under
curse.
the chin. He's trying his best to strip the hand. He does. He manages to strip it. Mateus switches sides. Bowler's digging deep here.
Legs crossed by Mateus Luna, deep. Maintain that hip control. And Scott's trying to get that lock over the closed guard lock on the back, something you tell every white belt not to do. But Mateus has the lock deep, so it's not necessarily dangerous to do. If you throw that lock deep enough to where your ankles aren't being used as a leverage point, then it's actually safe and it's actually good control. But typically you don't see a lot of people do it because no one has the lanky legs of Mateus Luna in this specific matchup. Minute 45, still 0-0. Now if you're Scott Bowler, it's just survive and give yourself more time.
But this is a tactical mistake from Luna, because if he just set his hooks to the body triangle right here, he's going to score. And now, yeah, he does, because he was just sitting with those hooks for so long in the no points period. The moment you put the body triangle on from here, he would have got those 3 points potentially almost 2 minutes ago. Still working on the neck, but Bowler's submission defense is it's good this round. Let's say that. It's good. He survived the DOS choke, survived this. He's doing really well.
He still has 1 minute to not succumb to the many different rear naked choke attempts of Mateus Luna, though.
Going high. Goes back to the body triangle. Mateus Luna kind of slowing down a bit with his attacks here. He came so close with that rear naked. The hand fighting is crucial here, isn't it? It's everything. You can't even address the body triangle until you know that your neck is safe.
Yeah, that's the toughest part too, is you can't really orient your hips in a way that makes it more comfortable for you. It constricts your back and your ribs. It's uncomfortable. It's awful.
It is awful. When somebody just, you know, they slap on that body triangle and they really put the squeeze on.
But it seems that he was able to survive round 2.
Armbar with 3 seconds remaining. Bowler is going to go through into the 3rd round. Well, Mateus Luna takes that one 3-0.
Round 2 goes to Checkmat.
We definitely have a very Checkmat forward crowd here for the AIGA USA qualifier at Thunder Studios, Long Beach, California. This went off the mat. Absolutely insane that Scott Bowler has the survivability that he does to be able to withstand that choke. That was a tight choke, make no mistake about it. And then getting his back taken, able to survive. And you know, Mateus Luna, I think at some point realized he didn't get the points for the back control that perhaps he thought he did. Gets the body triangle, and this is what I mean about that deep look, the deep crossing of the legs. I mean, he almost had the arm completely under the chin, looking for the arm bar at the very end. A lot of activity out of Mateus Luna. And Scott Bowler very slow to get up after that 2nd round.
Well, but he does get up and he claps his hands and he's ready to go, making the most of every second of that 1 minute rest period. I don't blame him.
Usually it's Mateus Luna getting into the head of his opponent with some antics. This time Scott Bowler joking around a little bit with Mateus out there.
I don't think it's possible to get in Mateus Luna's head. You know, he's such a great, such a great competitor, so experienced, and never really seem phased, right? Psychological tricks don't work on a guy like him.
Mateus
Offering
also,
his leg, look at that. You see that? He's lifting up his short. It's almost like, you want my leg? Here it is.
Mateus also competed in the very much heavier weight divisions, being, I would say, naturally a middle to medium heavyweight, competing in IBJJF tournaments as heavy as ultra heavyweight.
He did, right?
Yeah, a lot of matches at brown belt with Victor Hugo, not in the absolute, but in his weight division.
Yeah, very interesting. He never seemed to have a problem with that going up in weight. And it was kind of a curious choice, but you spend your life coming up through the ranks fighting heavyweights, going up against a guy your own size probably feels a lot easier, right?
I would imagine, yes. And he adopted a very careful game plan as a result of it. You see a lot of his matches in the colored belts and even those in the heavier matches he had at black belt, where it is a very measured, patient approach where he's not extending himself past what he needs to extend himself, just so that he can maintain the energy needed to stave off a 240-pound human being. In this, we see the same situation as before, in that when it went off the mat, that Scott Bowler is having to defend a Darce choke.
Yeah, he's used the turnover, and now he starts trying to cinch it up a little bit.
This time trying to secure it maybe a little bit more tight before he fully commits to it to prevent Scott from rolling, as you see here.
Again, rolls. This is the key, isn't it, with the Darce? You've got to break the guy down first. Unless you've got super, super long arms, it's difficult to shoot it all the way through up and get that rear naked choke grip. But you can tell, obviously, that Luna wasn't feeling it because he gave up and he's going to the back again.
The hook is almost in, and that right hook goes through. Now using that left foot to kind of open the hip and create some separation. Now in on the neck.
I think he could get this.
Possibly
Unfortunately,
crossface.
they've turned away from us. Okay, this is better. We've got a view of it now. It looked like Mateus Luna had a short choke grip there for a second, but Bowler is doing his best to try and strip that hook. One hook in, 3 points to 0.
Just about to say, notice that the 3 points. Now Luna in a great spot, little over 2 minutes to go. What an effort by Scott Bowler as well, just to really competitive match with Mateus. Really, I believe he kind of stretched Mateus a little bit, where Mateus had to kind of reach into his bag to defend some of the leg entanglement stuff early. And it's difficult to put this man away. It's not easy to submit Scott Bowler.
No, it's really not. I mean, I think he maybe got caught cold a little bit in his match with Sanchez earlier on. You know, it was 2 minutes in and he got caught in that anaconda choke, but you get that first wind out of you, and it's always your second match, if you're in a round robin, it's always better than your first, right? It's all like that in trainings. Usually your second, third, fourth round, much better than your first. And he was the very first match of the day, and I'm not sure if it was the bright lights or the nerves or just, an inadequate warm-up, but whatever happens in the meantime, yeah, it's a much better performance. And even though he's in deep trouble, man, he's obviously defensively very difficult nut to crack. Oh, look at that, and we're talking about it, the one arm
look,
sliding in. But he manages to defend it again. Mateus Luna, it's a couple of times now, he's come close to getting that arm underneath the chin, but Bowler just grits his teeth, tucks his chin, hand fights. It's just in pure survival mode here.
Just 45 seconds, 6-0. Back to that point about, just going in there cold. It is difficult when you're the first match of the day. When it'd be like at a tournament, like the matches may now begin, and you're the first one out there. Just something about it being early in the morning, or being you just now go after a huge layoff. I don't know the last tournament that Scott competed since AIGA, so there's a lot that goes into it. It can be difficult to start the match off like that.
Absolutely. Well, 10 seconds remain now in this third and final round. Mateus Luna with a 6-0 lead. So 3 rounds down. Each round won by points. 4-2, 3-0, 6-0. Luna gets the win, and Checkmat will take the overall victory against Legion.
Your winner representing Checkmat, Mateus Luna!
Yeah, Mateus Luna very happy with that win. And that's it, Checkmat will go through. Taking a moment to celebrate that. Legion, of course, do have 3 more matches to go. I'm quite looking forward to these matches as well. They're going to be good ones, but I'll leave you with the replay, Jake.
Yeah, so Mateus Luna really, in that last round, was able to kind of coast to good positions, respond more to Scott Bowler's attacks. I feel like the first round, Scott had some opportunities to really try to push the pace, really try to throw some different attacks out there and go for the leg entanglements. Second round was very difficult, both sides. Scott got his back taken early. And then Mateus Luna in that third round just seals the deal, takes it home for Checkmat, and we're ready to go on with the next match. It looks like that next match is going to possibly take place between Adam Bradley and Dory Ound, but there might be another scoreboard technical issue here. One moment, ladies and gentlemen, while we handle some of these more technical difficulties. We'll be right back with the next match. All right, with that, we are now officially ready to get the next match underway. It's going to actually be Bobby Winther and Francisco Lowe. Adam Bradley pulled out of the bracket, and so we move on.
Our next bout takes place in the under 83 kilogram division. In the red corner, representing Legion American Jiu-Jitsu, Bobby Winther.
Bobby Winther makes his way to the AIGA ring. Bobby's looked nothing short of impressive this in his time on the mats. 2-1-0 in MMA, black belt at Legion. All around well-rounded competitor. And he takes on an interesting test in Francisco Lowe.
And his adversary in the blue corner, representing Checkmat, Francisco Lowe.
Now Francisco Lowe comes to the mat, second place at the IBJJF World Championship in 2024. Very dynamic, interesting competitor, well known for a amazing highlight that went viral almost immediately versus Adam Wardzinski. Both sat guard, he immediately stands back up and shoots a flying triangle in a blink and you miss it moment. All I can say is don't blink. Here we go. Shot immediately by Winther. Low a little bit taller than Winther. So hanging on the head. Pretty heavy. Winther in on a leg. Staying heavy with that overhook was Francisco Low in response. But now it's Francisco Low in on a leg. Great wrestling exchanges back and forth here in the first minute. Now a guard pull by Low. Bobby Winther particularly fired up for AIGA. Got a chance to talk to him after his weigh-in and just so excited to be a part of Team Legion and compete here in this format. Francisco Low possibly sweeping Bobby as Bobby now gets in on a leg, but Francisco looking for that estima. Now Bobby in on a heel hook. Back and forth with the leg entanglements they go. Engaged in sort of a shallow 50-50 for the moment. A look on a straight arm bar. Hard to tell how tight that is. Oh, that could definitely increase it though. This could be trouble. Looks like a heavy extension on that arm. Now in on the leg. Bobby Winther now has a heel hook potentially. Oh, and they're off the mat with the heel hook. Oh, so tough to see what the arch looks like for Bobby Winther, and his back is kind of against the ring in a sense as well.
Wow, well, the fact that they let them stay out there in that position for so long, I think tells you that there was a serious leg lock threat there at play.
It's interesting to see that. It's like an added dynamic to AIGA, letting them go off the mat a little bit. Not quite all the way into the black railings here at Thunder Studios, but...
Oh man, they're gonna restart in not quite submission, but definitely the leg entanglement.
So far, just back and forth with these different leg attacks. Winther had a great look at a heel hook earlier.
And I think it's smart, you know. Winther's no-gi game, his MMA experience, and Francisco Low, we've seen in both. Oh, look at this. Corkscrew. This is becoming another leg lock we're seeing a lot more of this year. Seen it a number of times. Marcus Scooby has been hitting it again and again in the gi, actually. But yeah, Chico Low or Francisco Low, you know, he's very, very competent both gi and no gi. I mean, we've seen him compete in both. I know he's been training in a few different places as well. He's actually dropped in a bunch at B Team as well, believe it or not. Not too many people know, but he's been through there as well and has trained with the likes of Nick Rodriguez and so on, and that's given him access to some very, very high-level jiu-jitsu players in the no-gi scene to work with. But I don't know, I think that Francisco Low, he's definitely, if you had to kind of, you know, say, he's probably better known for his gi stuff than no-gi. Good in both. So, of course, he's a Who's Number One veteran as well.
There's few gyms in the world, no-gi-wise, that offer a talent pool as deep as B Team does. Oh, look at this! Oh my goodness! Oh, Francisco
No,
Low!
he didn't tap. Oh my word! I thought that was it. I thought he was done. I thought Winther's arm came up, but it's still not over.
Tap!
There it is!
My goodness! That's what I mean when I say don't blink.
Wow, that was huge.
your winner by submission, representing Checkmat, Francisco Lowe.
What a beautiful armbar that was. Love to see the replay of this. There's only 34 seconds remaining in that round. Look, here it comes, Jay. Talk us through that.
Well, he used sort of a variation of the lumberjack sweep, it looked like, to set up that armbar, and it was just so creative. I want to see the start of that again, actually, because I feel like that's where the beauty of it truly lies. You know, like the armbar, once he had it on, is very conventional and simple, but just the way that he was able to set it up by tilting to the side.
Yeah.
Right here, look, has just the wrist. As soon as he gets Winter to post with that left arm over the top,
I think he tapped right there, actually. I don't know, the hand kind of slapped.
It might have been a Chael Sonnen tap, but that's okay.
Yeah.
Because he got the tap eventually anyway. But look, this is what I mean. He has the right arm of Winter, post over the top.
It was
Let's
a
go.
scissor. Wow.
My gosh. Yep, that looked like it was a tap, actually. You could see Winter, his face was definitely grimacing, but he kept on fighting out of it, and Francisco Lowe keeps the thumb straight up in the air.
Well, the referee certainly didn't see the tap because he was on the other side, and I think that's really smart. Francisco Lowe didn't let go and kept working for the armbar.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next bout takes place in the under 65 kilogram division. Fighting out of the red corner, representing Legion American Jiu-Jitsu, Dog. And his opponent out of the blue corner, representing Checkmat, Michael Esquiva.
I really hope FloGrappling didn't just get me that bite, that massive bite I just took. Here we go. So now, all things considered, with under 60 kilograms, under 70 kilograms, and now Adam Bradley pulling out at under 91 kilograms.
3 forfeits is really unfortunate for Legion.
They would have had to have literally a perfect day here versus Checkmat.
It's an added complication to the team format that I think people maybe don't consider. You know, it's not easy to put together a squad of 7 guys to begin with. Nice brawl. But, almost into the judges' table. Stop there, guys.
Beautiful circle by the both of them.
Yeah, we've got a 40-foot man here. Please, stay in the middle. But yeah, it's to get 7 guys together across the weight categories is sometimes challenging, and then you know, to find enough reserves as well. You know, that if somebody does get hurt, or it's definitely not easy. And unfortunately, they had 2 guys who got hurt midway through the competition, Adam Bradley and I believe it was Tyler Brown got caught with a very nasty heel hook in the match against finishers, and he wasn't able to continue competing against Checkmat either. So in total, 3 forfeits from Legion against Checkmat. Nice cycling through the guards there to come up on top. No sweep points though, but
a heel hook.
Danger of an outside heel hook here. Trying to bolo his way out of it. Quite like that. Going into this modified crab ride position. And this is already better from Dang, because we saw him in the opening match. Got put to sleep right on the buzzer, if you remember correctly, Jake.
Yes.
Isaac Cordova was able to score a submission, arm triangle, and well, Dang did his best to hold on, but went out when they stopped the time, stopped the clock at the end of that first round. and I think it's things, it's moments like that that give you extra motivation to come out and fight even harder your second go, right? Like we saw with Scott Bowler. I mean, Scott Bowler got caught in his first match, and he came back out in this second match and against Matthäus Luna and had a 3-round war. And I'm sure Dang is going to just wait. Ooh. Wow. Oh man, these lightweight guys.
Well, look at this.
Nice front head snap down here. And if he can hold him down here, that should be 2. No, don't think he held him down long enough. Almost.
A little bit of blood in the mouth of Tu Dong.
A little bit of showboating from Dang. Esquiva's got the penalty for the guard pull.
And you mentioned the team aspect.
Oh, did you see that? Yeah. The interception to the flying guard pull, the knee right up the middle. Man, I hope he's okay.
Part of the team aspect that's so interesting is you want to also give a good showing for yourself. You know, even if you are in the losing part of it, or you had a bad showing first match and you come back second match, have a good showing, you still want to promote your own brand. You still want to build your own name, and you want to have those highlight moments and contribute to your team in the next round. So I think that's one of the best things about AIGA, is that some of the athletes who go out, maybe they don't have the showing they want in the first round, they come out guns blazing in the second round, and some of those moments are the most memorable.
They really are, really are. Standing wrestling exchange, very fast-paced. Oh, okay. Oh, Dang just throwing Esquivas into the checkmat corner, and Esquivas came back on. I don't think he liked that one, Jake.
No, he almost bounced off of the arms of Dorian onto the mat faster than Tu Dong pushed him off. Just about 20 seconds left in this first round. And it looks like it'll actually go to Legion due to that one penalty.
Looks like it, yeah. 10 seconds remaining.
Oh, and on a leg, though.
Nice shot and a reshot, and they go out of bounds, though. But that's good for Esquivas. That's the kind of strong finish you want to a round, even though he was down on the one penalty.
Round 1 goes to Legion.
But that's just such a strong finish.
Trying to jump over the top.
Man, these highlights are just wild. These guys were fighting like cats.
The cardio that it takes to fight like that, the way that they were too, where it looks like they didn't slow down at any point during the first round. 5-minute matches, you go to a tournament, you do a 5-minute match, by that 4th minute, a lot of people are sucking wind. These guys are able to do this 3 5-minute rounds, and this is their second 3 5-minute round fight of the day.
Yeah, this is why I'm such a fan of, 65-kilogram division. It's 143 pounds. It's always one of the most exciting divisions that you'll see in gi or no gi, just because this combination of dynamic action, jiu-jitsu technique, all together, it's just so exciting.
It's essentially like the light featherweight to featherweight divisions, right?
All right,
think about some of the most amazing athletes in history come from those divisions.
Second period. Round 2 of potentially 3. Interesting. I could hear the checkmat corner saying to Esquivas, attack the leg, don't go for the sweep. Interesting. That's a very different strategy to the first round.
It is a very different strategy. Yeah, I mean, the first round featured so much. I mean, it was a very dynamic round. There was a lot happening on both ends. And, they have the padding to experiment a little bit with game plans, I would say, where they're up 6-0 versus Legion. This is already in the bag.
Yeah.
They know that they're done.
They're not really up to 6-0. They're up 3-0 and 3 forfeits. I don't want to say it's 6-0. I mean, technically it is. It's checkmat all across the board, but 3 forfeits, like yeah. But they definitely won 3 decisive matches. That's for sure.
Well, now I feel like I'm not bad-mouthing Legion.
Well, that's what I'm going to tell them. They're going to come for you.
I'm never going to be invited on the Dojo Storm podcast now.
Ooh, interesting. Penalty against Dang. And even though he's coming up on top, there's no sweep points because they're not in the points period yet.
And on the leg.
Yeah, and that actually makes sense, right? Because Esquivas did come up on top briefly, but based on his advice from Rodney Barboza in the corner, did drop back and is focusing on the leg locks. So sticking to the game plan. And you know what? If your coach is telling you to do something, it's probably a good idea that you do it.
Yes, yeah, I would say it's just generally good advice.
Nothing worse than being a coach and then the person just not listening to anything you say, right?
Yeah,
oh, but I
cool
thought I was going to try this. Well, maybe if you did what I said.
Well, that's why having the mic in the corner of the coaches every now and again is a very cool element for the viewers at home, because then you get to see not just what the coaches are saying, but how well an athlete actually listens to the advice of their coach. Because I can tell you from experience, the times where I listened, did much better in competition. The times where I didn't listen, no.
It didn't always go your way.
No.
Dang himself, kind of look at, oh, okay, now we see it possibly is his leg lock territory, but uses it to wrestle up instead.
2 in on the leg once again. I'm trying to switch it up a little bit, reaching for that far leg.
Esquivas gets the 2 points now with 2 minutes remaining, but they're in this, well, there was 50-50 briefly. Esquivas finds his way out. Nice look at the sweep single. Mikey, I love it. Checkmat, guys. They get so amped. Nice, another sweep single and a pickup. Honestly, Checkmat energy is just, it's always so fun, isn't it? It doesn't matter which event they're at, which competition they go to. They always, it's one of the strongest like team vibes I've ever seen in Jiu-Jitsu. They really, really support each other so well.
I don't think you can fully grasp the energy of a world championship for the IBJJF unless you have been near the checkmat corner when Boucher stepped on the mat.
Oh, yeah.
Physical vibrations in an arena over one competitor from a team.
Yeah. No, I think this is why Checkmat, I mean, they've done so well so far. They have more to come. They will go against finishers tomorrow in the 3rd match of Group A. But this kind of tournament is suited for them, right? I mean, you know, team matches. And oh, nice, sucking up. Oh, looking for the Anaconda now. He's got 40 seconds to work Esquivas, but he spins around to the back. Looking to try and set hooks.
Well,
nice
look at that
escape
maneuver.
from Dan.
Very impressive.
Yeah, that was really nice work from Dan there. Wasn't able to kind of keep control all the way through. It would have been nice if he'd been able to hold him down. Could have potentially scored off that, but great escape.
Just pulling his leg out, circling back.
I think Dang is slowing. I feel like Esquivas has still got the gas, but Dang seems to be slowing down a little bit here. Well, he gets a minute rest.
Round 2 goes to Checkmat.
Gets a minute rest, and let's see if these guys, what happens now, because there's the opportunity to strategize, to talk tactics. Let's take a look at the replay, Jake.
Yeah, great look at the sweep single. Picks it up, and Michael Esquivas, he's just able to react so quickly to the different situations. I mean, two just feels like he's always just like a step behind in a lot of these instances. And, you know, as the match has gone on, you brought it up at the very end of that round, how it just seems like now we're starting to see the difference in energy level as well out of Michael and two as it comes into this third round.
Well,
not withholding.
Dang
I mean,
is
that,
kind
that
of slowing down a little bit, and it seems that Esquivas, maybe he's feeding off the energy from his corner because he seems to be getting stronger as the match goes, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think this third round is going to be very telling. I think that two has the opportunity. I mean, actually, I would take that back. It's 1-1 now, so this is technically tied going into this third round. But two has the opportunity to kind of let it all hang out. You know, I think that. And look at this, actually, as I say that, Michael Esquivas is in on a leg entanglement. Possibly looking to turn this into a total. It's kind of hard to tell what kind of lock he has with that left arm.
Yeah, I can't see it either from this angle, unfortunately. If it's ankle lock or if it's heel hook. Oh, it's straight ankle lock. Yeah, okay. He's got the inside butterfly hook. Oh no, now he's going for toe hold, it seems.
Doesn't have a great wrap over
No, that's not bad. That's not bad. Like, oh, he had briefly leg entanglement, but he lost it in the spin.
There wasn't a big secure control over the hip to get that knee line fully under his control, and I think that that's really what made it difficult for him to fully secure it. Crowd getting alive a little bit. Up next, in terms of the team matchups, is going to be Vanguard versus Fight Sports. That should be a very interesting competition between those two.
I'm looking forward to that one. That's definitely, as you say, interesting, very intriguing match. And then tomorrow, we'll have finishers against Checkmat in Group A, 10th Planet versus Fight Sports in Group B. The top team coming out of Group A and the top team out of Group B will then meet in a final. Of course, we are no closer to knowing who that is just yet. Really, the results from today contribute, but the results from tomorrow will decide who goes through into the final.
So far, Checkmat has won, or at least has a tally in the win section, whether it's due to pullout or due to actual organic victory.
6-0.
6-0.
Yeah, 6 matches to 0 from the 7-match series. It was, can compare that, of course, to the Vanguard versus 10th Planet, which was really close. I mean, that was 4 matches to Vanguard versus 3 for 10th Planet. It's, you know, just dead even. But even with their forfeited match, Legion did really well, and they only lost 4-3 to finishers in the opening round. So it's a shame that some of their guys got hurt and they weren't able to continue. So
yeah, the result on paper doesn't necessarily show the skill level of the Legion team coming in, and I think that, you know, Micha, the manager of Legion, had expressed some disappointment in the fact that they didn't have a 60-kilogram competitor coming into this bracket, which has never happened before in AIGA, actually. They never has a team just not had a competitor, and that's not Micha's fault. It's,
no, last minute pullouts are pullouts.
Last minute no call, no show, and it just sucks because it really, you know, it really could have been the thing that made it much more difficult on Legion coming into this bracket.
They could have won that first round against finishers.
Now, two trying to get in on the leg. Michael Esquivas showboating a little bit as he gets put in this leg entanglement.
Dang's trying to suck that leg into the 50-50 for the heel hook. Closes the triangle. He's got 1 minute and 10 remaining now in this third round. I mean, Esquivas is going to have to be careful here. There's the real threat of the inside heel hook if he's not careful. But he's doing a good job of keeping his weight so far forward. Danger is here, of course. That's a nice spin through. There, he's looking for the inside heel hook.
This is trouble.
Oh, he just manages to slip the heel out. Dang had a decent bite on it for a second, but in the Checkmat, every single member of the Checkmat team is on their feet.
Now looks like it's going to come down to a ref's decision, Howell.
It's 0-0 with 20 seconds remaining. And now Esquivas is looking for the back. He's got it. Points on the board.
Wow.
In the last 20 seconds.
What a way to end it.
Going from a near judge's decision to a definitive points victory. Michael Esquivas secures the win for the Checkmat team. And they are on their feet and dancing in the corner.
Your winner representing Checkmat, Michael Esquivas.
Michael Esquivas with the points win, 2 rounds to 1. And the Checkmat crowd, the Checkmat team, excuse me. Of course, every match counts here, but sometimes just the drama, the energy, the feeling, the emotion. What a fun match that was. Hats off to both men. Tu Dang really gave it his all, did his absolute best. Dug deep, but Esquivas, that last second, I should say, back take, he was the inside heel hook. That was a legit submission threat there, and you know, maybe so late in the match, the fact that they were slippery meant that Esquivas was able to slide his heel hook, his heel out of the heel hook. But here is that back take, and that secured him the 3 points. And that decision really could have gone either way at the end as well there, but clean sweep for Checkmat.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner is out of the blue corner, Team Checkmat.
All good-hearted, good-natured fun here at AIGA, even though emotions are always running high in the midst of the action. Well, as we see here, just nothing but respect, mutual respect. But hey, more to come. Here are some highlights from the Checkmat versus Legion. Unfortunately, it was only a 4-match series. It was scheduled for 7, but we had, of course, Ian Dowby going up against Alex Liscano-Filho, with Liscano taking that one via points. Then Mateus Luna was able to get the points win against Scott Bowler. Here was the absolutely highlight reel-worthy submission from Francisco Lowe, the armbar against Bobby Winter. That is by far one of the best submissions that we've seen all weekend here so far. I mean, we're only halfway through the action, but... And then Esquivas versus Dang, the final match of the series. That last second back take, really, really impressive stuff. We'll hand it back to Jake for the introductions for our final series.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our next team matchup. First, in the red corner, Team Vanguard. First, in the under 60 kilogram division, Fabian Ramirez.
Vanguard, baby.
In the under 65 division, Dylan Garofalo. In the under 70 division, David Stoilescu. In the under 76 division, Nicholas Ronan. In the under 83 division, Luke Martin. In the under 91 division, Anthony Polisano. And in the above 91 kilogram division, Josh Saunders. And their opponents in the blue corner are Team Fight Sports. In the under 60 kilogram division, Victor Delibero. In the under 65 division, Angel Morales. In the under 70 kilogram division, Bernardo Delibero. In the under 76 division, Rodrigo Francione. In the under 83 division, Enrique March. In the under 91 kilogram division, Enrico Saez. And in the above 91 kilogram division, João Costa. Now at this time, we would like to announce or introduce managers Roberto Cyborg Abreu and Jason Rao from the respective teams, along with Chief Judge Olsha Stolshanov for the drawing of lots to determine the bout order. Our first bout takes place in the under 83 kilogram division. Under 91 kilos. And then under 60 kilos. Under 70 kilos. Above 91 kilos. Under 76 kilos. And under 65 kilos. Athletes who are invited to have a seat, and we'll begin with our first bout. Ladies and gentlemen, our first bout takes place in the under 83 kilogram division. Introducing first out of the red corner, representing Vanguard, Luke Martin. And his opponent in the blue corner, representing Fight Sports Team, Enrique March.
Well, we're down to our final team matchup of the evening, Al.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this one. This is, of course, the first time that we've seen Fight Sports in action here so far at the AIGA UFC Qualifier. This is our final team series match today, and this is an 83 kilogram match with Luke Martin on top. And on bottom with the blue ankle band is Enrique March. Yeah, Fight Sports have put together a crew for this one. Looking forward to seeing them in action. They will have one team series match today and another tomorrow. They're going to go against 10th Planet tomorrow. because of course we had match 1 and 2 for both Group A and Group B so far today. This is the second time that we're seeing Vanguard. They were victorious against 10th Planet earlier today. And now we're seeing Fight Sports for the first time. Can Vanguard maintain that same level of performance that they had in the first team series? Luke Martin on top, out of Sydney West Martial Arts in Australia. Come all the way from Australia just for this competition this weekend, after getting the call up from Jason Rao, who of course is one of the co-founders, along with Nick Ronan, of the Vanguard Academy in Long Island, New York.
Head coach of Team Sydney West, yes?
Luke Martin, correct, yes. Aussie leg lock Luke, as he is known on IG. And 2 of his students actually here competing as well, Josh Saunders and Dave Stoilescu, also among the lineup. Speaking of leg locks, we see kind of interesting ankle lock grip there from Martin. But it's interesting, isn't it, that March was the one to pull guard,
yes,
and he's the one who's really looking to try and draw his opponent into the tie-ups.
He's got a firm grip. It looks like Luke is wearing hockey tape, and so that has some grip on it as well. And you can really see Enrique March just holding the foot and the toe, and in the toes rather, and just trying to basically just use that as a leverage point to pull Luke in.
Yeah, both feet are taped up. I didn't notice that in his earlier match with Kyle Chambers, but he did get caught in an outside heel hook. And I'm wondering if they've taped up both ankles, because, you know, if you tape up one, it's pretty obvious that one is hurt. But if you tape up both and your person didn't see the match, your opponent didn't see the match earlier, then maybe they'll be in doubt. I don't remember which one it is.
Well, here's a high IQ move. You tape the ankle that's not hurt.
Oh, even better.
Oh, here we go.
Outside heel hook, possibly. No, he's going straight ankle grip.
Very interesting.
Oh,
Now
there's
outside heel hook.
exposure. There it is.
Oh, and that's it.
Outside heel hook win for Enrique March.
Your winner by submission out of the blue corner, representing Fight Sports Team, Enrique March.
3 minutes and 15 seconds of the first round, and Enrique March picks up the win for Fight Sports by way of outside heel hook. Let's take a look at the replay.
So stepping in, taking a page out of Kyle Chambers' book from earlier on, and look, it was heel hook, but it looked like it could have also been a lot of pressure on the knee from the extension, possibly on a knee bar. Here's another angle of it. Look, he gets the heel hook grip and really puts his hip in. That was possibly a little bit of both there, Howell, and man, a lot of pressure. That's just that, and that's just how volatile this leg lock game is. As soon as he got the extension, actually, it almost seemed, now that I think about it, that Luke was in pain as soon as the heel hook was put on.
I think it was the same leg that Kyle heel hooked earlier. And, you know, like I said, I didn't see the tape on those ankles earlier, so maybe there was a weakness.
Our next bout takes place in the under 91 kilogram division. Introducing first out of the red corner, representing Vanguard, Anthony Polisano. And fighting out of the blue corner, representing Fight Sports Team, Enrico Saez.
Those are some hard slaps from Cyborg. You know, Cyborg's a big, strong guy. I'm not sure if I'd even want a gentle warm-up slap, let alone a real one.
High-fiving the guy doesn't even seem fun.
does have some big, massive hands as well. Anyway, on the left is Anthony Palisano, Palisano, and Enrico Said. Palisano pulls guard, representing Vanguard Academy. As we said, he is a he's a black belt under Matt Serra, and it's interesting, isn't it, that the Vanguard guys, they're all part of the sort of the extended Renzo Gracie network, which, as we said, the roots, they just go so deep in the Northeast there. New York, New Jersey, that whole tri-state area. And yeah, it's interesting to see that some of them have decided to kind of, you know, really pursue MMA, and others really pursue jiu-jitsu. Very specifically no-gi jiu-jitsu. They're really on the cutting edge of that up there. And apparently, I mean, I've had multiple people say this to me, that Jason Rao, who is our team manager here for Vanguard, you know, he had his moments, he had some success in competition, but apparently he is just an incredible teacher, really, really great teacher. And we've seen many people go up and train with him who aren't even technically part of his team. You know, but Joseph Chen, for example, Joseph Chen goes up and spends, you know, lengthy periods of time training with Jason, just because he's like, yeah, the access to technique with Jason is just so high level.
I believe even the Taka brothers have consulted the advice of Jason Rao as well, so it's an interesting point. And it is worth mentioning, I mean, how he is a spectacular competitor as well. Like, he is very well versed. It's not easy to find somebody who is able to both compete and coach. That probably makes him a better teacher, as well as having that high-level competition experience.
Yeah, having that experience helps so much, right? But it's not always necessary. I like the way he's chaining again. Is that upper body, lower body attack sequence there from Palisano? But Said, Enrico Said, doing a good job of finding his way out of those entanglements. Hasn't really given any strong forward pressure to try and pass the guard just yet, though, either, has he?
No, he's been having to worry about the attacks of Palisano on bottom, though, as well. And it's difficult to feel comfortable passing when somebody's just going up, down, high, low, high, low. Can't really get anything of your own going.
No, good point. Everywhere he's gone so far, there's been a guard in the way. Whether it's this kind of reverse De La Riva that we're seeing here. It really feels like Palisano wants to use that reverse De La Riva to spin underneath for the legs, right?
Looks like this is a little bit about what he wants. Now re-engaging sort of in the K-guard, throwing that leg
Nice.
through.
Possibly, I thought he was looking for the backside 50-50 there for a second, but he's going double outside Ashi.
Oh, and trying to expose the heel.
Seeing it a lot more nowadays, right? Now he's going, yeah, we see changing the configuration of the legs, but we're just seeing that double outside Ashi a lot more this year, I've noticed. It's become, it's a strong attacking position, but we just didn't see it as much. But, it's just that's just the evolution of the no-gi game, right?
I think that a lot of people started to take the back very well off of the outside Ashi, and it sort of drove people more towards the inside heel hook as a competitively viable option. But now you got people initiating things like the bear trap, which you see Felipe Pena do a very good job of when he feels the pressure coming on from the back, taking and sort of transition it. There's different options off of the outside heel hook.
So many.
A lot of people are really good at transitioning outside to inside. So again, when there's a response to a move that's really popular, then it just ups the game and it forces people to think and it forces people to evolve. And now the outside heel hook kind of circles back into the rotation of techniques you see at the highest level as a result. Just under a minute to go here in the first round. Referee Max Kuznetsov keeping a close eye.
Enrico seems, oh, nice. I kind of like the way he was reaching all the way over for that, but gotta be careful because that scoop grip with the left hand from Palisano. Yeah,
he's unable to get past that. There's always like a top leg kind of framing in the way, right? It's really impeding his forward progress.
Round 1 is a draw.
0-0.
Round 1 declared a draw.
And here's a little look at some of the leg lock kind of work there from Palaceno on bottom.
Yeah, a lot of it was really reactionary from Enrico, the top fight sports competitor, just looking for things off of what Palaceno was trying to do. And I think that he was sort of on the back foot. He wasn't initiating the attacks coming forward, but he was still firing back, you know? And I think that the initiation, let's say this goes to another draw in the second round or in the third round even, then you got to look at the initiations a lot as well and who was actively pursuing the aggressive positions.
Yeah, it's a really tricky one to score that round as well, because you know, as a 0-0, if the match continues this way, of course the judges will have to decide who wins, and that was a very even round because it's not like Palaceno really had any effective techniques, effective attacks, and neither did Said. So, but then it comes to intention, it comes to who was initiating more, and maybe Palaceno was, but we're already seeing something different now. Said's on bottom. He's going to have a little look at the leg lock game. Oh, wow. Almost playing possum guard here.
You immediately saw Palaceno step back to threaten that, just sit into the inside ashi. He was threatening just to step back into it. Seems pretty content on allowing the leg entanglement game to happen.
Yeah, Ryan Aitken was able to beat Palaceno earlier when 10th Planet faced off with Vanguard and had just a really heavy top game and passed the guard and finished with a mounted arm triangle choke. And this is an interesting match of two guys who are obviously stylistically very similar.
Yeah, you can see it. You can see it, and you can see that they're both willing to, I don't want to say do nothing, but do nothing until the other person gets frustrated with nothing, and then they do something as a result. They counterattack, and you can see, I mean, this, you called it possum guard. It's basically, okay, come past my guard, I'm giving it to you, and then as you come in, that's when I'll attack you. But it's hard when two let's say counter punchers want to counter punch, then who throws the first strike?
Great question. I'd like to see a little more energy and intention from both guys here. I mean, it looks like, no offense, but it looks like a casual training round. It looks like you meet a guy in a gym for the first time, you don't know each other, you're being respectful, and you're training together. Nobody's really making too much of a strong move against the other because you don't want to be that guy, the first guy to take it up, you know? Because once you escalate, then it becomes a fight. But it should be a fight, because we're in a competition right here. This is AIGA. This is the Champions League USA qualifier. And it should be a scrap. And these guys, they're not showing me that desire. They're not showing me that desire to win right now.
The dynamic is weird because Enrico hasn't fought today. Whereas Anthony Palaceno, there is some material that Said can go off of, right? He saw the match with Aitken. I imagine he saw the match with Aitken. So if you're going off of that, he has material. Whereas I think that Palaceno is just trying to set up the traps. And, you know, as you say that, Hal, now it looks like Enrico's really opening up. He's trying to put pressure on. And conveniently, it's at the basically the halfway point of the match as a whole, the halfway point of the second round. But trying to be very conservative. I think that when you look at the first round, I mean, it was a draw. The majority of the second round has been a draw. So it might be within both of their best interest strategy-wise to try to, okay, let's just reserve this for a third and final round situation where we really let it all hang out. That's what I guess the fan in me is also hoping for sure, but trying to analyze it.
I hear you, but my criticism is that Well, if you went out there and you submitted the guy in the first round, you wouldn't have to save energy for the final round. Or you should be prepared that you still have energy even after the heated pursuit of victory in the earlier rounds. I'm just not seeing any real forward pressure here from Saeed. He's kind of hanging out in this position. And, you know, he's got the leg control. He's got kind of fishing for some head control, but really any strong forward attempts at passing. And Palaceno has just stopped altogether in looking for his leg entries.
I think in a perfect world, every athlete would just be some different version of Andrew Tackett. And we would always get Andrew Tackett, Cade Vertolo every event.
Nobody would complain about that.
I think one of the beautiful things about jiu-jitsu is matchups like this, where it's like, in this round, Palaceno couldn't figure it out. He's clearly very gifted at the leg entries, but it's like, okay, I just couldn't get a solid connection. But now I think what we're gonna see, that's very interesting. That can't feel good, even though it's not quite there. Oh, but maybe though. Oh, but maybe though. Oh, is that it? Wow. Oh my goodness! Enrico Said, and I didn't think he had that good of a connection on the toe hold, but he had it, Howell.
And only 3 seconds remained in that round, Jake.
Your winner by submission, representing Fight Sports Team, Enrico Said.
2 matches, 2 submission wins, 2 leg locks. And I gotta say, just Palaceno's reaction to that toe hold, that was very interesting because it didn't look like it was a threat. And you and I just didn't respond to it like it was a threat. And all of a sudden, it was over.
Well, if you notice, he wrapped it, and it was already completely bent to the butt. And the toe hold is one of those submissions where you need that leverage of the leg bent in order to really make it work. It can still work if the leg is straight, but the leverage of it is increased so substantially with a bent leg. He started the toe hold with the knee already bent all the way to the butt. Look at that right there. And he didn't have a complete lock over the leg. He managed to capture it later. It's actually because Palaceno didn't respect the toe hold in the way that it ended up needing to be respected. His foot probably popped. He probably just needed to tap. And I mean, if he could have toughed it out for 3 more seconds, I'm sure he could have. But you see it right here. He actually tried to turn it into an attack of his own. But if he would have known how tight the toe hold was going to be, he would have straightened his leg and rolled with it.
Wow, great finish there. Great finish from Said.
Our next bout takes place in the under 60 kilogram division. In the red corner, representing Vanguard, Fabian Ramirez. And his adversary in the blue corner, representing Fight Sports Team, Victor Delibero.
All right, here we go now. 3rd match between Fight Sports and Vanguard. Fabian Ramirez in the black and red. In the all-black ensemble is Victor Delibero. This is the first time we've seen Delibero. Of course, we saw Fabian Ramirez earlier. He had a tough points win against Chris Crawford of 10th Planet. And Fabian showed a bit of everything in that match as well, right? We saw wrestle-up sweeps, we saw a lot of guard play, we saw submission attacks. But already, this is interesting from Delibero, almost coming out onto the back. Look at this, Jake.
Yeah, this is a tough spot for Fabian Ramirez right off the bat. Look at that back connection by Victor Delibero.
Nice work from Delibero. Of course, no points for any of this, even if he does secure the back. But if he can get the submission, well, who needs points?
Keeping a hold of that seatbelt, smart. The hooks will come later, but that seatbelt control is so important when retaining the back. And keeping that right arm so close to the neck as well, now looking possibly for a choke. Switching back and forth, side to side.
Del Barros has got such great control here. And they're gonna get reset in the center with the back control.
One hook successfully extracted by Fabian Ramirez. But right back in there.
Del Barros' back control is so good here, huh?
One thing he's doing really well, Hal, is he's keeping his seatbelt very high. His hands are always really close to the chin. A lot of people, they settle for a lower seatbelt and then actually loses control over the upper body. But if you keep it really high under the neck, the threat of the choke is always there and you get better control over the shoulders. Still retaining this body lock, 3 seconds till 3 minutes left.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, he looks very physically strong in this matchup, too, is something that I'm noticing.
I just really like the way that his game is so tight and so sticky, you know, that a lot of the time with lightweight guys, especially in the 60-65 kilogram division, they're so quick, right? There's so much movement and openings, and we're seeing really tight, methodical, sticky jiu-jitsu here. It's very, very impressive. I mean, he is just, oh, that's interesting. That's a nice escape there from Ramirez. But Del Barros, so far, it's been one-way traffic.
We'll see how he, oh, look at that Fabian Ramirez! Just like we saw in his first match of the day, now continuing.
That is a very, very nice piece of work there from Ramirez, because as you said, Jake, he scored 2 points via wrestle up sweep in his opening round against Chris Crawford, and we just saw him, wow, come from behind, put points on the scoreboard. Now this is a very different story.
And you know, he's been on the back foot for most of this round, and it just goes to show the experience of Fabian and the level-headedness that he brings into these matches, to just be able to completely shrug off 3 minutes of having his back taken, nearly getting choked on several instances, and just still able to find that great opportunity to get 2 points. And now he's in the driver's seat.
Yeah, really interesting, isn't it? Because Del Barros, obviously, you know, he wanted to come out quick and, you know, stamp his authority on the match. All of that work that he did was in the no points period, and he could, I think he probably would be about 6 points up if it wasn't for that, but too late. I think Ramirez, having had a taste of that very, very tight game from Del Barros, he's kind of answering with a similar style here, isn't he? He's also playing a very slow, tight, methodical game here, but this time from top to try and pass.
Very smart, especially being up by 2 now with only 40 seconds left, to just really play that. I think this is an appropriate time to be cagey, to be, hey, I want to secure the bag here in the first round. I know I possibly have 2 more to go.
Fabian's got to be careful backing up here, though.
Fabian quick to throw that right crossface as well, that head control, to prevent Del Barros from coming in.
Wow, end of the first round, and Fabian takes that one 2-0.
Round 1 goes to Vanguard.
I mean, that was great work from Del Barros there. Let's take a look at this. This was the back take, Jake.
Well, this was just such a great start to the match with Del Barros, and Fabian stayed really resolute throughout it, and it's just so crazy. We're going to see a replay as well of Fabian's sweep later on, but like, Del Barros came out the gate showcasing that tight game that you talked about. And in this second and third round, Fabian needs to definitely consider that a wake-up call and be very careful in how he approaches these next 2 rounds, because Del Barros proved that it is not going to be a fun match if he continues to have opportunities like that. But Fabian, similar to that first match versus Chris Crawford of 10th Planet, he was just able to find that big opportunity, get the sweep, and round one went to Vanguard as a result. We'll see what kind of adjustments De Libero makes. Strategy-wise, I would say, to be a little bit more careful in those points periods, because I think that Fabian really caught him in a comfortable moment.
Interesting, we saw the double pull right at the beginning of the rounds. No attempt at wrestling from either man.
Fabian scooping a leg, responding to a body lock by De Libero. It's an interesting situation for sure. Double-seated position. So far the score is 2-0 in favor of Fight Sports in the total team statistics. Fabian trying to win one match on the board for Vanguard. Fabian has spent some time training at Royal Jiu-Jitsu as well with Mateus Lutis, somebody who helps manage Kasai grappling team alongside Rich Byrne.
Yeah, kind of cool to see that sort of that cross training between sort of the different schools there on Long Island, right?
De Libero was looking for that same back take that he got at the very start of the match. Now Fabian in on the leg, not all the way, but looking to scoop it now. De Libero, every time Fabian has tried to get in on the leg, he's engaged this very interesting body lock.
I mean, that's kind of similar to as we saw earlier today. I forget which match it was. It was Gio versus Dylan Garofalo, who we're going to see in a little bit. That defense against the straight ankle, remember? But it was more from the back. Just tight kind of control. And as I said, we saw Gio limping out of here after that match, so be interesting to see how he is tomorrow. Oh, that's nice there from Fabian, but De Libero manages to get out.
Two minutes.
So impressed by the way that Fabian stole back that first round, really.
It was definitely a very clutch moment. Fabian also competed at both the North and South American ADCC trials.
Yeah. I mean, obviously the name is a bit of a clue, but I had no idea. I had seen him compete before the North American trials. But you're right, he competed at the 2024 South American ADCC trials as well. Don't know how he qualifies.
Dual citizenship?
It has to be. Of which country, I could not tell you. He's just New Yorker for me. Looks like he may have a chin strap here. Oh, look at this, look at this, look at this.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, on that high elbow guillotine, exposed himself a bit too much. De Libero hopping over with a guard pass. Oh man, Fabian was in trouble there for a second.
That interesting. I felt like that was close enough to where I almost wondered if the refs were going to give De Libero the 3 points. Or
it was close.
The passing points, rather.
It was close, yeah.
Fabian able to take a deep breath after that one. 30 seconds left.
I mean, it looks like he had a decent grip on the neck as well, but he just, you know, if that leg position is just slightly off, guys will hop over the guard in the guillotine, right? Let me see something different. Good old-fashioned Kimura from close guard. Don't see too many of those.
Transition between the Kimura sweep, and the guillotine. Pretty versatile little system of techniques you can use there, but definitely old school.
Well, time's going to expire. 2, 1, and that's it. End of the second round. That one, 0-0.
Round 2 declared a draw.
So here's a look at the replay there. This was off of that guillotine. Fabian went high elbow with it and immediately gets put in this guard pass situation. Almost turtles, but I mean, look at the right arm scoop on the leg by Delibero. And from this position, it looks as though he's done enough to potentially get the pass points, but Fabian just fought until he got his guard back, really. He fought to the bitter end for it, and the AIGA judges probably saw it wasn't a secure guard pass. He was constantly in motion to defend, and he eventually did get out, so. And that's another great thing, Hal, about having an entire panel of judges. Is like, who am I, you know? Commentator thinks it was points, but 5 guys agree that it wasn't. All who have experience in this rule set.
Yeah, the guillotine, I think that the gripper of the neck was legit. It was just that he lost the leg positioning a little bit, and his knees were just too far away from his body, and that gave Delibero the opportunity to hop over to the side. But
yeah, I think it's dangerous to go for a guillotine with that really reaching butterfly guard. If the butterfly guard was really knees bent, bringing him in close, it could have been better, but.
Interesting that was almost like a kind of a low amplitude mermaid sweep, because Delibero had his legs kind of trapped around Ramirez, both his knees, and Ramirez tried to go forward through it and kind of fell to his hip, and now they're in this sort of double seated position. Oh, whoa, creative.
My goodness.
Very interesting.
I think he was going for an armbar over the top from the seated position.
Yeah, like a flying choi bar almost.
Instagram.
Well, hey, once in a while you do get a really, really cool highlight reel submission.
Look at that!
Oh, that's nice footwork there from Delibero. That's beautiful directional change into the side control position. Of course, again, no points for this though, because it's in the first 2 minutes. But let's see what he can do with it.
And you even notice Fabian's reaction to it was not the same as when he knew it would yield points. He gave it up much more easily.
He did. Now a nice kind of casual guard recovery into this close guard. All right, points have just become active.
Halfway through the third and final round, and Delibero, interesting scoop on the legs there. He's able to secure this third round. It would officially take it to a ref's decision.
Correct, because Fabian scored the first round 2-0. The second round was a 0-0. I mean, if this is a draw, Fabian wins. If Delibero can score points, as you said, the judges will be the ones to decide who won. Fight Sports are 2 matches up. Oh, nice. Oh, he could get past, but no. Won't get, needs to try and get the back now.
Oh my goodness.
Fabian really, really trying hard to find a way out, but one hook has gone in. There's the second over the top. That's back points. That's nice work there from Delibero. Beautiful pass into forcing the turtle, and now in a very strong attacking position. (3-0) up and fully in control.
This could go to our first ref's decision of the day.
Can you believe, yeah, we haven't had one yet? Isn't that incredible?
Been clear winners.
Yep, I like that.
Now Fabian trying to turn up the heat.
In fact, I don't think I've been to an AIGA event where there hasn't been a judge's decision yet. Wow, incredible. First time for everything.
I'll actually have to get up out of my chair to announce the winner this time, because I'll have to go over to Olsh's and actually ask.
Well, let's see. Because look at this. Look at the reversal of fortunes here. Well, just a second ago, Fabian Ramirez had Delibero clearly on his back. He managed to briefly fight his way out, but now 15 seconds left and 5-0. Can he get another back take? Victor Delibero will take this one via points this round, meaning that we have a judge's decision. So as the competitors eagerly await the results, the judges have conferred, they have decided, and now the referee is ready to raise the hand.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout has gone to decision. Your winner, out of the blue corner, representing Fight Sports, Victor Delibero.
Well, Victor Delibero takes that one for Fight Sports. That's 3 in a row, 2 submissions and a decision. Very close match, though. I think probably the work rate in the final round was what really sealed it for Delibero, because the first round scored to Ramirez, but that wonderful directional change, that was really the decisive turning point in the match, when it was even up until that point, and then it just really was all Delibero from that point on.
Yeah, that was a momentum shift for sure. You could see it, and you know, Fabian stole back that first round, and it was a great show of experience, and it was a great show of opportunity. But I think that, man, Delibero just kept pushing that pace, and eventually it's just too much to keep up with at a certain point.
Our next bout takes place in the under 70 kilogram division. Introducing first out of the red corner, representing Vanguard, David Stoilescu. And his opponent in the blue corner, representing Fight Sports, Bernardo Delibero.
Well, I'm going to take a safe assumption and say that they're brothers, both Victor and Bernardo Delibero.
Why do you say that, Jay?
I don't know. I just want to be safe here.
It could just be good friends.
That's true. Both on the same team, and they look alike. Here we go. Now, Fight Sports finds himself in a position. A win here seals the deal for them.
So we have, yep, the clock has now been fixed. So Baby Dave Stoilescu on top, representing Vanguard. On bottom is Dalibero from Fight Sports team. I know, it's a great idea to trade leg locks with Dave Stoilescu.
Man, look, Delibero's hand was ready to tap
It
too
kinda
already.
was, right? I mean, Stoilescu scored us.
Oh, that's it!
Oh, belly down. Ooh.
One on the board for Vanguard.
Man, that is the second savage leg lock submission we have seen from Stoilescu so far in this tournament. He scored a win against Ben Eddy by knee bar earlier, and now, wow, that leg lock, man, that went on fast.
Your winner by submission, representing Vanguard, David Stoilescu.
Take another look at that, because that went off so quick. I want to see this again.
Yeah, that was just so quick that the pressure went on like that. And
oh, inside heel hook, switch the I see it now. Yeah, going belly down on an inside heel hook is about as powerful as you can possibly imagine, because his full body weight is being directed down through the hips and through the knee. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Dalibero actually suffered a knee injury from that, because that's a very, very powerful submission.
he looked a little slow to get up, and yeah, just the ability to put your hips all the way into the ground like that on an inside heel hook.
Man, 38 seconds was all Stoilescu needed. That's woof.
Our next bout takes place in the above 91 kilogram division. Introducing first out of the red corner, representing Vanguard, Josh Saunders. And his opponent in the blue corner, representing Fight Sports, João Costa.
Now, I would have to say, in this particular team matchup, this is the one I wanted to see the most.
I'm very intrigued to see how this one goes down. You've got two-time ADCC veteran Josh Saunders against ADCC Trials champion, ADCC veteran João Costa. But even though these are both heavyweight men, look at the size difference between the two, Jake. I mean, Saunders is 250 pounds, 115 kilograms, absolute man mountain. And João Costa weighed in yesterday at 92.7 kilograms. And that's about a 45-pound weight difference between the two. He came in about 204, 205.
I mean, on the bottom end of the above 91 kilogram division.
Very much so. I mean, we know he's physically very, very strong. He's a very solid wrestler. He has a really strong base. But, I mean, Saunders is he's just such a physical opponent, you know. It's going to be hard to push a guy like that around. I mean, the one benefit that Costa has had is that, of course, daily training with the likes of Roberto Cyborg Abreu, who is sat right here at mat side. And, you know, if you've had a guy like that throwing you around the gym and going up against Saunders, probably won't feel too strange.
It was a big attempt on a collar tie that just brushed off the temple of Josh Saunders.
As good old Mike Goldberg would have said, a swing and a miss. Head to head in the center of the mat. I mean, Costa's best bet is to score a 2 for the takedown and to put Saunders down for sure. He definitely doesn't want to get into, for example, you know, leg lock shootouts and the like.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see what the strategic plan for Costa is in this particular matchup.
It's a great question. And of course, only the Fight Sports Corner can answer that for sure. But we can make an educated guess, right? My guess would be stay on the outside, be elusive, don't let the big man put weight on top of you. But I think there's a missed opportunity that Costa hasn't scored a takedown, or at least attempted a takedown in the points period. Of course, takedowns still count now. You know, he can still score a takedown now. But maybe knowing that he's going up against a 250-pound guy for potentially 15 minutes, albeit with breaks, he's probably thinking, maybe I'm going to save some of that energy for later.
Well, who knows? Maybe Josh Saunders decides later on in the match to pull guard. Maybe that's what João Costa is banking on. Maybe for Josh to not attempt too much of a takedown, but just to be okay with these wrestling exchanges. I think back, I mean, we brought it up once before, but Antonio Asif didn't, in the matches that he had, especially the one they had where he did end up winning by a rolling knee bar, the first 2 rounds of that match were all wrestling exchanges and didn't even go to the ground. It was actually the only time the match went to the ground was when he won by submission, and that could be a similar situation here, where João just wants to keep it, even if he keeps it tied. That one situation where he gets points, but here, as I say that, Josh Saunders on the move.
Yeah, a little more aggressive there, is going for that arm drag. And now you see him pumping that collar tie.
Getting a little too close to us,
yeah,
to be honest.
Go way away from us.
Get away from me.
2 guys that size coming through our table, no thank you. I don't need 455 pounds crashing through this table on top of us.
Wait.
Costa is he's playing it smart here by not allowing, there you go, see, but he does drop down briefly just for a look at the single leg, causes that reaction from Saunders. I think if anything, that's what he wants. Maybe he wants Saunders to kind of try and walk him down, and get a little bit too reckless in chasing him, and then make a big move and try and grab him, and then that's when Costa drops for a single and tries to put the big man down.
As we see these wrestling exchanges, though, keep an eye on Costa's reaction to these collar ties, though, because Saunders is employing that sort of Gordon Ryan-esque game plan. I think a lot of the Danaher guys do it as well, where they just really heavy on the collar tie. Heavy on the collar tie, just like that.
There you go.
Heavy on the collar tie.
And pumping it as well.
It's very tiring.
Not just hanging on it or sagging on it, but pumping it, because every little jerk from that pump just fatigues the neck muscles even more, right? And that adds up over time.
Oh, well, and your reactions to it happening to you, let's say he were to throw a fake, become much more dramatic. You end up wanting to do sort of like the dog escape, you know, when you put a dog in a headlock and they try to pull their way out of it. They never heard of that? Oh, well, I'm sure YouTube is going, what the heck is this guy talking about?
I'm not sure I want to Google search dog headlock, but okay.
No, I'm not saying I've ever headlocked a dog. I'm just saying, you know.
Sure, Jake.
All right, round 1 was a draw.
0-0 round 1.
Round 1 is a draw.
0-0 draw, and I'm not entirely surprised. I kind of feel it was very much a feeling out process for both men here. João Costa, you see the conversation going on there just then with Roberto Cyborg, because very clearly there's some strategic discussions. Here we are taking place. Felipe Porto as well in the corner. He'll be competing tomorrow potentially in the 83-kilogram division. Saunders had a word with Jason Rao over there as well, but it seems like whatever game plan Saunders has, he's sticking to it. But it seems that there might be some adjustments from Costa now in the second 5-minute period.
Yeah, I imagine Josh Saunders doesn't need to change too much. He wasn't presented with too much danger, right? But João Costa, if we're going to see a big adjustment, I imagine we're going to see it within the first minute.
Of course, just remember that this match is important for both men here, that Saunders needs to win it. Because if he doesn't, well, that means that Fight Sports will have won the series 4 matches because they are currently 3-1 up. 3 matches to go.
Look at that.
There was the look. There was finally the look at. But you know what we're not seeing from Costa? We're seeing him kind of reach for the legs. We're not seeing level changes as such. But, you know, I'm just thinking back to Saunders' earlier match with Kevin Burbridge, when Burbridge did shoot on Saunders, and it's just like he hit a brick wall, isn't it? You know, he tried wrestling up, I think, once or twice and just went absolutely nowhere. So I'm sure Costa will be very wary of getting stuck underneath a heavy sprawl, because that would be about the worst possible thing to happen if he was to aggressively try and take Saunders down.
Here's one thing that plays to Costa's benefit is even if he's not getting super good, that's just great. But even if he doesn't necessarily get concrete points out of these takedown attempts, he's still attempting takedowns. And even if they're not super, gosh, like almost got Josh Saunders down, he's still reaching for the single leg. He's still the one engaging
So
a little bit
I'm just
more.
laughing because Josh Saunders almost took out 2 people with 1 move right there.
Yes. Yeah, I was
Almost took out João Costa and our referee, Max. Now we see arm drag set up from Saunders. Interesting, we haven't really seen any upper body tie-ups from either men yet either. You know, I would have thought if I was Saunders, it's going to be really hard to level change and shoot in on a guy as compact as João Costa, because there's a huge height difference. Costa obviously is wary about shooting for those legs and getting sprawled on. It makes sense if you were Josh Saunders. You just maybe try and walk into like an upper body tie-up and work from there.
It looks like that's what he's trying. That's the thing. I think that he has the right idea where he's trying to go in with these shallow underhooks and everything. But another thing we got to take into consideration that João Costa is an ADCC Brazil Trials winner. He is used to defending takedowns in clutch situations. And I think the big important point, Hal, is the fact that he doesn't really need to drop his level in order to meet Josh Saunders forehead to forehead.
Right.
He can kind of stay upright, which I think is actually making it a little easier to deal with the collar tie, because he can be more upright and his neck might not get as tired as, let's say, if his hips were back and he was having to constantly engage his lower back. He still has to do that, of course, but oh, Dan.
It's the first real intention I've seen from Saunders in trying to grab a leg. You know, he's been going arm drags, he's been going collar ties. Now, this is what I'm talking about. You see, running him down there, going for that underhook, and now he's got his weight on top of him, and now he's sprawled on João Costa. Costa's trying to sit through and recover guard here.
Minute 35 on the clock. Josh Saunders on top.
Costa's got half guard. I'm not sure if he's trying to go deep half here, but there's the threat of the guillotine. 1 minute 20. And 2 points for that for Saunders, because he did run Costa down and put him down to the mat. That's a pretty good grip around the legs there from Costa. Thought he might actually be able to come up for a sweep there for a second.
Remember in the match with Kevin Burbrick, he had an opportunity, Kevin did, to sweep Josh Saunders, and he almost took advantage of it.
Uh-oh, potential DAS threat here. Saunders does have long arms, but the positioning of Costa, his head is buried tight. You know, if he can keep it underneath the hips like that, that's oh, that's a nice sweep. Yeah, can he hold him down? Can he run him down? Wow. Man, he worked hard there. I thought he was going to be able to finish that, but Saunders he's proving hard to hold down.
Costa, if you notice, and we might see this on a replay later, he actually had a look at the knee bar too, but he didn't have the correct side for the leverage. Locked up. His right leg was on Josh Saunders' left leg, when usually you want it left on left or right on right. And so he used that knee bar extension to get that sweep turn because Josh had to alleviate the pressure by turning his hips. But
And
the
that's what
power
kind of
of
led
Josh,
to the unbalancing, yeah.
Exactly, but the power of Josh Saunders, I mean, he just exploded so hard that it pushed João Costa off of him. And right back to that heavy collar tie. While round one was a draw, round two goes to Vanguard.
Fight!
And that's time. Second round is done.
Round two goes to Vanguard.
Yeah, so this is a look at that sweep that we were talking about, how you see he gets an extension a little bit on the knee.
He does.
And as soon as he starts to put that pressure inward, it's
almost
almost
like,
a little bit more
yeah.
leverage on it. And then this right here, I think, is when it started to get a little tighter, is once the knee turned,
They'll
and
scoop,
boom, right
yeah.
there.
There it is. You're right. There was a little bit of dog bar pressure, and by cupping that free leg, took away the base. But yeah, Saunders just popped straight back up off it. Such a shame that, you know, Costa did all that work and wasn't able to score off it, huh?
Yeah, but you know, Costa seems in high spirits. He seems smiling in the corner with Cyborg, and just it feels like they're not too worried about the situation that lies in front of them. If he is to win this round, of course, a tall order, it seems like he hasn't been able to do much offense to Josh Saunders thus far. But in the event that he's able to take this third round, it'll go to a ref's decision. I think that if João Costa can continue to look for those sneaky opportunities, it's not going to win a strength versus strength battle with this behemoth. And you can see the sweat fly off the back of Josh Saunders with that collar tie.
Oh, there you see Saunders running down knee peg. Oh, beautiful takedown. That was really nice there from Josh Saunders.
It's easy to forget how capable of quickness and explosiveness Saunders is.
Shouldn't that be a clean takedown?
Into the side control.
He was into the side control.
I guess we'll have to see if the judges thought that he took him down and then circled to side control, or if he took him down inside. It's hard to, now I can't remember. It's one of those things.
Yeah, it is. No, it absolutely is. There's such a fine line in those details.
It's not as clean as like PJ Barch, JT Torres, where it's like,
correct.
That's
yeah.
a clean take.
That's
Look at that. Look at that.
Nice look with the back work.
And with the strength of Josh Saunders right there, that's about as deep as a rear naked choke needs to be.
Man, that's a big arm over the face like that. But, oh no, he goes for it again. Body triangle. This is good. I think this is done right here. We're going to see the tap.
And that's it.
Pump to pump finish. Third round submission. 1 minute and 26 seconds.
Your winner by submission, representing Vanguard, Josh Saunders.
Well, Vanguard still in the game. 2 matches, 2 submission wins in a row. So let's take a look at that replay, Jake. Because I got to say, that takedown was so clean. Oh, is it going to be the submission? That's fine. The submission was really nice. The way that he went body triangle was kind of like, you know, the arm trap just went straight high on the palm-to-palm grip. Here it is again.
And I feel like Josh probably felt, nah, I know that I have this just about as under the chin as I need to have it. You can see the angle right here a lot better. It wasn't even directly under the chin, but as soon as he was able to go palm to palm, just the amount of torque he's able to put with the body triangle added on top of it, I can't imagine the amount of pressure. And you can see João Costa on the side here actually stretching his back after that. But here we go, ready to move on to the next one.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next bout takes place in the under 76 kilogram division. Introducing first out of the red corner, representing Vanguard, Nicholas Ronan. And his opponent in the blue corner representing Fight Sports, Rodrigo Francione.
Well, Vanguard certainly has done a great job of clawing their way back to even contention here. Not comfortable quite yet, though, as Rodrigo Francione and Nicholas Ronan take part in the under 76 kilogram division section of this contest. After this, we have one more. It'll be Angel Morales versus Dylan Garofalo. Now, if Nicholas Ronan is able to make this happen, it'll be 3-3 between Vanguard and Fight Sports. And then that final decision will be between the under 65 kilogram division. But in any case, round one, here we go.
This is one of those matches that, you know, we were saying we were looking forward to. I've been looking forward to this one, actually. Nick Ronan, of course, we know who Nick is. We saw him in action earlier. He got a win submission against Sam Schwarzapfel in the opening round of Vanguard versus 10th Planet. First time we're seeing Rodrigo Francione in action here at AIGA. Francione is a very, very tough customer. I mean, as all Fight Sports competitors are, but he's definitely another smaller version of those really solid kind of wrestler, grappler hybrids who are extremely difficult to take down, who have very, very strong base, and just really, really solid jiu-jitsu. And you know, he's been on the black belt scene for a pretty long time as well, but he just never enjoyed that big breakout moment, maybe like some guys have, you know. Didn't get the call up for the big super fight shows, and doesn't quite have, like, you know, the huge world championship titles on his resume. But he's the kind of guy that you see in your bracket and you're always like, oh, this is going to be tough, really tough.
Nick Ronan has had two wrestler types in AIGA, both built very similarly, Sam and
Did, right? Yeah.
Well, they're both very thick, like kind of stocky competitors. And oh, look at this.
Nice work of Nick on the neck here. Beautiful reversal. And I like this grip here. Oh, nice escape from Francione. I like that grip there that Ronan had, because he kind of, before Francione was able to escape, it looked like he had the option of switching for either Das or Anaconda. But as I said, Francione, he's an experienced, he's a seasoned black belt. This is the difference. The Schwarzapfel we saw earlier, maybe a little over.
Oh, look at this!
Nice. Schwarzapfel was maybe a little over-eager brown belt, whereas Francione is a seasoned black belt, and that's the difference. And it's a shame all that work for no takedown points. It was so fast.
Yeah, intel gathered, though, I would say. If you're Francione, like, okay, build a little bit of the confidence in the takedown area, understand that, okay, now you're in a position where you can wrestle, and you understand a little bit more about Nicholas Ronan's game. And Ronan still coming forward, throwing that shallow underhook, very strong.
Oh, Ronan pulls. Oh, but the Vanguard guys were actually saying, get back up. Jason Rao was like, no, no, no. Wow. I love the team competition for that. Every time something happens, I look over to the corners and the teams are either, you know, screaming or like, you know, hands in the air or on their head, or just such an extra fun element here.
Yeah, I think that we, as jiu-jitsu athletes, it's just such an individual feeling sport that when you get to an event like AIGA, where it really is a team event, your team, you could be the worst person on your team, and you can still win the tournament. And that's kind of cool, to where you have to rely on each other, and there can be an MVP, you know?
Great point, really is.
You're sitting back in the center.
Fight!
Man, I'm surprised that actually, Ronan is going head-to-head in the wrestling with Franchione. I'm impressed. Maybe he feels after that match with Schwarzapfel earlier on, he's like, yeah, I can do this.
It could also, let's say he does get a takedown. That could mess with the head of Rodrigo Francione a little bit, especially that being his A game, and then realizing, man, maybe I get taken down by Nick Ronan, and that's not what I want, because that's my A game. And so,
great point.
With 45 seconds left, it could just playing this mental game as well, and maybe getting the 2 points. I mean, if you're Nick Ronan, winning the first round would be great as well. And he's not too far off of these wrestling exchanges, at least it looks like. You can tell that Rodrigo Francione is very comfortable on the feet, but he's able to make some connections. He's able to get some openings on these takedowns.
Getting some depth on his shots, yep. The difference is that, Franchione's footwork is good, so... Oh, there's a real depth. You see, this is the difference.
Ronan continuing to try to scramble, 15 seconds.
Because Ronan, a nice escape back up to his feet, but whereas Ronan was entering well and catching the legs, there was lacking the follow-through, whereas, man, Franchione followed through on that one.
But even defending takedowns and not giving up points versus Francione, I believe is a stock gone up for Nicholas Ronan in this match.
Absolutely.
Round 1 declared a draw.
Franchione's shot there, much like his first, was really decent, but you've got to give some credit, I suppose, to Nick Ronan, because he's not laying down. He's not accepting it. There was the earlier takedown there from Franchione, and Ronan was able to fight his way back up to his feet. And here's the second. Just a good old blast double. Really blast right through, flipping all the way over. And again, Ronan denied Franchione the takedown points.
Yeah, and if you notice in that exchange, that second wrestling exchange, Nick Ronan was the one that initiated the flip over. He was the one that pulled to force that scramble.
Great point.
And that forced Francione to do that. Yes, very athletic motion, but it does give up space. It's not the easiest thing to hold, even in a transitionary sense. Look at Ronan back into the fray, just continuing to try to go forehead to forehead. I say that, and then...
But I like the way he's mixing it up. I really do,
Throwing in some solid feints as well.
Yeah, exactly. And I wouldn't be surprised to possibly even see him wrestle up from this kind of position, potentially. But I think here now, you can see him reaching with his legs. He's looking for legs, hooking with his feet.
Yeah, likely under the wise counsel of Jason Rao and the other members of the Vanguard team to just go back to what's going to get him points, what's going to get him an edge in the match.
Exactly.
Although it was very impressive, I will say, that first round, the way that he was able to handle the wrestling exchanges versus Francione, where Nick Ronan is more than likely to shine in this match, is in just the jiu-jitsu versus jiu-jitsu. Looking for the shallow underhook. Get the urgency out of Nick Ronan, too. You can really see it in how he's pressing forward. He's explosive right now, wanting to push the pace.
Yeah, and I think that's pretty smart, to be honest. I think that Ronan, he understands that, again, the gravity of the situation, because fight sports currently have a 3-2 2 lead in this series. So Franchione takes this. That's it. They take the Fight Sports take the whole round.
We haven't seen really a pass attempt by Francione yet either.
No.
We saw some wrestling exchanges, but if you think about it, who has been more aggressive this round? It's been the bottom competitor.
That's a great point, actually. Yeah, when you're talking about initiation and intention, I have to agree that Ronan's been the one starting the action. Franchione's been quite conservative so far, playing from his knees. But I have a feeling that, you know, Franchione is the kind of guy that if you just get a little bit, you know, lose your focus for a second, you get a little bit out of position, he's going to explode into something. So Ronan really needs to maintain discipline throughout here. He needs to stay very careful.
The thing about Francione, though, if you notice the positioning of his hands and where he's coming forward in the passing game, a lot of it's framing on hips, a lot of it's throwing defensive leg weaves, a lot of it's framing under the armpit and on the neck, which is something that a lot of Fight Sports competitors are very good at, is framing on the neck, framing on the shoulders.
Great point.
There's not offensive grips being made. There's a lot of defensive grips being made, right? He's not really throwing like head controls. He's framing on the hips. Now he's bringing his head forward. That's a little bit different.
I agree with what you're saying, for sure.
But there's not like a very aggressive approach. It feels like there's a very patient approach, and he's waiting for an opportunity for Nick Ronan to extend himself. But right here, look, quick to back away and to look. And hey, it's the second round. First round was a draw. Second round's more than likely going to be a draw if it continues to look like this.
Well, everything's built on a solid defensive foundation, right?
Absolutely.
And we're definitely seeing that from Franchione here. You know, he's playing it safe, let's say. But you're right. Oh, there was a nice sweep attempt there. A little sumigeshi from Ronan. Got some good elevation there.
And just tough. The butterfly guard, if you don't have that upper body control, it can be so difficult. Oh, Nick Ronan.
This is good work from Ronan. This is about as good as control as he's had so far, and Franchione just gone out of there.
And although that's frustrating to not get what you want out of the position, it's still, again, the stock goes up because you got to think in a match like this, he's initiating.
Yeah.
And it can be hard in the 3 5-minute rounds. It feels like you're doing 3 matches in a row.
Yes.
Especially if you're used to just jiu-jitsu competition. Gosh, I got to fight this guy 3 times. But no, you're fighting him once.
And so far, these have been 2 very, very different rounds. I mean, the first round, entirely a wrestling match.
Yep.
This second round here, a much different guard player versus passer affair. Oh, I say guard player versus passer. Franchione hasn't passed.
Continuing to come forward, and always in the pocket. Always, if you make one slip up, you might get a body lock thrown on you, and you might get your guard passed real quickly. But still not forcing openings to happen, not forcing reactions out of Nick Ronan.
Not yet. End of the second round.
Round 2 declared a draw.
This is that most action out of that round, really. I guess I shouldn't say most action, but the biggest situation out of that round was Nick Ronan getting what looked like a pretty solid connection over the foot, but just the power of Francione able to get him out of that situation. And now, this third round, I'm very interested to see if Francione is going to change his game plan at all. And I'm interested to see what Nick Ronan is going to adjust to account for the fact that it seems like it's going to be very difficult to get any really solid connection on Francione.
If I can make a prediction, I imagine that Francione's going to try and score a takedown early and not allow Ronan to pull. I think that would be smart, because if Ronan does pull, he didn't really have any.
And look at Ronan.
Oh yeah, Ronan's so low.
Understood.
Yeah.
And that's the intelligence of Nick Ronan. I mean, he has a great mind for jiu-jitsu. He understands the nature of where he would be most susceptible.
Yeah, he pulled quick and he pulled smart, and I think we're going to see an aggressive strategy from him. But again, this is where he's got to be careful that he doesn't open up too much in pursuit of something, because Franchione could capitalize, and he's obviously playing it cautious cautious game from top, let's say.
Conversely, though, I think that it could play to Nick's benefit to really risk a lot, because if he continues to come forward and Rodrigo Francione continues to walk backward,
Hey, no risk and no reward.
penalty potentially for Francione to just continually
True.
not get any action going. It could actually play to Nick Ronan's favor, and he might be trying to force the hand of the judges at this point.
At the same time, Ronan can't afford to get scored on, because if he does, and he can't get that back, which is obviously not an easy thing to do, you know, the fact that the first 2 rounds 0-0, that would mean that if Francione were to score, he would win this match on points. And that would put Fight Sports, make them the winner. Whereas, I feel if Ronan keeps working like this, even if it does go to the decision, Jake, I gotta say, I clearly feel that Ronan earns the nod here.
Yes, I would agree. And I think that Toligian would agree too. No, but in all seriousness, how poetic is it that this last round of day 1 for the AIGA Champions League is going down to such a tight, competitive battle like this? I mean, let's say the match does continue. Nick Ronan will more than likely take the judge's nod, and then we'll go down to a 3-3. Essentially, like, it's the final tiebreaker between Dylan Garofalo and Angel Morales.
Yeah, that's an interesting one, huh?
Yeah. To be honest, the dynamic between these two teams is very interesting, because I think you have Vanguard, very technical, very, I would say, it's like a technical approach to jiu-jitsu.
100%.
And Fight Sports, it's a little more brutish. Not in a bad way, though.
Well,
it's very powerful. No, it's just a very powerful, very base-heavy,
No, so it
a little
depends
bit more
who you're
cagey.
talking about. I mean, Enrique March, Enrique
Yes.
Said, and Victor De Libero, you know, much different, right? Those guys were a lot more technical. You know, Joao Costa, for sure. Rodrigo Francione, for sure. Wagner Hoscher, for sure. Those guys, they're definitely the physical representatives.
Yes. It's just very hard to do anything to them because of how physical they are,
Yes.
and how, honestly, how good they are at keeping themselves safe.
Of course.
They have accountability measures in place for all of their movements, and it is impressive to see. And in rule sets like ADCC, that is so important, because you need to be able to stay safe and still be aggressive and still be an imposing force. And I mean, you're seeing it with Rodrigo Francione. He has not succumbed to any of Nicholas Ronan's attacks, and this has been tied through and through. He has not even really gotten close to getting swept, and Nick Ronan has a great guard.
I guess that one Sumigeshi, but he popped straight back up off it.
Yeah, and I guess it was such a quick situation that it did slip my mind.
Yeah, but it wasn't a meaningful in that sense. You're right. He didn't stabilize position at all. So
Now into the closed guard for the first time this match. Referee Max will reset them back in the center.
Close guard. Ready? Fight!
interesting that Ronan's gone body triangle from bottom here. Round is going to play out much the same as the last. Ronan desperately trying to enter something.
Oh, look at this.
This is better.
In on the legs once again.
Oh, Francione's out again. Wow.
Poor Nick Ronan's knees hit the ground pretty hard.
Yeah, but he's okay. It just shows how difficult it is to grab a hold and do anything meaningful against Francione. Last 20 seconds now. Oh, there's a shot there from Ronan. Heavy sprawl. Look at him just pushing his hips in, but Ronan building height. Nice counter from Franchione. Ronan runs him down. Almost on the back here.
Oh my goodness!
Oh, what an end to the match. Ronan is hyped. That is a very strong statement to make right at the end of the final round. No takedown points awarded. But they always say with a judge's decision, the last thing that they see is what remains in their memory, makes the biggest impression. 0-0 across the board for 3 rounds. Judge's decision. We're about to find out.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds, this match has gone to decision. The winner, out of the red corner, Nicholas Ronan.
Well, very hyped is Nick Ronan for that. And that was not just a hard-fought win that he should be extremely proud of, but it was a very crucial victory, considering now that coming into this final match, it is 3 matches for Fight Sports and 3 matches for Vanguard. Let's take a look at the replay.
And it was, I think, this last instance of the match, Howell, that last.
It made the biggest impression on the judges.
It made a huge impression. It was so important for the judges to see that. And right here, it all started from a big leg entanglement, you know? And as soon as he caused Franchione to turn away, which Franchione was doing a lot of, he was able to meet him to the punch. And this is actually a little bit earlier in the round, actually.
But Ronan, you're right. He persisted, and, you know, he ran Franchione down, which is so smart. And he came really, really close to scoring those takedown points because he landed on top. But time was called. And man, what an amazing, dramatic finish to that match. And Ronan, look at that. He was hyped.
Ladies and gentlemen, it all comes down to this, a bout in the under 65 kilogram division. Introducing first out of the red corner, representing Vanguard, Dylan Garofalo. Adversary in the blue corner, representing Fight Sports, Angel Morales.
Well, how it really does all come down to this. Angel Morales and Dylan Garofalo are the tiebreaker of tiebreakers. Final bout of day 1 of AIGA Champions League USA to decide who takes it between Vanguard and Fight Sports. Heavy implications here.
Yeah, it all comes down to this.
A victory for Vanguard here would make them 2-0 on the day. Oh my goodness, and as I'm talking about that, Dylan Garofalo was in on what looked like it could have been a deep leg entanglement. Morales responds.
Oh, look at this unusual ankle lock grip on the outside of the body. It's very, very curious. Now he's threading the arm. Oh, wow. That was like a reverse omoplata. What is going on here, Jake?
Don't ask me, man. This is just really cool to see. And Dylan Garofalo ends up on top now on a toe hold.
We could see a submission here.
That other foot is just in the way, though.
Double outside Ashi.
Angel Morales seems pretty relaxed from this position, but he needs to be very careful to not let Dylan Garofalo get too big of an extension like that right there. This could be a lot of pressure. The right foot coming into assist.
I wonder if I'm going to see classic toe hold knee bar combo here.
Dylan Garofalo does have 1 penalty on the board. So much stuff happened in the last 30 seconds that I failed to see what it was for.
He's going outside heel hook now. But look at the hands in the grip there. Angel Morales had a hand in there. Uh-oh, could see Aoki. Angel Morales, Fight Sports representative. You see he's got the Wagner Hosha shorts on.
Trying to go all the way through for this ankle lock.
Oh, wow. Garofalo, his strategy really clear here. He wants to take that leg home. I mean, we saw the power of his ankle lock against Gio Martinez. You know, he basically fought Gio to a decision. Martinez came out the winner of that one, but the first round, I really think he did some damage to Gio's lower leg because, you know, we saw Gio limping around afterwards once the adrenaline had worn off. I think that Garofalo has got a pretty nasty leg lock game, and there he is looking for again. He's outside the heel hook.
He switched the grip. When you have the traditional heel hook and then you switch that left arm, let's say in this case, all the way through, man, it increases the power so much in that heel hook.
But look at him trying to draw the knee back in. Angel is stripping that grip from on top of his thigh. Maybe going to try and bolo his way out of this.
Look at the right knee, using his right knee to strip off the grip on that heel hook. Very smart of him to keep his left hand on that ankle as well, to a little bit of pressure in his favor, but now just unable to get completely out of that leg entanglement situation though, and now...
Yeah, Garofalo is hanging onto that ankle. He does not want to let it go. Oh, okay, now he passes his leg over the top. Oh, now he's trying to go belly down. Now this is just like we saw earlier with Gio. This is exactly what we saw earlier with Gio Martinez and Garofalo. This is the exact same reaction. Garofalo had that single hand grip of the Achilles, and Gio was able to go high, but Morales...
A lot of flexibility on the foot, and he doesn't even look phased by it, really. He looks very comfortable. Now, not saying that can't change in a half a second with somebody with the leg lock capability of Dylan Garofalo, but...
I remember that Gio was going high on the head and arm when Garofalo was defending, while also still hanging on to the Achilles. But Angel Morales doesn't quite have that same upper body connection. And Garofalo still very much able to attack the lower leg here.
A little over 1 minute left in this first round, and Morales has a very narrow lead of just 1 penalty on the part of Dylan Garofalo. Switching to that knee bar.
He's got the arm inside though. It's gonna save him from that.
And if you notice, that arm inside made it so that he could turn his knee safely. It was a little wedge to keep the legs separated just enough so that he can wiggle his knee.
That's right, basically 50-50 here. Oh, look at that. He's popped his foot out. He's in a leg drag position here now. Angel Morales, if he can break that grip around his leg, he could potentially pass Jake.
He's also got his left arm pretty deep. Breaking that gable grip is no small task, and Garofalo has brought his right foot really shallow on the hip. He's got his right knee under for a bit more leverage.
We see Angel Morales is going high though, and this time Garofalo, his grip on that leg, he might not be in such a great position to go to defend the head and arm choke if Morales puts on the pressure.
Well, round 1 does go to Fight Sports nonetheless.
Wow. Yeah, -1.
Round 1 goes to Fight Sports.
Yeah, so there's the replay. I mean, Garofalo just so dangerous on the legs. But one thing about Morales the entire time, if you notice, he's always rolling with the punches, never seems too disturbed by what's happening. And in the Gio Martinez match with Garofalo, Gio was able to just stay so resolute on that head and arm control. He let possibly even his foot get slightly hurt in the process of it, like you had mentioned, Hal. But Morales really rolling with everything. If you notice, he's always trying to keep his hips sort of in line with Garofalo as Garofalo is turning for these leg entanglements, trying to stay square with him so that his knee's not under too much duress.
I was impressed by the way that he was, you know, really close to passing that that last leg lock attack there, but yeah, Garofalo's grip of the leg was just too strong to break.
Fight!
Oh, Morales nearly had that double. He may get it again here.
Oh, look at this!
Ooh, that was a nice throw attempt there from Garofalo.
Morales sticking his tongue out a little bit, having a little bit of fun out there, and Garofalo
Wow.
dumps him on his head.
Man, Garofalo is actually you know, maybe we've been deceived by his preference for the leg locks because he can wrestle too.
Absolutely, and these are like real Greco-Roman style throws that he's doing. Very control the upper body and trip the lower body. What a great matchup.
Really?
To end the day.
Well, this is also so high stakes here, right?
Yes, a lot riding on it.
Slowing down back into this ankle lock grip here.
You can see the tension on both Team Fight Sports and Team Vanguard on the sideline, both just watching on. Inside heel hook attempt. Hard to tell how good that bite is on the foot. Looks like the heel is just barely not there. Oh, and that's a good connection though. It's underneath the arm. If he's able to connect his hands together.
Can't quite see what Angel was doing to defend here. Oh no, oh, that's on, that's on. Oh, how did Morales survive that? I mean, maybe it just wasn't the turning pressure because it definitely looked like the bite was on.
It was on there for a second for sure, and he had the belly down extension. We've seen that used to great effect in this tournament and all throughout professional no-gi jiu-jitsu, but this is just, it's just so close, you know, like that one tiny adjustment, maybe a little bit more leverage on it, and it could really do some serious damage. Look at, wow. Vanguard representative now on top.
That's gonna be two. Yeah, there it is. Garofalo gets two for the sweep.
And now we see Morales on his back for the first time in this match.
Good point. Haven't seen any real guard play yet from Morales. He's just been on the back foot in terms of defending leg locks, but hasn't spent any significant time on bottom. And we didn't really see any of Garofalo's top game in his match with Gio. So we'll see some passing here, and he's got a nice, what looks like a body lock. Yeah, seems to have his, well, he had his hands connected. He's got the near side underhook. Not anymore, pummeling for it. Morales is going lockdown. Don't see too many people doing that these days. Oh, but look at the step over.
But look at this.
Yeah, this is dangerous. Garofalo going high, Kimura grip.
Can he secure the Kimura? Ripping up on it.
Morales opens the guard, but in the process, exposes his back. Look at the way that Garofalo's pushing down on the back of the neck. Make sure, keep that posture, the head stuck to the mat.
Even with his knuckles for a second there.
Nice roll from Morales, but Garofalo is staying really tight. Doesn't have the hooks.
Gosh,
but it looks like he's going high. I think he's possibly going for a back triangle. No, misses it.
Fight Sports advocating for 2 points.
Wow, what a scramble.
But definitely not so. 33 seconds. Will we see another immediate shot out of Morales? One penalty given.
I look over, and again, Jason Rao is just like, what on earth are you doing? It must be so frustrating to be a coach sometimes and your guy makes a technical error.
And Jason Rao is a very passionate coach.
Yeah.
Look at this, arm saddle, Choi bar. Only 3 seconds left though.
Wow, and look at the turnover that he got from that. All right.
Round 2 goes to Vanguard.
A lot of action from that round. Let's take a look at some of it, Jake.
Yeah,
Early
right off the
takedown.
bat.
Yeah, Morales.
Takedown, not fruitful all the way, but then we saw takedown exchanges back and forth from the both of them. Right here, you see immediately initiated. Dylan Garofalo finds that upper body trip, and then we're right back into some really dynamic leg entries back and forth.
I enjoyed that round. There was a lot of action.
This whole match is great. It's a great way to cap off day 1. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, day 2 will be streamed live on FloGrappling. Download the Flow Sports app. Choose grappling as your preferred sport. Stay tuned to all the news, articles, and updates revolving around AIGA Global, which you can follow on Instagram at AIGA.global, brought to you by Acai Republic. Third and final round of day 1 to decide. And it's 1 round apiece going in to the 7th match between Vanguard and Fight Sports. Winner of this fight will determine the winner of this team showcase.
All comes down to this. 1 round apiece. Oh, they took out the TV.
They certainly hit the TV. But ladies and gentlemen, that must, you know what? That must be a Samsung, because it survived.
Amazingly so. Yeah, it all comes down to this. 1 round apiece. And 3 matches each. So this 7-match series.
Garofalo sits again and gives up a penalty, much to the chagrin of Jason Rao.
Garofalo seems comfortable with it, though. I see him looking over and talking to his Vanguard corner, and he's kind of nodding, and he's like, yeah, it's good, it's good. He's working on something. He's thrown up so many leg attacks. I've literally lost count of the amount of leg attacks that he's going for, and so far he's not been successful in securing that finish. Not for lack of trying.
It's still continuing to look for this inside heel hook is Dylan. Morales now in the lead, though, and as time winds down with this score, it just plays into the favor of Angel.
Absolutely, yeah. The longer he spends here just holding position, it's a nice inside turn from this 50-50. Could be looking for the heel exposure.
Collecting the other leg now.
The way that Dylan, look at the way that Angel has kind of possibly looking for an attack on the far arm. Elevation there from Garofalo. I think it's pretty obvious what he wants here. He's looking to try and maybe get into like backside 50-50 territory. Again, it looks like Angel's just about slipped his knee line out. Not completely out of danger. Bear trap, possibly.
Could be if he steps all the way through, but Dylan dead set on just finding this heel hook in this position. You saw this a little bit earlier. I believe it was round 1 where he was trying to use his right hand to recollect the knee. We're at the halfway point of round 3.
Yeah, Angel just does a really clever, intelligent, calm defense of the leg lock attacks. Stuffing those leg locks, those leg lock entries. Not out of danger, but Garofalo is relentless in looking for the legs, but I don't know, he just, after all this time, not being able to find that leg lock finish, is it maybe better to change strategy, hunt for the back, try and get points?
You know,
the finish just hasn't come.
How I think with 1 minute and 40 seconds, that's what we're going to see. Because we have seen a lot of positional control out of Dylan. I do believe he has the capability with this last minute and 30 to use it to yield a sweep. And you see that right here, trying to use it. Oh, but he needs to be very careful.
Almost gave his back in the process.
And that is probably what Morales was waiting for, was for him to get desperate. Because now you see him moving along to the side. Minute and 20 now.
Straight
looking for an
knee-bar.
This is an attack we haven't seen him go for yet. But Morales all over it once again. Trying to roll through.
He's trying to score sweep points here, but Morales is just not accepting it. He's not actually on the... Oh, okay, this could be different. If he can keep Morales on the mat.
Oh, look at Morales, though.
Wow, great defense there from Morales.
Oh, my goodness. And cartwheeling and scooping under the leg to prevent.
Excellent defense. Excellent, excellent defense there from Morales. And look at the counterattack in here, straight back into the pass.
Just over 30 seconds, Howell.
I think we may have seen the best. Oh, no, wait. Arms had Choi bar attempt here. Garofalo looking to thread his foot in for the arm lock attack. So close to the end of the match here. And he's going back triangle. He's got it locked on.
Could this be the moment for Dylan Garofalo?
Oh, he's got 7 seconds on which to try and finish this. Wow, Morales fights his way out. And he takes the win for Fight Sports. 2 rounds to 1. What an amazing match. What an amazing display. Just the joy from the Fight Sports corner.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner out of the blue corner, Angel Morales.
Well, if there is a man of the moment, it is Angel Morales, because he just guaranteed the victory against Vanguard with a very gutsy performance right there at the end. There was so much great action in that final round, so scrappy. Let's take a look at some of the best moments. Garofalo, he did absolutely everything he could in looking for the leg lock finish, but Morales had the answers.
For the official decision.
He was just remained so calm and did such a great job in defending throughout. Such an amazing performance from the young man. Really, how he managed to defend that last-minute armbar. I would say something of a strategic mistake from Garofalo in just staying submission focused at the end and not trying to secure position instead and putting some points on the board.
Ladies and
But
gentlemen, your
overall,
winner
a very gutsy
is
performance.
Team Fight Sports. Now, athletes, you may shake hands.
Well, that's it from us here at day 1 of the AIGA USA Qualifier. From 4 matches, we have...
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we end day 1 of the AIGA Champions League USA Qualifier. We'll be back for tomorrow, day 2, live on FloGrappling. Thank you, and good night.
Thank you, Jake. We have 4 matches, finishers, defeated Legion in the opening round. Vanguard beat 10th Planet. Checkmat beat Legion. And then Fight Sports beat Vanguard. We have more action coming up tomorrow. We have Finishers versus Checkmat and 10th Planet versus Fight Sports. And then we will have the final, the best team from Group A versus the best team from Group B. We'll leave you with these final moments, and the best moments from today's action. We have plenty more coming up tomorrow. Don't miss it. Watch it live exclusively on FloGrappling. My name's Howell Teague. Been a pleasure to call the action for you along with Jake Watson. We'll see you tomorrow.
Nice. Come here.
That he was able to survive round 2.